His resolve hardened. Shikamaru had no excuses. He'd been deliberately avoiding him for the past few days, and this treatment hurt. If he thought he could go back to being a dumb friend after days of silent treatment, when all he wanted was company, he was mistaken. Yes, no excuses. He took a deep breath, his voice was cold. Gaara spoke to me a few days after the council meeting. He was with his brother, sister, and this little old woman they called Chio-san. He saw his comrades' eyebrows rise. His brothers and sisters didn't speak to me, but he thanked me. He shrugged casually, not to mention the new light in Sabaku no Gaara's eyes, which weren't quite so haunted, but rather one that held not only insomnia but also hope. Not the grateful, relieved looks on the others' faces as they bowed to him, nor the fact that he was wearing non-orange, ordinary clothes, with a thick layer of powder on his cheeks and dyed hair to avoid displeasing the villagers. Besides, I had another meeting with the council this morning, he said before he trained Hanabi-chan. When he entered the familiar room, 3 people were already lying on the floor. Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and Jiraiya-san. Their questions were confusing, and the only thing that made any sense was the threat of punishment for his insubordination if he didn't tell the truth. The memory of their last meeting was so hazy that he was sure his psyche must have been affected by a mental wanderer. Damn, Kaharu had mentioned it. If Yamanaka had penetrated his mind, they would have found out about his double cross. They hadn't gotten far. Calm, breathing deeply. The mind was like a labyrinth, its secret thoughts were hidden deep within, and the chances of finding them were slim. Well, they should confront the Kyuubi before they went too deep. He hoped the Kyuubi would devour these curious. Wait, what was he thinking? They couldn't die. They couldn't, he wouldn't think about it. He had a strong will, he could restrain himself. No, you can't, just let it all go. I promise you won't regret your actions. Shut up. You sly fox, he thought sadly. I suppose that's all I can offer. He nodded, of course with the best of intentions, that should satisfy the curious company, the rookie 9. The 8, come to think of it. Oh well. The rest of the information was classified as A and S rank, and he didn't dare let Shikamaru in on his dirty secrets, because even a shogi genius could change his mind. He couldn't even trust Shikamaru anymore. Arigato Ayame-chan, for a wonderful dinner, he said enthusiastically to the girl with the ramen. Bye, Shikamaru. Matt. What now? He grew angry and turned around. The spiky-haired boy's face was a blur of emotions. I'm sorry, okay. I'm really sorry. You're not forgiven. Bye, Shikamaru, he repeated. And he left without looking back. At night, the Konoha party revels in absolute freedom. Ninja party like it's their last day alive. In some cases, it's true. Damn it, a hammer and anvil, he muttered, crossing his arms over his chest and looking at the people below, illuminated by hanging lanterns. Still processing the day's events, he barely contained the urge to kill someone below, his life was in free fall. Leaning against the chimney, he looked like any other shinobi to any passerby. Below, the rookie 9, Ino, Sakura, Kiba, Shino, who still looked weak, Hinata, Choji, and Shikamaru trailing behind, strolled in a group through the crowd. Jealousy, anger, fury. Everyone had a stick of half-eaten dango, and they were greeted by a multitude of cheerful townspeople who offered them gifts and smiled. Their lips moved as if telling funny jokes, but his lip-reading skills weren't very good, and their voices were drowned out by the deafening blare of the stereo. Kiba said some lewd joke, Hinata blushed, Ino and Sakura squealed and hit him on the back of the head. It was like when he was a child, unable to understand why he had these nightmares and simply got used to them, why parents wouldn't let their children play with them, why people were so hateful. That's it, he got up, he was going to Sector 37 right now, the people there loved him and should help his bruised ego. But he didn't, instead making his way to his apartment, intending to sleep fully clothed. He swallowed the white pill with water, and dreamed of a kindly old man in a Hokage hat, a red-haired teenage girl, a red-haired blonde man with black, slit-shaped eyes framed in red. A morning full of swollen clouds ready to burst, without sun or sky. He wandered alone along the outskirts of the village, through its wretched and disgusting patches where traces of that incident 13 years ago were still visible. Scans showed no observers. Naoko-chan hadn't yet returned from her maternity leave, to warn Jiraiya and Lee about Orochimaru. I hoped she was okay. Palm up, he focused on the swirling vortices of chakra. He compacted the ball, compressing it with the chakra mesh that surrounded it entirely, and allowed his chakra to flow continuously in the spiral, swirling and swirling. Then he released it and held his breath. He had been working on this new jutsu every night in the forest, hoping for a good result, but he failed every time. The trial and error process was frustrating, he had no idea whether the problem was control, strength, technique, timing, or some other crucial element of manipulation theory that he had overlooked. His new hypothesis for today was to absorb the chakra ball into the mesh, but this time, allow some of the energy to escape through the mesh's open openings and manipulate the outer chakra pathways at different angles to each other. Now the moment of truth had arrived. The ball, no, the rasengan, remained in his hand, undissipated, the chakra continuing to flow naturally. His eyes finally widened. Yes, he shouted. No one will stop Uzumaki Naruto. He will change your world. He did a little jig, jumped up, and slammed the spiral ball into the nearest tree. The tree cracked and shattered, chakra punching a sizable hole in the wood. Swaying gently, the top half slowly fell in a heap a foot away. He spat out leaves, but it didn't dampen his good mood. Except that it took him 10 minutes of concentration to do that. Shit. His index finger twirled a strand of blonde hair. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Enemies aren't going to just say, "Oh, how kind of me to wait 10 minutes while you try to kill me." Yes, sir. So close, yet so far. He pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. Stay positive, he'll just work on it. Success doesn't come on a silver platter. Unless you're an Uchiha, but that's not all. He'll just speed it up. The glass is half full. Say it again, the glass is half full. Puffing out his chest, he whispered joyfully, Rasengan, A-rank technique, happily stroking the Hitai-8 on his neck. Created by the Yondaime, rumored to still be imperfect. Uzumaki Naruto will finish it. He chuckled softly and knelt by the rubble, examining the damage, then tilted his head to the right. The sun must have played a cruel trick on him. Instead of pieces of wood, he saw chunks of flesh and pools of blood. Looking over the fallen ninja, he saw his upper body, eyes full of terror, face contorted with hatred, and saw that 2 boulders had been carved into the Hitai-8, one opposite the other. He imagined himself with a 3-pronged kunai, flying past the world of summoned animals and back, plunging his signature chakra ball into people's chests. Dozens of Iwa ninja fell under his hand, and he felt nothing but remorse. Stop. Freeze. He grabbed his head, looking at the fallen tree. What just happened? These weren't his memories, he'd never shed so much blood. His head spun, and he thought he heard a howl. Ah, what was that? He was Namikaze Minato. Who was Namikaze Minato? He was Uzumaki Naruto. The voice was cold. Shit, he couldn't feel the person. He blinked. In front of him was some kind of strange straw hat and black cloak, short, with long black hair tied back and purple nails. His head felt like it was splitting, he fell to his knees and doubled over in pain. Kyubi, if you don't shut up. The person slowly approached. It was so unbearable that the pounding turned into a screeching sound of something alien, pain. Shit, what the hell was happening? Fire. And screams of, damn it, Uchiha. Uchiha. How did he know? His hands formed the Tora seal. Kai. The headache vanished as if it had never been there. Strange, genjutsu with such an effect was unknown in the shinobi world. Gasping for breath, he sat up. Kurenai-sensei and Kakashi-sensei lay unconscious in front of him. And blood, his nose wrinkled, so much blood. Damn, instincts kicked in, he did a backflip and jumped to his feet, releasing a cloud of shuriken. They flew over the head of his attacker, who didn't even bother to duck, and bam! They exploded. Red smoke burned the straw hats and crumbled to the ground as ash. The short ninja flashed through a couple of seals, he had rotating red eyes with 3 tomo, damn it, and he looked like Sasuke Tem. Uchiha, he growled, an S-rank missing nin from Konohagakure, wanted for the murder of the entire Uchiha clan except his younger brother. Hello, Naruto-kun, the older ninja said calmly. I want to talk to you. Damn it. Kujbunshin no jutsu. One turned into 20, and they all scattered. Another deftly drew his kodachi and began slashing at them. Itachi's Sharingan spun, and they aimed for him. Okay, that didn't work. Note to self, Kujbunshins are visible through Sharingan. He fled. While I distract them, 3 of me will carry Kakashi-sensei, and 3 of me will carry Kurenai-sensei to the hospital. 1 of me will rush to any Anbu who will listen. I hope I survive. He soared onto the rooftops, created more clones, and sent them back to fend off his pursuers, but the memories of his duplicates' failures returned almost immediately after the battle. The difference in power was pitiful. Compared to the missing nin, he was weak. He screamed for help, but received no answer. Genjutsu, damn it. His remaining distracting Kujbunshins vanished in a burst of fire. Why had Ebisu wasted so much time forcing him to manipulate his wind chakra to cut a stupid leaf instead of teaching him cool techniques? His hands moved to break the genjutsu. He was grabbed by the collar, pulled back roughly, and thrown against the wall, pinned there, utterly helpless. He kicked the air. Fuck. Let me go. The fight had been so short that he felt ashamed. Memories of his 7 doppelgangers flooded his mind. He'd carried Kakashi-sensei and Kurenai-sensei to the hospital, and the medics had blamed him for their injuries. By then, 6 of his number had already gone their separate ways, their work done. He, the lone man, began recounting the events to at least one council member, 3 skeptical nurses, and a silent Anbu member he didn't know. Their doubts about trusting him infuriated him, and the way they constantly questioned his authority drove him crazy. He wasn't a pathological liar. Fed up, he raised his voice from a whisper to a shout, "I'm serious. I was sent here to tell you that Uchiha Itachi is in Sector 30. He heard a soft sigh and snapped his mouth shut. Something behind him creaked and jostled, and silence fell. Someone was eavesdropping. He ran away from his listeners, toward the source of the sound, and kicked the door, once, twice, and swung it open. 3rd time's a charm. He hoped the eavesdropper wasn't some kind of spy or gossip. Any information coming out of someone's mouth could easily be distorted if the entire village panicked. The nurses shouted at him to stop and let the Anbu handle this, but he ignored them. The bed was empty, the windows were open, letting in a breeze that fluttered the curtains. He squinted, scanning the room. Seals were everywhere. Some seals he couldn't recognize were scattered haphazardly across the bed, as if flayed from the skin. Whose room? The Anbu rat guard said, Uchiha Sasuke. Suddenly, he was punched in the stomach and thrown against the wall. The door across from him opened, and Jiraiya and Lee entered. He opened his mouth. Punch. Poof. Excellent, just excellent. Sarcasm oozed from his thoughts. Fantastic. Look me in the eyes, Naruto-kun. Itachi's eyes didn't have 3 tomo, they resembled distorted copies of the wheels of the wooden shopping carts that rolled through Konoha's market every day. He felt chakra spikes flying at him. And they began to spin, faster and faster. Tsukuyomi. He spun in a whirlpool, engulfed in streams of black Sharingan chakra. It was hot, and he opened his eyes to look into the hateful gaze of the monstrous Kyuubi and its mighty 9 tails, which continued to fan out behind him, creating earthquakes, shockwaves, and firestorms. Standing atop Gamabunta, he saw dying people, ordinary citizens trying to escape the elements, instantly vaporized if they got too close, mothers hugging their children in their final moments, people screaming. They screamed loudly. Konoha village lay in ruins around him. He had to do something, and his solution lay in the scroll lying innocently on the Hokage's desk, in the comatose blonde infant in his arms, and in the secret underground laboratory. Kyuubi howled and unleashed another wave of vicious chakra. His hands rose to perform hand seals. He had awakened in another world. Welcome. I hope the Kyuubi's chakra didn't affect you too much during your journey through the illusionary world. Tied to the cross by his wrists and ankles, he blinked, the world around him a blur of black, white, and gray. Sasuke's brother stood before him with a kodachi. Time has no meaning in this world, he murmured so quietly it sounded like a purr. He was so close he could feel the Kyuubi's faint breathing. Now that you listen to me, you must listen. No torture. He looked at him warily and realized something. Even in the colorless world, the shadows under Itachi's eyes were noticeable, a reminder of sleepless nights. He must have traveled a long way to reach Konoha. His chakra was on the verge of depletion. Every second he spent here was probably draining his reserves. Look beneath the surface. The former Konoha ninja spoke quickly. Beware Orochimaru, every hidden village on the continent is involved in this conspiracy. Beware the sage of the 6 paths, who regrets his actions. Beware those of the leaf, who will stop at nothing. The restraints loosened, and he collapsed onto the brown dirt path. Itachi. He heard, but didn't see, Sasuke's hate-filled scream. I'll kill you. He closed his eyes, the dirt path still cool from yesterday's cold, a palm gently touching his cheek. He heard the familiar chirping and crackling sensation of Sasuke's lightning-fast power. Chidori. Sasuke was rushing into danger without thinking, damn it, and people were telling him he was bad. The hand was draining his chakra. He was too tired to care. He heard more confident footsteps, more people approaching the scene. Get back. What are you thinking? Get back. The voices faded. Stupid brother, you're still weak. His eyes began to close. Kuchiyos, Gamaguchi Shibari. Blurred, then black. His chakra was still being drained. Gomen, Naruto, but you have to understand that this is for the best. The last thought that crossed his mind before he passed out from sheer exhaustion due to the sudden drain of chakra was that the Uchiha couldn't copy Akato's bloodline. He woke up against gray-brown walls, not in a hospital, good. The blanket that covered him was bright green, heavy, but warm. His arms were raised, nothing hurt, only a couple of bruises on his back, which he was sure were turning red by now, but no, everything was fine. Itachi hadn't done anything to him, he wondered why. It wasn't like the Uchiha to return to a place where he would be killed on the spot just to warn a little boy whose riddle was so complex that he still couldn't wrap his head around it. 6 paths. Another conspiracy. He rubbed his temples, his life a mess. He could say Sasuke had saved his life, accompanied by several Anbu guards, but that would be a lie. I don't know what they'd exchanged, both were too proud to admit anything. For example, why had Itachi killed his entire clan and decided that Sasuke should be the one to take the path of revenge? Yash, I see you're awake, Naruto. His eyes blinked, taking in his tan t-shirt and bowl cut. Fluffy eyebrows. What are you doing here? Lee winked back and adopted a good guy pose. I was recovering from my adventure with Jiraiya-sama, and we saw your clone. We rushed to save you, and the nurses said you were stable, so I offered you a place to stay the night. Leaning back, stretching, and yawning, he took in the single kitchen table, the dirty dishes in the sink, the hallway leading to more doors, the curtainless window letting in streams of sunlight that reflected off a single coffee table and a potted plant. The whole place reminded him of his own apartment. This is a nice place, he remarked. I hope your parents won't worry. No need, Lee smiled back, returning to the refrigerator in search of a snack. He limped, his entire right leg expertly bandaged with a splint and layers of gauze, his back straight as a rod. They're dead. Oh, he mentally put his foot in his mouth, sorry. He licked his lips nervously. Rock Lee was kind enough, he didn't seem to harbor any ill will toward him. That was good, it meant that when Shikamaru said the Rookie 9 were slow to talk to him, he meant the Rookie 9, not the Konoha 12. Team Guy was probably still friendly toward him. Thank you, he said, remembering his manners. No problem. So, how are you recovering? Not wanting to lapse into silence again, he cautiously attempted to initiate a private conversation, something he was completely unaccustomed to, and bared a row of sharp teeth. It was interesting to see the happiness shining on his face, with those moist eyes and brows. Tsunade Haim was incredibly young for her 60 years. The older genin brought a plate full of watermelon. He sank his teeth into the sweet and juicy piece. The operation was done in a civilian hospital. She told me there was a 50-50 chance of my death, but I said, I'm a shinobi. I'm willing to take the risk. Well done, I completely agree with you. He praised. Lee took a piece. You'll be the only one. My teammates tried to talk me out of it, saying it was too dangerous. But, he stared into space, replaying the memories in his head. It made sense, he and Lee were similar. No parents, no hope, especially with Lee's complete inability to control his chakra. Thank goodness there's someone like Guy. But the others just don't understand. Orphans were forced into the ninja industry simply because they had no other choice. The lucky ones were given sponsorship for their next apprenticeship, but the hidden villages, Konoha being no exception, offered free entry to the ninja academy if a child showed even a shred of talent or immense motivation. Orphans were expendable, easily forgotten by child soldiers, they were needed. He patted the boy on the back several times, at a loss for words. But, Lee perked up again. Here I am, alive and well, and on the verge of a full recovery. He punched the air, his face betraying the pain of his actions. Guy-sensei would be so proud of me. The flames of youth conquer any despair. A flowery backdrop appeared behind him, like a genjutsu. He bit into another watermelon and tried his best not to comment. Okay. Come here, Naruto. I've heard that you've done some truly heroic things, and you deserve to see them through to completion. Lee grabbed his arm and lifted him off the couch with incredible strength. The two senseis you saved are still in the hospital. Guy-sensei told me he'd be there at 3, and it's already 4. Protesting was futile, so he resorted to the next best thing, asking, Anyo, what about your injuries? Shouldn't you be straining your body or something? Lee waved the question off, feeling good as new. Yash. Let's go. Pleased that he wouldn't be too embarrassed to appear in public, as the elder wasn't wearing his tight clothes, he allowed Rock Lee to drive him to the Konoha Medical Hospital, which, fortunately, was just nearby. The area they had emerged from was Konoha's slums, where the dispossessed gathered in small shacks. As a child, he wandered these streets, scraping peeling paint off the walls, collecting the crumbs and making mosaic pictures out of them. As they entered the white building and walked through the corridors, the black-haired boy recounted his adventures outside of Konoha, occasionally interrupting his words with an exclamation that made his heart pound. And out of the ground appeared a snake, a toad, and a slug. Orochimaru's assistant fought the woman who was caring for the pig. I had to take cover, but I saw everything, the amazing strength of the Sanin's youth. Jiraiya looked angry and constantly spat fire oil, and his toad had a sword, and he said something about a snake purse, but Jiraiya told Gamabunta. Gamabunta. Wasn't that the toad boss he summoned against the Kyuha? Where did that come from? He had no contract with animals, he didn't even like toads. They were all nasty, small, weak, and sycophantic. But when he told Jiraiya-sensei, the old man hit him over the head and extolled the Toad clan's power. That didn't happen either. The run-in with the Uchiha must have clouded his mind somehow, these imagined memories were disturbing. He'd have to look up the Sharingan scrolls to make sure none of the effects were permanent. Excuse me, Lee's polite voice interrupted his thoughts. Did Might Guy stop by? The doctor smiled at him. I'm afraid you missed him, young man. He left 10 minutes ago. The genin, visibly dejected, stood silently, pondering what to do next, then said, well, I'll talk to Guy-sensei later. Come on, Naruto, to your sensei. Visiting hours are almost over. He was tugged by the sleeve toward the stairs. I remember them telling Jiraiya-sama, room number 115. Are you sure? Because I thought the first floor was for the clinically insane. And for those recovering from genjutsu. Kurenai-sensei is upstairs, healing a deep knife wound. Kakashi-sensei was under the Uchiha Sharingan, just like you. The last time I saw him, he was still asleep, so shish. What had Kakashi-sensei experienced under Tsukuyomi? Sasuke, prone to talking in his sleep, mentioned that, Iniki stretches time, seconds turn into days. But it didn't feel like days to him. Perhaps Itachi had run out of chakra, surely, manipulating the illusory world requires great stamina. They approached the door. You go first. Shrugging, he turned the handle and entered. There were no windows, it was dark. He flicked the switch, and the gray tile floor, the folding chair, the IVs, the monitors, the get well card, the table, the bed, his sensei, everything became visible. His feet slowly approached, stopping at his sensei's head. The heart monitor beeped at a constant rate, in sync with the IV. Hitaki Kakashi slept there, exposed to any attack. To his enemies, this must have been a good chance to plunge a kunai between his eyes. He crossed his arms over his chest and glared down. Stupid man, getting into useless fights you have no hope against. You know Itachi is too strong for you. He didn't like his teacher, but he didn't want him to die either. In fact, he thought, at that moment he hated his teacher. He hated his teacher. What right had he not trained him against Neji? What right had he sent him that damn pug while he was fighting Shukaku? What right had he not spoken to him after the Chunin exams? What right had he put himself at risk? What right? He rubbed his forehead. It was useless, he sighed. He closed his eyes and imagined Kakashi-sensei tied to a wooden cross in this black, white, and gray world, just like himself. Itachi held his kodachi in his right hand and quietly said, time has no meaning in this world. Let us begin. And Itachi began to torture the man. Sinking the knife into the chest, the stomach, forcing the jonin to feel the agony again and again, but never allowing him to die. Every shinobi knows that the worst torture is not being able to die when you want to. Over and over, over and over. The short nursery rhyme Kushina had taught him when he was very young escaped of its own accord and carried through the air in a soft whisper. The limp, soft scarecrow guards her fields all day. She waves her soft, soft hands to scare away the crows. He giggled, covering his mouth. Lee appeared behind his shoulder, causing his heart to pound loudly in surprise. You know, he squeaked, not taking his eyes off the man. When we first form teams, we think our Jonin senseis are all powerful, but the moment they engage in combat with someone stronger and stronger, they bleed. And then you notice how vulnerable they are. His brows furrowed in an incomprehensible expression. There was a philosophical, remorseful tone to this speech. He turned away. The older genin hadn't heard him, but he wondered if Kakashi had. Yeah, what's the point of sitting here if he doesn't wake up? I don't even know what to tell him if he does wake up. He reached out and touched his Jonin sensei's forehead, adding a small drop of purple chakra to the head. The healing process should have accelerated in his mind, perhaps even erased the events that caused Hitaki Kakashi to fall into a coma. Lee didn't notice. With a playful flick of his wrist, he announced, let's get out of here. Lee was the first to leave. He took one last look back before turning off the light and closing the door behind him. The decrepit, frail scarecrow would die in 5 days. He ran and hid, but he would die anyway. Nihon Shoja no Jutsu. Nirvana Temple Technique. Kodachi. Short Sword. Tsukuyomi. Moon Reader. Kuchiyos. Gamaguchi Shibari. Summoning. Toad Mouth Binding. The power he was using baffled him. It wasn't just the regular red chakra he usually thoughtlessly summoned, the chakra he'd used to summon the giant Sanbi no Noboru. To anyone on the outside, it would have seemed like he'd been doing this his whole life. He was no fool. Everyone present at the Chunin exam finals had seen him effortlessly summon the giant beast on his first try. But the truth was, he'd never used red chakra for anything other than fox lanterns and the occasional healing. So how, oh how, was he going to explain to this thrice-damned, suspicious council that, in the heat of an argument, he'd accidentally learned the right amount of chakra, the right summoning seal, and the name of the summoned beast? The old farts would laugh at the correct answer. I dreamed I was doing it. And then they'd sentence him to a cell with chakra restrictions for eternity. Or kill him. Great. Another flat stone was picked up, tossed across the pond, bounced once, twice, and disappeared under the water. Another piece of knowledge that bothered him, which he tried his best to deny and forget, was that he knew the meaning of the seals he had drawn in the air with Ushi-kun's katana, and where he had learned about them. Although it was pointless, since he had never in his life visited the Hokage's personal library to read about the Shodai Hokage's research on demonic seals. But he knew the kanji for fire, and darkness, the sun, and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He looked around. Someone was watching him. There was no chakra, no traces of anything to support his theory, but the sense of self-preservation inherent in any decent shinobi screamed that a hidden observer had been watching him for almost an hour. Damn it. He picked up a small stone from the ground and casually tossed it up and down, never taking his eyes off the pond. Whoever was watching him was good, too good, good as a jonin, and dare I say it, good as a cage. Spinning on his heel, he flicked his wrist, watching the stone fly in the direction he was only 30% sure his pursuer was heading. His entire body braced for the impact. The blow to his ribs knocked the wind out of him, and he swallowed dirt, grass, and a few nondescript insects. Not good enough, brat, Jiraiya muttered maliciously. He spat to the side, willing the tiny droplets to disappear from his peripheral vision. A series of rapid flashes flashed through his mind as he realized what was happening. What the hell? Get off me, you stupid dude. He yelled, bracing his palms on the ground to stand, only to fall over, his foot digging into his back. I'll fight back with all my might, and I'll kick your ass for this. The old man partially revealed his chakra for a moment before closing it again. Instantly, a mountain of chakra surged through him, making his hands clammy. Taking the subtle hint, he paused, his face twisting into a scowl and a snarl as he continued to fidget. Finally, his resistance subsided to a faint twitch. Tilting his head back, he caught a glimpse of an advanced Hittite, engraved with the kanji for butter, almost hidden by a shock of gray hair. It was pure humiliation, and he couldn't even get up to regain his composure and dignity. Why the hell was Jiraiya doing this to him? The Sannin was strong, yes, anyone with half a brain knew that. His movements were too fast to be stopped or even seen. Gamma Sennin whispered in his ear, so close it made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. I told the lookout there I'd be watching you for a few minutes. So don't make too much noise. His leg buckled, and he rolled onto his back, sitting up and stepping back. His hand went to his bruised side. Oh, no broken ribs. He looked up, transfixed by the Sannin's intense gaze, like someone trying to memorize the features of a dead lover before they cremate him. Sensei was right, Jiraiya finally remarked flippantly. You're his spitting image. For a moment, he doubted the statement was directed at him, as the Sennin was looking at someone else entirely. Who? He snapped out of his stupor to hear the reply, Yondaime. His right eyebrow raised, which? Oh. A spark of anger flared in his stomach, making him realize he'd suddenly treaded dangerous ground. Kitsune were quick to anger. Unwilling to continue the conversation, he remained silent, continuing to look at the seal master, who was clearly waiting for a response. After a few minutes of this battle of wills, Jiraiya relented, either from boredom or lack of time, and began cheerfully, but enough about him, I wanted to talk to you about his greatest creation. That seal on your stomach. HMPH, so what? He clenched his hand in response, his typical defensive reaction. Show some respect for your elders, Gaki, Jiraiya retorted, sitting cross-legged. He pulled out a pencil and, much to his surprise, drew a diagram of the Hake no Fuin Shiki from memory. It's a shame I haven't seen that seal before. My student, the Yondaime, was a master of seal creation and application, creating legendary techniques that made other men and women drool. I'm proud of him, you know, I taught him everything I know. The old man once again delved into personal memories, carefully sketching in a small notebook. All it took was sticking out his tongue. The council tasked me with reporting my findings. I thought it only fair that you know, since it's your responsibility. Gamma Sennin smiled sheepishly to ease the tension. All he could do was nod and wait, eagerly anticipating. It was reminiscent of his school days, when Iruka-sensei lectured on storage seals and exploding seals. He understood the entire lesson and, for the first time, didn't fall asleep. The seals came naturally to him, and he would have focused on them if not for that stupid day when Sasuke Tem demonstrated his Kaden Gokaku no Jutsu to the entire class, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake, filled with delighted teachers and screaming fangirls. Jealous, he shouted, I'll do better, I'll know every technique in the world. Datbeo. He sometimes wondered if the Uchiha truly enjoyed the attention, yet he maintained a semblance of stoicism. His fingers dug into the grass beneath his feet and dug into the ground, pushing cool dirt under his nails. He adopted a more relaxed posture, perfect for studying. This is an extremely complex seal, combining two 4-point seals, altered by yin and yang. It's topped with the 4-pointed Shisho Fuin seal, and while it grants access to the Kyuubi's chakra, I shudder to think of the side effects. He met the elder's gaze and winced sympathetically, forgetting that Jiraiya had been with him at the council meeting. This synergy not only grants you these gifts, but also an additional, unprecedented advantage for you, not for the council. I must say, a nasty slap in the face for their stupidity. The Yondaime, Kazama Arashi, has made it so that if you die, the demon will break free. The only way to avoid this is to die of old age. His jaw dropped. Really? A stupid question, but it changes his attitude toward the Yondaime. It turns out the Yondaime doesn't trust the village to properly protect him and installed this menacing failsafe for him, Naruto Uzumaki. Unlike the loyalty seal, those two words still affect him like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. The council distrusted him to the point where even a child would, but they went to extremes with the loyalty seal. Such words were applied to prisoners as a kind of indoctrination. There was no force or pain involved, but it urged absolute loyalty to whatever the sealer wanted. And this explained his somewhat questionable behavior as an academy student, then a genin, when he loved drunken villagers in their darkest hour. He wanted revenge on the council, but the residual effects of that seal only made him indifferent to the whole scandal, and he feared that the Kyuubi would decide to contribute to the matter of hatred and revenge. In the end, loyalty must be earned through respect, not coercion. Fortunately for Konoha, the Kyuubi's chakra healed his battle wounds, and the Sadaime thwarted all assassination attempts. But back to the point, the Yondaime wasn't truly loyal to the village. He asked incredulously. Impossible, because at the academy they always said the Hokage loved and protected his village. The Yondaime loved Konoha so much that he sacrificed himself for its people. I suppose so, the elder grumbled. You really don't have any flaws. If you were to suddenly leave Konoha, say, to become a missing nin, the seal wouldn't turn against you. He could leave this village, even before he was forced to join the Hunter Ninja Corps, freeing himself from everything. Conflicting feelings, leaving the place where you grew up, it's wrong, no matter how miserable your life. But oh, a better life, without a doubt, lies beyond these walls. Outwardly, he maintained a focused, impassive expression. I'm not saying you should leave Konoha. Jiraiya, still managing to read his non-existent body language, leaned in, giving him an icy glare. Konoha is no basket of flowers, but this is where I live and grew up. I love this village, and if I see even the slightest hint of betrayal from you, you will have to answer to me. And I do not forgive. He infused his words with murderous intent. It was too much, he broke out in a cold sweat, trembling, and stepped back, muttering, wait. Who said I had such thoughts? This is blasphemy. Datbeo. Don't lie. I know everything. The Sannin snorted in disbelief, but sighed resignedly, that's right. About the Yondaime, my star student. Even I have a hard time understanding him sometimes. Kazama Arashi is a great man, he saved Konoha in the Third Shinobi World War against Iwa and Suna, saved the village from the nine-tailed demon, but his true nature is hard to fathom. Hey, I admit, Kazama had his pride, and he was a bit narcissistic, but all of those qualities could be overlooked given his immense skill and potential. It's a shame he died so young. It's a shame, so sad. A brief silence fell between them, fidgeting, awkwardness, and the fiddling of dirty fingers. A minute passed. Jiraiya tapped his pen against the tip of his nose, causing his eyes to crinkle at the unexpected display of affection. Rubbing his inky nose, he thought, my god, first he was threatening, and now he's expressing twisted affection, is this man bipolar? The seal of the Shiki Fujin, he lifted the notebook to reveal a circular spiral pattern, that was another miracle, underneath it, it served as a foundation. Unravel the Shiki Fujin, and you'll unravel the top layers, and bam, the Kyuubi. The man looked down at the notebook, his lips stretched in disbelief. According to the seal, contrary to popular belief, my precious student didn't sacrifice his soul, as the legends say, he sacrificed his body and something else. The Sannin leaned over the notebook, scratched the back of his head, and turned the page. But what? The desire to know made him lean forward, intending to peek inside. No, no, why do you have other things written in the margins? He waved his hand. The wrinkles between Jiraiya's brows deepened as he thought, shish, kid, I've touched something. If not his soul, then perhaps his will. Or loved ones. No, no. Memories. Just a few select memories. The constant muttering grated on his nerves as he peered at the notebook. Delightful curves, accentuated by drops of water flowing down its valley. As he read aloud, ah. Arrow Sennin. He suddenly felt himself being pushed back. Brat. Jiraiya, gray in the face, stood up, brushing imaginary dust from his clothes, and declared, physics, which I could only study peacefully in solitude. Well, I must go. He waved his hand toward the trees. Your constants are already returning. A fleeting glance over his shoulder, a few parting words, take care. A swirl of leaves. Nothing. Well then. He snorted. Strange. One would have expected more substantive advice from the legendary shinobi, the Sudaime student. Take care. That's all, nothing more. A strange, twisted man, seductive curves. And a stony face. Most likely, he only sensed the Sannin because the latter wanted to be sensed. The escorts should have been somewhere in the vicinity, but he felt nothing. A slow pull to the left, arms above his head, a couple of joints cracked, and he shook it all out, jumping on the spot. Too much information had accumulated in his head, he needed time to sort through his thoughts. The only feeling was indifference. Was his behavior atypical for this situation? Should he have been more explosive, more withdrawn, more destructive, more melancholic, more sympathetic? I can't think of anything to do with it other than the typical thought, the council should pay for fucking slapping me with a loyalty seal for most of my life. He attributed his mannerisms to the residual, ghostly presence of the loyalty seal. A flat stone was lifted and tossed across the pond, once, twice, into the water. Another stone, snap. And again. And again. And again. Pausing mid-throw, one of his disguised cage buncheons leapt out. The buncheon, dressed in new clothes, makeup, and dyed hair, had just finished buying groceries and dropped them off at his apartment. Earlier, on his way back, he'd heard Ino and Sakura gossiping outside the flower shop, their steps deliberately slowing, eavesdropping sheepishly. The girls would have to learn that anyone who could hear them was privy to their personal information, especially if it concerned someone else. And I asked my father about Naruto, what was going on, because the adults were being so weird again. And he just told me to talk to him in person, Ino grumbled, trimming the potted flowers on the windowsill, her back to the street. Her pink-haired companion leaned lazily against the wall, crossing her arms. Sakura snorted, idly examining her nails. Naruto Baka would be better off not keeping important secrets that could compromise the team. Sasuke-kun has enough secrets to share with the entire team, and Kakashi-sensei doesn't tell anyone anything about his life. If Naruto is like them, then we don't even have a team, right? He nervously ran a hand through his dark brown hair and pretended to inquire about the tomatoes on the nearest stall. You could hear the smirk on Ino's face. Are you afraid you'll fall behind? Flocks of children ran through the streets, squealing and laughing as they scampered about. He picked up a tomato and casually tossed it up and down. The shopkeeper asked if he wanted to buy it cheaper, to which he politely declined. You see, these daily encounters with the village would never have happened if they knew what lay beneath the surface. A faint, ironic smile crossed his face as he wished the shopkeeper a good day. Everyone was so nice. Yes. This outburst of anger surprised everyone, evident in the silence that hung in the air. Knowing they were looking at her askance, Sakura pushed off the wall and entered the shop. Ino yelled at her friend to wait and followed her. The door closed behind them, ringing the bell attached to the edge. A moment. What, girls? It was pointless to think about it now, his chakra for the jutsu was almost drained. Picking up the bag of groceries and triple-checking his disguise in the nearest window, he headed back to his apartment, making sure he was using the correct locks for a one-way entry. Stepping inside, he dropped the groceries in their designated place and took his last breath, bracing himself for the death of the cage buncheon. Pop. Memories were useless. Great, it was nice to know he was still in the spotlight. If he were younger, he would have been thrilled, but now, having learned about the phrase, negative publicity, he was absolutely thrilled. Flick, the rock was set at an 18-degree angle above the water and bounced 5 times. The exercise was good for physical meditation, where everything relied on muscle memory and mindlessness. Except he was doing it wrong, another stone bounced. This time it bounced 3 times, he should have organized his thoughts, not let them run wild, wondering if his guardians were still lurking somewhere in the background. The stillness of the morning, moisture and sweat clinging to the skin of his mesh shirt. Yellow hair stuck to his forehead and the back of his neck. Watching the stone fly through the air, spinning on its side. Like a wheel. Sharingan. Equal to Itachi's, he winced. How old was he? 18. A missing nin, a kinslayer, but if you look deeper, the facts don't add up. If he truly lost his mind in the Anbu squad, why did he leave his brother alive in the midst of the bloody massacre? Only Sasuke, whom he ordered to go after him to avenge the clan. What the hell? They were related, yes, but that didn't change anything whether he'd spared his mother or another clan member to exact revenge. And how did a 13-year-old manage to kill a seasoned ninja of the clan? And after the massacre, managed to escape countless squads of hunter nin, who were biting at his ankles. Of course, Uchiha Itachi was in Anbu, but the idea was still too surreal. Genjutsu, no, not in a clan complex with antijutsu seals, and not among the Uchiha, masters of illusion. Nothing fit. He ran a hand through his hair and exhaled. Besides, Itachi couldn't be perfectly evil and sadistic if he'd let him live with a warning, albeit a confusing one, but a warning nonetheless. We're talking about conspiracies and the six paths. The missing ninja could have been a Konoha spy on some high-risk reconnaissance mission across the continent, ordered to don a mask and reveal his demonic nature to the world. Maybe Itachi wasn't the instigator of the massacre. Maybe he was framed, innocent of all crimes, he thought. And if that's true, then all of Konoha is in trouble, because the real killer is still out there somewhere. So what really happened? Poor Sasuke, he might have just been tortured by someone like Itachi at such a young age. Henge, maybe. It could have been another Uchiha, it's easy to fake death. Sasuke. Yeah, I haven't thought about that bastard in a while. Rumor has it he's still in the hospital. The Rockies throwing up and down ponders. Brilliant idea, actually, after all, it was partly his fault Sasuke was in the hospital again. He should apologize, or at least tease him like a teammate should. Sasuke might want to talk, because behind all the insults there might be camaraderie. Yeah, Datbeo. A few startled birds ruffled their feathers and shot him disapproving glances, but went unnoticed. He headed straight for the hospital. Sasuke would prove an effective distraction from complex reasoning and thought, exactly what he needed now. His head ached from the conclusions his brain was drawing. His hand formed a half signal, his facial features changed, his nose crooked, his eyes grew smaller and darker, his hair grew shorter and browner, his limbs elongated. He ran and jumped, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. A large, flat sign hung on the gigantic building, reading, Konoha Medical Hospital. It was nailed to the faded wooden structure, clinging to metal supports and rusted roofing. People on the ground were entering and exiting through glass doors. He briefly considered slipping through the window, then discarded the idea and ducked inside. The bustle and bustle, the pushing and shoving, the interior looked far more polished and modern than the outside. He blinked at the bright fluorescent light. People were standing in line at the information desk, where 3 adults sat, assisting those in need, folding and shuffling papers. A small child ran past with a watering can toward the only green spot in the hallway, a skinny, wilted plant that seemed desperate for sun. He hid behind some strategically placed people to avoid those damn doctors and slipped toward the stairs. He peered out into the hallway and saw no one. He removed his henge. Okay, let's see, Itachi's under his genjutsu, it's mental damage, Sasuke should be on the first floor, he said, checking all the room numbers. The hallways were empty, seemingly stretching on forever and shut up. He approached the first door. Let's start from the beginning. Fine, nothing can be done, he said, kicking the door open and staring. And blinked. Sometimes even he was afraid of luck, but life taught him to go with the flow. Uzumaki Naruto is here to save the day, he said with a victory gesture, and entered the Uchiha's room. Sakura was sitting on the only empty chair, her green eyes white as dinner plates. Sasuke, with a severe bruise on his neck, glared at him from his spot on the bed. If looks could kill. The shards of a broken bowl and apples were scattered all over the tiled floor. Oops, did he interrupt something? He poked his pinky into his ear, Ohio. Sakura was the first to recover, replying less than cheerfully, Hey, Naruto, I was just trying to coax Sasuke-kun to, eat. Smiling briefly, she leaned over the floor, dropped to all fours, slowly gathered up all the apples, and placed them on the nightstand. Sasuke sat on the bed, hunched over in his classic pensive pose, oblivious to what was happening. Then she slowly gathered the broken bowls into a large pile. He looked rather grim, the scene was pathetic. A solicitous servant and he glared at the genin, an indifferent master. The sound of broken porcelain hitting the tiled floor grew louder in his ears. He didn't help her, but turned to his teammate, keeping his tone light. Are you still here, Tem? When will the nurses release you? Kakashi-sensei won't allow the team to meet until we're all well. It was a blatant lie, he hadn't spoken to Kakashi in weeks. And yet, it was as if it had been ingrained in him since Team 7's formation. His job was to pretend that everything bad that happened either didn't happen or had a clear positive undertone, and what a positive one it was. He narrowed his eyes slightly. A faint black chakra swirled around the boy, gradually turning into a black cloud. He tried to ignore it. Sasuke didn't answer, and Sakura spoke for him, her back to him, oblivious to the ominous cloud surrounding her bedridden teammate. He should be out by noon. She didn't elaborate, but only smiled slightly. She was tired, shadows lay under her eyes, giving her a haunted look. Uncomfortable under his gaze, she blushed and looked away. Is something wrong, Sakura-chan? He asked worriedly, because Sakura shouldn't look so dejected. Sakura shouldn't sigh and look down, that was just wrong. Did Sasuke-tem do something bad to you? Naruto, it's okay, let him go. He didn't do anything special. He turned to the dark-haired boy, who hadn't moved, only raised his eyes with a challenge thrown out of nowhere. If you make her cry, I'll kick your ass to the bone, even your brother, Two things happened at once. Sasuke assumed a fighting stance, and Sakura yanked his hand back, causing him to stumble. The girl gasped behind him, seeing him enveloped in evil chakra, his fingers sliding down like those of a lover. Please finish that sentence, the Uchiha said calmly, clenching his fists. My god, he'd even managed to channel black chakra at him, intending to kill him. Dimly aware of his hands shaking, he realized the black chakra must also be affecting Sasuke's psyche, making him even more violent. Sasuke-kun. Calm down. Naruto, shish. Sakura stuttered and hissed, clearly overcome by murderous intent. This was all spiraling out of his control. He stepped forward, shielding the girl from the onslaught of distorted chakra. Okay, I'll say it again. If you make her cry, I'll kick your ass until the very end, where even your brother won't be able to put you back together. What will he say? He asked mockingly. Stupid brother, you're still too weak. The words escaped his mouth, but he hadn't intended them, they weren't his own, as if some evil creature deep within his heart had finally reared its ugly head. Before he could process them, the movement was swift, and his eyes saw him before his hands even raised in pitiful defense. He scolded himself, he should have seen this attack coming. No one attacks Konoha's precious Sasuke without receiving retribution. Seriously, the Uchiha was obsessed with revenge, so obsessed with it was alarming. His back hit the opposite wall, his teeth clenched. Don't scream, don't you dare scream. Sasuke stood up, cracking his knuckles and smirking contemptuously. I wonder why my brother would date a doby like you. You're just the last one to graduate from the academy. What's so special about you? He spat out the last word as if it were disgusting. I'm clearly stronger than you. He stood up and snapped, Tem, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Sasuke didn't answer, his Sharingan activating, revealing Tsutomu. Doubly bad. Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun, please. Don't fight here, we're still in the hospital, someone pleaded. I knew it, that whole Uchiha survivor thing is stuck in your head. He continued, verbally lashing out and stringing together attacks with, bet you never thought you'd lose, did you? The Chunin exams. Haku was a hunter nin, and Gaara was a little genin like you, and you lost. In the eyes of everyone who idolized you, you lost. Deep down, he knew he should have been a little more compassionate, but he didn't care anymore. Two of his loved ones were dead, none of his peers wanted to talk to him, the council was hunting him, he'd been given new information he should have known all along, he'd been attacked by a missing ninja giving conflicting signals, the dreams of Konoha experiencing a fiery death had returned, and he was so damn tired. Shut up. Sasuke screamed. You know nothing. I need to get stronger to kill my brother, I simply have to. I won't let you defeat me. The black chakra was now fully visible. He saw the source of the madness, the small seal at the base of his neck, that stupid bite from Orochimaru. That's all. He asked incredulously. You don't need this power thing, you're just jealous that I started training. You're mad at me because I fought Gaara and won, and you had to be rushed to the hospital. Grow up. Calm down, this isn't like you. He stepped forward, intending to return Sasuke to the bed and maybe get Sakura to call a nurse to sedate him. He twitched, he needed to take a closer look at the source of the distorted chakra. But before he could investigate further, he heard the chirping of 1,000 birds. I told you to shut up. Damn it, he wouldn't. Not in a hospital, he retreated into a standard defensive stance. But this was it, Sasuke's arm crackling with lightning chakra, and everything was spinning out of control. He'd seen what ball lightning could do to a man, Haku, and to the defenses of sand barriers. Instantly, instinctively, chakra swirled in his left palm, forming a small ball. It hadn't occurred to him that mastering this technique usually took 10 minutes, and that he could use this jutsu without thinking, as if he'd been practicing it for years. Sasuke-kun, what are you doing? Sakura screamed. The surviving Uchiha rushed forward, shouting, Chidori. He raised his left hand to counterattack and leapt, rasengan. He braced himself for the impact and, subconsciously, for death, but it didn't come. For the second time in less than 2 minutes, he was jerked back. He looked up and saw another pair of narrowed, angry red eyes. Kurenai-sensei. Sakura cried out in relief. 2 medic nin and 2 jonin burst into the room. Kakashi pinned Sasuke against the wall, his voice the roughest he'd ever heard. Never in my life have I seen. Against my own teammate. What are you thinking? What did I tell you? He blinked in surprise at this development. And then he remembered that his sensei had always believed the Uchiha prodigy could do no wrong. The chakra pool in his hand dissipated, his hands resting on his knees, his breathing heavy, the blood pounding in his ears. A Chunin who looked like he'd just run a marathon with Might Guy and Rock Lee poked his head in the door and cleared his throat. The Go Ikenban wants to see Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto immediately. He crossed his arms and pouted, not at the advice, not at the advice. The grip on his arm tightened. Kakashi turned and threw the Uchiha to the floor, his gaze still unwavering. Too fast. They must have sensed the chakra, or they've been watching us this whole time. Kurenai cursed, unladylike, no choice. She looked down at him. He noted with interest that her face had turned a pale white. Come on, Naruto. She replied curtly, remember to be polite and watch your words. And for Kami's sake, don't act like you're being controlled by the Kyuubi. Sakura didn't hear a word. He narrowed his eyes and asked innocently, Nani? When did I do that? They let Kakashi and Sasuke go first. Kakashi reluctantly led Sasuke, his hand firmly on his shoulder. Sasuke didn't look up. Goading the Uchiha Saiyan hadn't gone far enough. In fact, goading wasn't even following the rules. The goal of the teasing was to elicit a response, and then talk and or knock some semblance of normalcy and humility into his former friend. The plan would have worked if not for that damned cursed seal. That burst of laughter in the boardroom proved them wrong, the Jonin remarked dryly. But don't worry, you have people who vouch for your sanity. A pat on the shoulder made it clear she was only half joking, but it didn't reassure him. Give him a dirty look, you Jonin gossip too much. Sakura, out of the blue, grabbed his arm. Naruto, wait. A small piece of paper was pressed into his palm. Curious, he unfolded it and saw large, girlish handwriting. Genin meet at Akamichi barbecue tonight at 7 o'clock. He looked up. The girl had disappeared. Kurenai, thankfully, wasn't making jokes about young love, extolling the power of youth, or asking if he was okay. Her steps were rhythmic, her sandals and feet clicking, giving him time to think. Should he go or not? The rest of the Rookie 9 and Team Guy had likely debated the matter for a while. Perhaps Ino's father's words had been the catalyst for his acceptance of his invitation. He shouldn't have gone just to rub it in their faces that he wouldn't help them in their time of need, just as they wouldn't help him in his. But in the end, he knew he would anyway. Loneliness hurt him far more than he could ever admit to the world, and he missed friends his own age with whom he could talk about stupid things like girls, jutsu, and his goals in life. And he definitely wouldn't admit it to the world, but he missed Shikamaru. The threat of Ibiki's torture might make him relent, but the thing was, he'd been a little too harsh with this Nara. Guilt gnawed at him from the inside, demanding action. And it was precisely that guilt that made him want to go to the barbecue bar. Stop kidding yourself, you're desperate. Plain and simple. The shadow of his Jonin sensei and teammate on the floor shrank. Chidori was a deadly B-rank technique, and how close he'd been to death. If not for the Jonin, would he have died with a hole in his chest, with Sakura's screaming face the last thing he saw in this world? He grimaced, hating the unpleasant thoughts, and swore to himself that if he found himself on the brink of life and death, Sakura would not have the honor of being the last thing he saw before he went to hell, or wherever he went to rest in peace. He didn't want to insult his teammate so harshly, didn't want to emulate Itachi. The suggestion that Itachi's Sharingan Genjutsu had wrought unexpected changes in his mind, either that, or the Kyuubi had taken over his mouth and was slowly corrupting his mind. That, he swallowed, was entirely possible. The memory came flooding back, Sasuke's hand aimed at his upper chest, right above his heart. Hopefully the bastard had the presence of mind to stop before delivering a blow both would have considered fatal. His rasengan had been aimed at Sasuke's right hand, which soon became his own, purely defensively, without any hint of hostility. If the council had seen it, he would have gone unpunished, but if not, so what? Would Jiraiya let him escape? He found himself again in front of the old men in a dark room that smelled of candles, musty perfume, and old men. Two Anbu he didn't recognize, who he assumed were witnesses and observers of the incident, stood just across the room, under the seat of the one-eyed, bandaged man, Danzo. How suspicious was it? Did the Anbu officers report directly to him? Did the others know about it? The double doors closed behind the sensei, and Team 8 began introducing themselves with all due courtesy. Instead of Homura or Kaharu, Danzo spoke. Jonin Kakashi. Jonin Kurenai. Anbu ne Karasu. Anbu ne Neko. Genin Sasuke. Genin Naruto. The word, ne, caused some concern. Some of the council leaders raised eyebrows, but they didn't ask any direct questions. Gigi had disappeared, the man had nothing to fear. Unfortunately, only those privy to the village's secrets will be required to discuss this matter. The old man glanced disdainfully at Sasuke. Neko, please escort our precious Uchiha offspring to his quarters and have the Yamanaka examine him. We don't want anything to happen to him. The Anbu bowed. The boy bristled with humiliation and glared at him, but allowed himself to be led away. Now, Danzo continued as the doors opened and closed, let us begin. Based on the report my own ninja gave me, Karasu, I think it would be prudent if you recounted your observations. Behind his beaked mask, the shinobi monotonously recounted the day's events. The Anbu robe wasn't standard armor, but rather exposed his bare midriff, which was highly illogical. The detailed report was so blunt that he couldn't help but listen. Only a few things stood out from the sea of monotony. Those unknown, not. Anbu had been spying on him all day. Jiraiya was a gap in the constant surveillance, but that was all. His privacy was exposed and on display to everyone he disliked. Staring into space, he hated the feeling. The masked nin finished his report and bowed again before disappearing into the shadows. The first man in the stands to speak was a fat, big-boned Akamichi, thundering, "I don't believe you, Hitaki. I had my doubts, but I kept them to myself because we all believed in the noble intentions of the Sharingan no Kakashi, but I'll say them now. What the hell convinced you to teach a genin A B rank technique?" Shuza paused to catch his breath. "No, B rank doesn't matter. I'm worried that you taught a genin an assassination technique. And then that genin uses that power against his teammate." Those in the stands were whispering, and he caught something about being a bad judge. Sensei hunched over, hands in his pockets, an indifferent expression, but he was sure that deep down, Kakashi felt something. "Do you have anything to say in your defense? Such an oversight would at least strip you of your Jonin sensei rank," Nara Shikaku asked from the back row. "I was trying to teach my student to survive a fight with Sabaku no Gara," the gray-haired Jonin replied calmly. "I also thought this technique would allow him to protect those he loves." Resist the urge to snort. Don't look surprised. You must help your sensei out of this mess. The spectators in the stands exchanged glances. That makes sense. Sabaku no Gara is a Jinchuriki wielding the Ikibi no Shukaku. Ibiki reported signs of mental stability. Yes, but it's no secret that the Uchiha also showed signs of similar symptoms. The cursed seal corrupted him, you heard the report. I personally have never seen black chakra before, it's an unknown element linked to Orochimaru. Rebellion, obedience, and open disrespect for authority, is that what distinguishes our last Uchiha? Danzo waited patiently for a few minutes before clearing his throat. Silence fell over the room. Uzumaki Naruto. He stepped forward, his senses on edge. The Sudaime had warned him about Danzo, but having only glimpsed him, he couldn't know anything beyond Gigi's warnings. Be careful, the head of the once proud Anbu division, nay, has powerful allies in high positions and isn't afraid to use them. It's suspected he trained his own Anbu squads and called the entire NE program the root and foundation of Konoha's power. The man said, smoking his favorite pipe. NE was disbanded, yes, but I believe some illegal activity is still going on under my nose. A staunch patriot of Konoha, he supported aggressive policies toward the village and our neighbors, at one point advocating war. He wanted to turn you into a weapon for Konoha, so he could completely use and control you, but I stood my ground. Gigi smiled kindly at him and ruffled his hair. I managed to convince the council that the will of fire won't burn if you're under his control, and that your faith in Konoha will make you stronger. Don't disappoint me. Alas, he had his will of fire. What was the will of fire? Straight to the point, how did you learn to use the rasengan? He forced himself to keep his hands at his sides and not fold them across his chest, as that was a sign of weakness. Please explain in more detail, old man. Respect your elders, child. Homura said, looking sternly behind his glasses. The rasengan is an A- rank technique created by the Yondaime, and how did you manage to master it so successfully? We specifically ordered Jiraiya not to teach you any techniques. By itself. A playful glint flickered in his eyes. I came up with it on the fly while practicing chakra control exercises, and the thought occurred to me, why don't I turn this into a spin? And it wasn't until I saw Neji Hyuga's Hakusho Kaden that I was able to properly master it. Schadenfreude is just the thing now, it's enough to anger those sitting on the high benches. I was going to call it Uzumaki no Jutsu, but hey, that Toad Sennin told me to call it Rasengan, so I figured, why not? His answer was met with cries of disbelief. Impossible. Without taking his eyes off the crowd in front of him, he said, believe me. He grinned like a cat with a mouth full of rats. And it took 2 months. You dare mock the Yondaime's good deeds. Someone slammed both hands on the balcony, a woman. Mina. Kazama Arashi spent 3 years developing this jutsu, and you say you successfully mastered the Rasengan on your own, in your free time. It took Jiraiya over half a year of non-stop training under a student to achieve this. He suspected the speaker was a shinobi very close to his beloved Yondaime. So Kami help me if you're telling the truth. You see, my dear friend. If what you said is true, then Naruto must have begun advanced chakra control exercises at the age of 10. We all know that's impossible, since the academy only teaches leaf chakra exercises. It's the Yukai inside him. I'll bet my left eye that Yukai is teaching that boy. But he wasn't really listening, focused on the clerical error. She said, Mina. That name. It doesn't quite fit. Several council members flinched at the utterance of that half-word. They weren't exactly good at such subtleties. So, Kazama Arashi was a pseudonym. His cocky grin widened as the shouting continued, reveling in the chaos. Someone in the shadows soothed him in a high, venomous voice. Calm down, that's exactly what that demon boy wants, to irritate you. There's no other way to explain it. Jiraiya gave us his word that he taught the child nothing, and we know a man like him isn't one for laughs. In fact, Ebisu was preparing Uzumaki for the final exams. The man replied, we'll have to face the facts. The head of the family, a civilian, shouted, you believe this nonsense? Even you have to strain your common sense for this nonsense. I won't let him tarnish Arashi's good name. He thought about how many cursed and sad memories this council meeting was stirring up from the depths of everyone's memories. Kazama has performed many miracles, everyone agrees with you. You are an honorable man, so act accordingly. This boy may also be very intelligent, the academy was clearly biased. Finally, after 5 minutes of poking and salting the scars of memory, Danzo stood and tapped his cane on the wood. Attention, attention. The noise died down. Obviously, Uzumaki is telling the truth. Colleagues, we have already concluded that our Jinchuriki is a master of his craft, he is here only to confirm our suspicions, and our goal has been achieved. The elders obediently composed themselves, some casting scathing glances at him. On another matter, he said, instantly on guard. The former head of Anbu, he didn't sound particularly cheerful. After a thorough investigation by my special ninja, I have learned that you assisted the late Hokage in sensitive matters concerning the village. His heart sank. Danzo knew from his spies that he was assisting the Hokage with paperwork. Damn, a shuffling of feet, then a sharp jerk, his thoughts racing a mile a minute. Time, he needed more time. Can you prove this? Accusation. A slight, polite smile. My spies are willing to undergo a mental walk. Jiraiya told us this as if it were a matter of course. I'm sure you can imagine our shock. The bandaged man smiled serenely, evoking no emotion. The smile slid off his face like oil on water. Jiraiya. What? Fuck. What? The hell? Some 50-year-old guy ratted him out. That damn Sennin. Mentally slamming his head against the wall. Bang, 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 Kami, Jiraiya probably didn't even know what secrets he was giving away. This was a disaster. Okay, think about it, Naruto, you have the ability to somehow slip through these difficult moments in the last minutes, you can come up with something. But the ball is in there, his enemies, court now, and they are armed with information, the most powerful weapon in the arsenal, which can explode. Danzo has spies, this Nei he mentioned in passing, who seemed to be part of Anbu. Why would he talk about Nei if the organization is illegal and disbanded? He is also unknown, he doesn't know whose side he is on or whether he is getting his own twisted benefit from it. He was backed into a corner. You damn toad, I'll get you for this. If all else fails, play dumb, he said, his smile widening, tensing his facial muscles and baring his fangs. Yeah, I was the one who approved of numerous improvements in the village, especially those that led to our economic superiority over all the other villages. He folded his arms. And, well, since I no longer work there since Gigi left, I hope you'll find permanent employees and clerical workers to handle all the inner city affairs. The key was big words and euphemisms, sincerity dripped from his lips, sour and poisonous. Well, maybe that was a bit too bright and cheerful. Oh well. That's right, you bastards, see if I deny anything. Silence. His answers to questions were usually met with extremes, stunned silence or loud indignation. Several minutes passed without action. He waited patiently, but it seemed the situation was reaching a stalemate. Complacency, was he any good? Danzo, that major political player, was dispassionate. He knew what the old man wanted, his goal was to curry favor with the Jinchuriki for the future. Only that could explain his decision to dismiss Uchiha Sasuke so early. That's right, it was a big game, and his life was at stake. I think that's enough enlightenment for today, Danzo said, with grudging approval. I declare the meeting closed. And the members of the Go Ikenban began to rise, stretch, converse casually, cast one last withering glance in his direction, and leave. His neck was stiff from throwing his head back for so long, but it was a small price to pay. He had won today's battle, splendidly. Naruto, come on, let's go. A soft female voice called from behind him, Kurenai-sensei. Damn, all Jonin are unreadable. She gently pushed him toward the double doors, wanting to get out of the stuffy room more than he did. Unfortunately, not everything was done yet. Uzumaki, one moment, Danzo said. He stopped and looked over his shoulder. The council elder dictated, remove your mask. Karasu of the Anbu stepped out of the shadows. A boy his age stood beneath a porcelain raven, bearing a frightening resemblance to Sasuke. He had jet black hair and pale, marble white skin. His gaze was indifferent to the world. Danzo looked at him with something akin to pride. My most promising operative from Nei. The pale boy nodded briefly, and a question flashed through his mind. Why was Danzo sharing such information with him? Greetings. Konnichiwa Uzumaki Naruto. My name is Sai. The boy smiled, closing his eyes and pursing his lips, causing a shudder to run through him, and bowed at the waist at a right angle. I hope we see each other soon. Enough, the old man commanded. Come on, we have to go. The boy smiled one last time and disappeared into the shadows again. He didn't like it at all. That smile was insincere and false. It almost made him sick. Kakashi opened the door, letting Kurenai and himself in first. A ninja devoid of emotion could never be taught to smile sincerely. Who was Nei? The rest of the day passed uneventfully and in relative peace, until dinner with the genin. Why had Ino's father convinced the rookie 9 to take him back? Had Inoichi peered into his head? If so, what did he see? His steps slowed, and he looked up. Akamichi's barbecue was famous for its generous portions, and inside, crumpled invitation in hand, he looked around. Tables, chairs, food, where were the others? The vast space was bustling with life, people pushing and shoving him, making it hard for him to stay on his feet. He grimly wondered if anyone would want to serve him food, as this was his first time in a restaurant other than Ichiraku. The place was surrounded by the smell of fresh meat in sauce, a hot fire, and hot waitresses, even if they were casting rather disdainful glances at him. He stomped his foot childishly on the ground, and if these people pulled him to his feet just to set him up, he. Hey, Naruto. Come here. Deep down, he sighed, and a weight lifted from his shoulders. He turned toward the corner where the genin were reserving tables and ordering food. Hey, guys. How are you? He said, casually greeting with 2 fingers and scanning the tables for an empty seat. Deciding to act neutrally towards Shikamaru, as if the conversation had never happened, he walked past the Nara and sat down next to Lee and the rest of Team Guy. He watched them like a detached outsider, well, not quite. It was amazing how jubilant his comrades were, how comfortable he felt among them, as if he had never left. He tried to catch Sakura's eye, hiding behind the bickering Ino and Tenten, but she was busy talking to Sasuke, who ignored her. The arrogant boy exuded an icy aura. Don't talk to me, don't touch me, don't engage in any conversation with me. It was icy, much colder than what he usually emanated. The order forms were handed out, and he realized he'd have to spend his already meager savings on food. Damn, now I regret coming here. The whole point of dealing with people is to keep up with them, mentally, physically, and financially. Damn. Luckily, the bills wouldn't arrive until the end of the month, and Gama-chan wasn't hungry yet, so he better not overeat and suddenly indulge in luxurious tastings, otherwise he'd be left without power and water again. Impatiently biting his lower lip, he scanned the menu, looking for the cheapest dish, not counting the appetizers. Ramen. Figurines. After ordering and watching the hot waitresses leave, he lazily stretched his legs and lazily stretched like a cat. Jiraiya heard about my fight with Gaara from Gai-sensei, and his big heart must have touched me, so he agreed to take me along on his quest. Fuzzy eyebrows recounted his adventures with Jiraiya, whose name now left a sour taste in his mouth, to his teammates, every step, every breath, every breakfast, down to his hand gestures. And the Konoha Anbu girl in the cat mask who risked her life to warn us about Orochimaru. Slightly alarmed, he nudged the older man to silence him. It was quite a sensitive secret, but alas, it was too late. The other genin at the other 3 tables heard, and a predatory glint lit their eyes. He wasn't joking when he suggested that information was the greatest weapon. Surprisingly, Sasuke spoke first. Don't mention his name. He represents strength and ambition. He hissed softly, his eyes darting to the side, as if expecting hubby Tem to leap out of the shadows and do something heinous, like resurrect the dead Hokage. Ino leaned forward from the table and rested her chin on her hand. He's the one who killed the Sudaime, right? The rest of the table visibly flinched. That man is terrible, Hinata quietly said, taking an order from a passing waiter. I saw their battle during the invasion. Black chakra swirled around Orochimaru. Sakura choked on her glass of water. Yeah, but we still have 2 more members of Hirazen's team, right? Jiraiya's in the village, so all we can do is wait for Tsunade Senju, Tenten stated. Tsunade's not coming back. Jiraiya wanted her to become Hokage, but she refused and only agreed to heal me, Lee corrected her, placing his bandaged hand on her shoulder in a reassuring tone. Glancing around nervously, he realized it was too crowded to discuss such information. The adults had probably anticipated this conversation and had the good sense to guard against it. Under the table, he crossed his fingers and hid. We don't need her. Jiraiya is still with us. Mother told me he's the strongest of the 3, Kiba shouted from the far platform. Tenten turned and countered, strength isn't everything. Tsunade's medical skills would be very useful in the village right now. What would Jiraiya do? Another voice spoke through a mouthful of potatoes. Well, Asuma-sensei mentioned that the village council might just force her to return. Maybe not as Godime, but I suppose as head of the hospital. Really? Kiba asked. You're lucky, Kurenai-sensei only mentioned that the council will have to choose a new Hokage sooner or later, or the daimyo will do it himself. And the conversations broke into small groups again. The genin returned to their tables, instead of sounding like a unit, guessing and making educated guesses. Deep down, he was happy. Finally, he knew what his fellow genin would be begging for. Lee, standing next to him, clapped him manfully on the shoulder. Speaking of senseis, I was thinking that we could revive our sensei's competition tradition. We could have a duel when I get better. I wonder how I'd fare against the one who defeated Neji. Of course, although I don't see why it should concern our senseis, he replied through a mouthful of instant noodles. The boy tilted his head. Wouldn't that be interesting? Gai-sensei and Kakashi-san's techniques are so different, yet so compatible, that their duels always turn out to be truly exciting and dynamic. A pause. His face changed somehow, the smile disappeared, and it became not reserved or subdued. It became softer. Then I'm not your man. I know Guy trained you a lot, but in my group, Sasuke is Kakashi's student, not me. He never taught me anything beyond the basics. Ugrimov's disappointment was beginning to show, but it vanished like lightning, and he grinned, baring his fangs. Well, he's just too lazy to teach more than one child. His bushy eyebrows rose. Is it okay to talk about your sensei like that? For someone like Rock Lee, insulting high-ranking, respected figures probably made the list of, if I really did that, I'd run around Konoha 500 times over in retaliation. The guy mimicked Mini Guy, and that was enough. A slight shrug. Well, he's super cool, with that Sharingan and 1,000 of his techniques, but he's a terrible teacher. And if he wants to play favorites with Mr. I'm as cold as a fish, then he's just wasting his time calling himself the future Hokage's mentor. Out of the kindness of his heart, he refrained from mentioning that Uchiha had tried to use Chidori on him earlier that day. Casually gripping the back of the bench, he added, I've taken my training into my own hands, and if he thinks I'm just another genin who'll simply accept the circumstances, he's in for more trouble. But you're special, aren't you? Lee's voice dropped to a stage whisper. Everyone in the village spoke of you in some kind of coded language. Like the elder ninja, they watch their words, but we genin hear them. You saved the village from Suna's giant monster using a different type of chakra. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were their special agent, especially given that stunt you pulled off. And it's no secret you've been summoned to the Go Ikenban many times. Now that was a nice alternative to his predicament, which was completely wrong. I'm curious too, Neji said, shamelessly eavesdropping on the conversation. My Byakugan has never seen anything like your red chakra. Is there a bloodline restriction in your family, too? That summoning beast was huge, a scroll from my parents. Chopsticks deftly snatched up a small piece of meat. Laughter. My parents. My family. Your guess is as good as mine, though it's unlikely. Kiba, sitting on the other side of Lee, caught the thread of the conversation. I wondered about that too. After the exam, I tried looking up the name Uzumaki and found the Uzumaki clan in Uzu no Ki, a country destroyed many years ago, before we were born. So I asked my parents if you were the only survivor of that clan, but they didn't say anything. A buzz of insects could be heard in the background. I was also looking for information about the Uzumaki clan. They have no bloodline, and their last survivor is Uzumaki Kushina, the princess of that line, but she was too young to have a child our age. And from the photo, you looked nothing like her. My father refused to provide any further information. Wow. It was a very peculiar, somewhat flattering feeling, to find myself the object of curiosity. And a little unnerving. And even a little wary. He noticed the tables had quieted. Momentarily perplexed, he was stunned. For most of his life, he had been infamous not only as one of the academy's most unfortunate students, but also as the village's most notorious prankster. Beyond that, no one noticed his antics or gave him a second thought. But after defeating one of the village's strongest newcomers, curiosity had peaked, and then surprise, as they realized, in their own strange and unexpected way, that he was mysterious. With a playful flick of his wrist, he cheerfully confirmed, bingo. Exactly, Shino. Uzumaki-san was my guardian in my early years, after I was kicked out of the orphanage at age 2. She looked after me for about 6 years. Kushina was a teenager at the time, 15 or 16 years old, with long, flowing red hair that reached her waist. She held herself with great dignity, a true princess of noble birth. She hated him. Naruto. Earth for Naruto. She blinked, then smirked. Sorry, just reliving the memory. He pressed the heel of his hand to his head, twisting the bandage around his neck. Kiba rolled his eyes and asked impatiently, so why did she suddenly stop courting you? She died. Killed in the first assassination attempt. Before she died, she gave me her last name. I became Uzumaki Naruto. He still remembered. She lay in the middle of the kitchen, blood flowing from a fatal wound in her chest and from her mouth, like the dead heroines in the detective stories she led. Kunai were scattered across the walls. The Hokage stood outside, barking orders to the Anbu guards. Her breath hitched, she laughed hoarsely and cleared her throat. Uzumaki Naruto. I call you Uzumaki Naruto. Make the ghosts of my ancestors proud, little girl. Wide eyes darted to the two black masked ninja. One sat on the table, hunched over like a pincushion, the other lay on the wet carpet, his head barely hanging on his neck, clutching his skin, eyes still open, brimming with bloody tears. Wide eyes turned back to the redhead. Why? He croaked, kneeling over her, careful not to touch her. Why did you save me when you could have just left me to die? The assassins didn't need Kushina-san, they were ordered to eliminate the threat posed by the Jinchuriki. The answer came slowly, and it was clear the older girl was debating whether to reveal this information or keep it close to her heart. Finally, she smiled helplessly and licked the blood from her lips. I don't know, my body just moved. Itself. With her last raspy breath, she died of blood loss and cardiac shock. Uzumaki Kushina was a Chunin, the princess of the Whirlpool country, and this was how the mighty fell. The Sadaime had ordered her to care for him like an older sister cares for a younger brother, as long as both, whose deaths were sought by different people, escaped, but she had taken the order unkindly. 6 years had been a time of abuse, neglect, and a generous dose of Stockholm Syndrome. In the end, everything worked out. A mutual, extremely twisted respect had developed between them. In the end, Kushina died lying on her back in the middle of the kitchen floor, without a goodbye or a single regret. Kiba visibly stuttered. Oh. Sorry. The entire group avoided his gaze, fiddling with whatever they had, the hems of their shirts, their weapons, their fingers. He waved it off, hating awkward apologies. No, you didn't know, he said, breaking the silence as he devoured his noodles. After 2 minutes of unsuccessful attempts to start a conversation, the genin slowly but surely pulled themselves together and successfully steered the conversation onto safer, less awkward ground. They asked him no more questions. Sighing slightly, thank goodness for these small blessings, he looked up from his bowl. He focused back on the conversation, which was growing increasingly heated. Otogakure are still our known enemies. I heard that Suna surrendered to the Oto Nin, fled the scene, and returned to their village. To this day, no one knows where she is. We weren't pursuing them. I heard that the ninja we sent never returned, he glanced sideways, for dramatic effect. They were probably captured and brought to the base for those experiments Orochimaru is conducting. He snorted. This wasn't a conversation, it was time for a story. Are you basing this on fact or fiction, Ino Pig? He returned his attention to the remains of his meal. Do you have anything to offer, forehead? He challenged. She snorted. Actually, yes. She then slumped and looked around uncertainly. But it would be better if Naruto explained, he knows more. He looked up at her, his expression puzzled. You know, she explained hastily, Sasuke's brother. His eyes lit up. Oh, yes, Ida. Shut up, Naruto. Dead silence. Fury, a heat in his stomach, that was all. He had had a terrible day, and he'd be damned if he was going to let himself be treated like a subordinate in front of his peers. He leaned across the table, glaring at the Sharingan wielder, and growled. Damn it, Sasuke, this isn't just your stupid pride. All the Jonin know, and most of the Chunin. And this isn't something you should hide from. I'll make it easy for you, the other boy interrupted. If you don't shut up right now, I'm going to attack you. To prove his point, he pushed back his chair. The cold aura intensified tenfold. And for a moment, he wanted to stand up and shout, get it. His hand even slid to his hip bag, an automatic reaction. But damned logic prevailed. He found himself in the middle of a restaurant at its busiest hour, full of innocent bystanders, chairs, tables, and customers. The consequences could be devastating, the building could burn to the ground, knowing this guy's love of fire jutsu. And the blame would undoubtedly fall on his shoulders, he really didn't want to pay for property damage right now. And of course, the Uchiha couldn't have done anything wrong. This Rasengan Chidori thing had profoundly changed something in the dynamic of Team 7. Sasuke wasn't acting like a typical asshole, he was a massive pain in the ass shoved a foot away. Team 7 had taken a terrible right turn. Where did it all go wrong? The other genin, who had been waiting with bated breath, widened their eyes. He sank even lower in his chair and said nothing more, seething with anger. This conversation later ended the meeting on a very sour note. The knowledge that the others were holding something back made it difficult to offer anything of their own. Gradually, the last remnants of food were consumed, and the genin began to disperse in small groups, quietly agreeing that if they managed to gather anything new or useful, they would reconvene. After waiting for the others to leave, Sakura turned to him and said, "Couldn't you have been kinder to him, or at least more considerate? Sasuke-kun has already been through so much, he just met his family's killer." A very sour note, he said, kicking pebbles into the gutters. On the other hand, the event had gone even better than he expected. So, hands in his pockets, and with no clear plan for the rest of the day, he let his feet carry him wherever he could in the village and pondered existence. And the solar system. And facial hair. And Shino's insects. And whether Anbu would be waiting at his door when he returned home with an arrest warrant. He pondered the future and the past, the trivial pursuits of mice and men. And he thought about how the days were getting shorter, autumn was just around the corner, and then came the cold winter, an interesting time for ninja. The snow offered new and interesting forms of camouflage, but it also created new and challenging problems. Oh well. Challenging new problems seemed to be the theme this year. Before becoming a genin, one year was as meaningless and dreary as the previous ones, and life changed little, only his approach changed throughout his childhood. One year he defiantly refused to pay attention to them. They ignored him, he paid them back in kind. And the next year he regretted it, because, determined to prove everyone wrong by succeeding, he tried to teach himself what he had deliberately ignored the first time, in order to learn new lessons. His legs carried his body to Ichiraku, where, in clouds of steam from the ramen soup, old man Tuki, ladle in hand, greeted him joyfully, "There you are. Ayame-chan has completed a small errand for me. Are you hungry?" He declined, but jumped up on a stool. "No, I already ate something." The ramen cook said nothing, but only turned to his pot and whistled a tune. Darkness thickened over the civilian population, it gave everything that was usually festive and firefly-catching an air of nightlife. The world outside the humble ramen shop had been quiet lately, the invasion had put Konoha's residents on edge, so people stayed home, locked their doors, bolted them, and chained them, fortifying their walls. The changes were subtle. Tired ninja children, constantly drilled by their parents, who even developed a training program for the academy students. How to run, how to kill, how to survive. "I was invited to dinner with the other genin," he explained. They were talking about Uzumaki-san. Tuki paused for a moment, stirring the dough, but then continued. "Do you want to talk about it?" he asked cautiously. Kushina was a sore subject even for the ramen bar owner, having been the reason the Jinchuriki and the ramen chef had met. But the girl was a teenager and misunderstood many things. "No. But it was unpleasant, I relived some memories," Tuki clicked his tongue sympathetically. Like when he was 4, in the dead of night, during an unusually long and cold winter. The villagers either huddled outside, bundled up in thick layers, or sipping hot tea inside. He was dressed in scant rags, shivering in the wind, wiggling his blue-black toes against the icy steps, having been outside for 2 hours already. Hesitantly, he raised his hand, slowly flexed his numb fingers, and knocked twice. Covering his mouth with his hands, "Uzumaki-san. Uzumaki-san. I'm sorry. Gomenasai. Gomenasai." He sobbed, tears streaming from his eyes, snot from his nose, everything frozen. "Let me in. Please, let me in. I don't want to die." The door opened an inch, a red-haired teenage girl peered out. "Have you learned your lesson?" she asked in an indifferent voice. "Yes. Please, I won't do this again. Please, let me in." He rushed to the opening, greedily gulping down the blessed warmth that poured out, but the door slammed in his face, his nose bruised. For a few seconds, in the howling wind of ice and snow, he stared in horror, and then he redoubled his efforts, pleading, throwing himself toward the closed door that was his only hope for warmth. "No. Please, it's so cold in here. Boom boom, Uzumaki-san. I won't do it again. Boom, I'm so sorry. Boom, I'm so sorry." Panic, the girl had never kept him outside for longer than 2 hours, had he really made such a terrible mistake? "Uzumaki-san. I'm so cold. Boom boom, I don't want to die. Boom, I don't want to." Slamming the door desperately one last time, he slid down and lay down in the snow, hugging his legs to his chest. The windows were illuminated by a yellow light, so close and yet so far away. He rocked back and forth, whining and shivering. Was this the meaning of his pathetic existence, to grovel and crave the ordinary comforts that everyone else took for granted? Snowflakes from his eyelashes flew onto his cheeks. 5 minutes later, almost to the point of death, the door creaked open again. He peered over his shoulder and blinked, seeing the silhouette of a long-haired girl with her hand on her hip. "Well, you're not coming in?" she asked hotly. "Don't you dare wet my furniture." Rising carefully and quickly brushing the snow from his pink skin, he trudged into the house and headed toward the warm heather. Kushina muttered as she passed, tossing her red hair over her shoulders, "Consider yourself lucky you look so much like him, Otherwise I would have left you there to freeze to death, just like you should have. Him. The Yondaime. He looked so much like the Yondaime. He said firmly, it's not your fault. The chef approached and playfully ruffled his hair. You need to forget the past and look to the future, to a better place. Thank you, I suppose, he said with a weak smile. Chuki slipped something under his arm, a clay crane with a broken wing, still flapping pitifully, and a chopstick. He held it up to the light to check. It's quick. He twirled the chopstick on his finger, looked around, no spies, and carved a password into the clay. The crane unfurled, revealing a message. Sound 5. Sound 5. 5. A warning about Otogakure. He didn't know what to do. A week later, in the midst of Kenjutsu training with Neko-chan, he was called back into the courtroom, where an air of urgency permeated the room, completely unlike his usual coldness. Shikamaru was there, too. Startled, he nodded briefly to Nara, who quickly returned the gesture. They stood close, but not too close, close enough to know they weren't alone. The Chunin exam judges have discussed and approved the promotions of Shikamaru Nara and Naruto Uzumaki to Chunin. You both impressed the judges with your strategic thinking and ability to reason in complex situations, as well as your skills. Kaharu tossed them 2 Chunin flak jackets. We hope you won't regret your decisions, and that you both will represent and protect Konohakagure with all your might. Do you agree? Note to self, remove flak jacket. 2 simultaneous, hi. Alright, and without further ado, your new assignment. 2 scrolls flew from her hand. Shikamaru deftly unrolled his and studied the contents for a few seconds before rolling it back up. He peered through his own, damn it, listening to the council elder. Uchiha Sasuke has been kidnapped by 4 Oto ninja. We suspect they will take him alive to Orochimaru, as he is merely encased in a wooden coffin. Their skill level is unknown, but they possess a seal similar to the one Sasuke currently wears. Homura continued as his former teammate sat down. Without their seals, we consider them Chunin level, but with the seals fully activated, they gain Jonin level abilities in their final stages, allowing them to defeat 2 Konoha Jonin on a team. Since our forces are small and dispersed, we want you to assemble a group of genin of your choosing to stop them. Nara Shikamaru will become the cell leader thanks to his tactical skills. Do you understand all of this? Hi. This mission is classified as A rank. If you complete it successfully, you will receive an A- rank salary. Dismissed. They both bowed and left the room. It had all been a complete disaster. He woke up alone. For the millionth time, he tried to analyze where it all went wrong, and for the millionth time, he gave up. It had all been a complete disaster. The rain poured down hard, finally coming down, and the drops hit his face like tiny pinches. It poured and poured, he lay on his back, his arms and legs crooked, and if he tilted his head back, he could see the stern faces of Shodai and Uchiha Madara, majestic and incongruous. Should they bid him farewell? The roar of the waterfall, mixed with the tinkling of the falling rain, was soothing, and the water cooled his body after using the Kyuubi's powers. Catharsis. The Yuki burned his body, but he was shaking, the cursed seal on his stomach continued to pulse, the demon trying to escape, but he wouldn't let it. This was punishment for using red chakra so quickly and in such large quantities, before his body had time to heal from the last episode. The Kyuubi was bursting to escape. But he wouldn't let it, wouldn't let it, wouldn't let it. He couldn't move. His chest ached, breathing was difficult, his lungs sucked in air greedily, wheezing like a fish washed ashore. Unwilling to look down, he knew the hole in his chest was a tunnel, visible through the fist-sized hole, past skin, flesh, lungs, bones, and back again. Blood washed away in the rain, his clothes soaked in a diluted pink liquid, and life and blood were leaking out. He couldn't use his fox powers, his body would explode if he used them again. That was it, he would die alone, numb and unable to feel anything. The cold and heat were leaving his body along with the blood. He looked up at the sky, his eyelids heavy, but he tried to keep them open. Damn. Hubby. Tem. A dream. He was carried in a small blanket, pressed tightly to a woman's chest. Ka-san. Ka-san. He whispered, but was silenced. The woman had dirty white hair and blue eyes, and 2 streaks of tears ran down her cheeks. The Iwa ninja were chasing them, his young mind was trying to comprehend the situation. Understand, his entire clan had been punished for treason, all but a few lucky ones had escaped. He didn't know where the survivors were or if they would ever see them again. Oka-san, hide. After days of running, the woman could run no longer and finally gave up at the edge of the border between Kusa and Hyu. She laid him down in the bushes and hastily placed a seal on his forehead. The woman brushed back his bangs and kissed his forehead. My dear son, my Minato-kun, you are Namikaze, from Suna and Iwa, you will be great. Tilting her head to the side, she said, Hi, Oka-san. The woman stood up, and so did he, frightened. In the distance, chakra flares echoed. 5 from the north, 2 from the south. The woman pushed him back into the bushes. Okaa-san. Where are you going? They're still behind you. Her forehead touched his, and he saw his mother's face for the last time. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, dull but full of despair, and her lips pressed into a straight line. Her body must have been exhausted. Neither of them had eaten for a week. Their reserves were running low. Gomen, you're too young to have experienced these horrors. Dear Minato-kun. Don't forget. Survive. Live. She folded her arms and touched his neck. He woke up on crisp white sheets smelling of dry cleaning, beneath a beautiful sunrise and a window overlooking an unfamiliar city. Looking around, he spotted a man in the shadows. Compressed chakra rolled off him in waves. The man was dressed in standard green shinobi attire, but with a long red vest. He had voluminous, almost white hair, tangled and falling down his back. 2 red strands ran across his face. The man held a notebook and pen, his gaze full of danger, but his smile held nothing but kindness. Hello, kid. My name is Jiraiya. Welcome to Konohakagure. The chirping of 1,000 birds still rang in his head. The rain poured down in torrents, cleansing his soul with moisture and cold. The Yondaime had cast the rasengan. He retained the Yondaime's memories of the Third Shinobi War against Iwa, but he knew he wasn't the Yondaime. After all, the Yondaime was gone. What if I? He sighed, realizing he wasn't thrilled with the idea of the Yondaime. And there was something else about names. Kazama Arashi was a pseudonym, so. He slowly came to his senses, sensing in the chaotic movement of the Yuki swirling around him another presence approaching him. Someone from Oto or Konoha, either way it's too late. I'm going to die. He sighed, a little water entering his mouth, he felt so tired. Rain dripped into the hole in his chest, but his body had long since lost consciousness, and he assumed it was from shock. Someone sniffed the ground. There he is, Kakashi, the dog, Pakun muttered. Good job, Uchiha, huh? Sensei ran up. Kami. Naruto. The Junin blocked out the gray sky, and his cold fingers reached for his jugular vein, checking his pulse. Naruto. Opening his eyes, he stifled a cough and croaked, Ohio, sensei. The world spun around him. I smell a snake. I think Orochimaru took Sasuke, Pakun's hoarse voice came. Gloved hands pressed to the wound on his chest. I'm so sorry, Naruto. He blinked. Chidori to the chest. And he coughed, something warm and metallic tasting escaping his mouth. Proud of him. I'm sorry, but I failed. He's gone with the hubby Tem. No, the voice sounded so far away, he knew his time here was coming to an end. I never wanted this to happen. Naruto, his teacher was still speaking. Everything felt underwater to him, the voices so distant, the throbbing in his stomach weak, but it was there, beating in unison with his weak heart. Are you proud of me? Rain poured down on his face. Birds are chirping. He gathered the last of his energy to turn his head and look straight into the face hidden by the mask. Gomen, I'm too tired, and then he was at a loss. I feel, he stopped muttering and heard silence again. Another bloody cough. He thought about the dream and his suspicions. No, sensei. Kakashi slowly lifted him by his back and legs, and once he had gained his footing, the man began to run. Who? The wind blew into his face, and he shuddered involuntarily. Who is Namikaze Minato? The last of his strength had been devoted to this question, and now he had nothing left. Before losing consciousness, he saw Kakashi lower his head and look at him, his one eye filled with shock. They continued to move. Leaves brushed his cheek, trees appeared and disappeared, as if in some fleeting dream. This is all your fault. His voice whispered. I hope you're happy. His head fell back, his eyes closed, he wanted to die. Naruto. His eyes flew open. Kakashi was no longer carrying him, but holding him tightly by the left arm. He lay on a stretcher carried by 2 fleeing medics, his body covered with a blanket, slowly bleeding. Sakura lay on his right, leaning over him, her large green pupils brimming with tears. They were all running through the forest, along a rutted dirt road, they must be somewhere near the village. Naruto. What happened to Sasuke-kun? Is he here? The medical ninja were consulting with his Jonin sensei about his condition, fussing with supplies. We need to get to the emergency room. Time is running out. Intensive care. Why? The council threatened exile and execution if he died. I don't know why. They didn't risk it. Connect the monitors, you idiots. I need to check his blood pressure. A sharp pain shot through his arms, and he winced. Rough hands grabbed his forearm. Several soft sensors were taped to his chest. Beep beep. Sakura-chan, he managed. Beep. The girl gasped, touching his face with a small hand. Naruto. Are you okay? Where's Sasuke-kun? Her eyes widened with worry, but for whom? Beep. Beep. He squinted, a thin trickle of blood running from the corner of his mouth and down his chin. Beep. Beep. Was she worried about Sasuke? What about him and everything he'd sacrificed? She should have known he'd almost died. Beep. The sound of running feet. Beep. The patter of rain. Beep. The medics entered the Konoha gates. Stand back, head medic, come through, a middle-aged man with glasses muttered, gently pushing Sakura away, his hands glowing a soothing green. Everyone was running, but the ride was smooth, without jolts. Hitaki-san, if you don't mind. A slight, involuntary shudder as the blood-soaked blanket covering him was pulled away. Someone removed his mesh shirt. The medic hissed sympathetically, covering the wound with his hands. Green chakra flowed down his arms and into the wound. Beep. What is this? Sakura gasped and leaned forward, raising her hand over the gaping hole. She looked up at Kakashi-sensei, then shook her head. No. I don't believe it. He looked past her blankly and saw several curious villagers come out into the streets to see what was happening. Some were whispering and pointing at him, shaking their heads, others looked horrified. Beep. Beep beep. The head medic muttered to the silver-haired Jonin. Originally, 5 people were sent. This is the 4th one who came back with injuries like this. Insane. Genin are the heirs of their respected clans, complete insanity. And they failed, didn't they? I don't see any Uchiha anywhere. Easy there, don't move too quickly. You don't want him to fall, do you? Beep. Beep. We need to hurry. Kami, not even the Shunshin works here. Where the hell is Kurata-san? I told him to bring morphine. Beep. Beep. Sakura was hysterical, shaking from side to side, and everything went blurry in his eyes. Sasuke-kun didn't do this to you. Naruto, please tell me he didn't do this to you. Beep. The Uchiha was captured by that snake, right? He left willingly. The healer spat out the last word in disgust. Yakushi-san, it's not your fault, Kakashi consoled softly. No one knew that Kabuto. Beep. 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 Bitterly. Traitor. Like the Uchiha. Only, it seems he was against my village until I found him. People. Get out of the way, we have a patient in critical condition. He stared and stared, his mind nearly blank as he tried to process his teammates' words. Sakura didn't believe him. Naruto, where is Sasuke-kun? Please tell me. You promised to bring him back. You promised me. Beep. Beep. She doubted him, she was selfish, wanting to live only in her own fantasy world. It was just her and her precious Sasuke-kun. His mind sneered. The mind was ignored. Sakura-chan, I'm sorry, he began slowly. Someone placed a mask on him, he could hear his own breathing deeper than ever. Beep. What do you mean we're out of morphine? Useless. Call an anesthesiologist, Eki-san, right now, or I'll report your damn ass to the higher-ups, understood? His vitals are barely stable. He seems to need oxygen. Stay awake, Gaki, or you might not wake up. Let's go. We're slowing down. Baby, try not to cough so much, it's okay, it's going to be okay. Beep. Beep. Open the doors, we've got another one. Go. 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 Lilo was still there, wanting to drink the raindrops, and he threw his head back. The medic's healing chakra slowed the bleeding, leaving a cool sensation like ice on a burn. He coughed and spat out thick red mucus. The man was still talking to Kakashi. There were so many hopes for him too. He took to healing like a duck to water, but he never advanced past Genin level, yet I still cared for him. Now look. Traitor. He closed his eyes, sweat beading in his eyes. I'm trying my best, it's not easy to constantly emit chakra and run at the same time. He's already lost too much blood. Beep. 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 Sorry. Sorry isn't it, Naruto. Why do you make promises you can't keep? Hands grabbed his shoulder and shook him twice before pulling away. This girl was questioning his ninja skills. He wanted her to leave, gritting his teeth, biting his tongue to keep any caustic remark from escaping his lips. No girl should have to endure his rage. It was still hard to breathe, his lungs were still exposed to the world. Closing his eyes, he reminded himself that Sakura was as traumatized by this experience as he was. She couldn't handle the truth, it was a typical way to cope, so it wasn't her fault. But the anger boiling in his chest didn't subside. What are you thinking, Genin? Don't anger him now. You'll only make his condition worse. The entire council is on our backs right now, I don't need that crap. And what about that thing in his stomach? The head doctor hissed. I thought it would help the healing. Beep. 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 I'm not sure, I think because he already used it to stop the Uchiha, and something happened. The Tenketsu are all fried. I felt his chakra mixing with the normal one. A needle was stuck into his arm. IVs. Poor guy, he's been through a lot, hasn't he? Beep. Damn it. His blood pressure's still dropping. He's going into shock. Get out the door. Get to the emergency room, he needs help. Authorized personnel only. His heart rate is slowing. Beep. His eyes started to close, his vision blurring. Naruto. Wait. Please tell me what happened. It was all so tiring. He turned his head to the left and ignored her. Naruto. The voice sounded so far away from him. Beep. Kuso. We're losing him. We're losing. B. He lost consciousness. It was impossible to see his own hand, even if it was an inch from his face. His body was completely healed, everything was fine, walk forward in waist-deep water. Only under these circumstances could he move forward, wandering in the direction he hoped would lead to salvation, his hands outstretched, feeling the void. A low, reverberating roar sounded ahead, reaching deep into his being. Hello. He tried to call out, is anyone there? It was a bad idea. A pair of giant, blood-red eyes hovered in the air above him, glaring at him with all the hatred and malice in the world. The eyes darted forward, illuminating a bloody maw dripping with drool that smoked when it hit the water. He tried to take a step back, but the ground beneath the water held him down, sucking his feet in. The eyes drew closer and closer, revealing the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi looked down at him, bared its teeth, and opened its mouth, getting closer and closer to swallowing him whole. He peered into the maw and saw a deep abyss of darkness and heat. Accept this. It's in your nature. He woke up. His chest was bandaged, and an IV was attached to his arm. He was afraid to move. So far, no pain or soreness from the fight, but who knew what he would feel if he brought feeling back to his motionless body. He was a closet masochist. He tensed his stomach, feeling the places where Sasuke Tem had kicked him screaming. He carefully raised his hand. Damn it, it suddenly weighed 5 tons. You're finally awake, came a cracked voice from his right, with hidden relief. He turned his head, feeling a throbbing pain. Shikamaru Nara, his head resting on his hands, looked at him, his back to the morning sun, making it difficult to see his face. He winced and dropped his hand to the sheets. Hey, how long have I been unconscious? 10 days. 10 days. The longest he'd ever been unconscious was 2 hours. This couldn't be happening. The yukai inside him usually took care of his body, but now it didn't. The seal should be intact, there shouldn't be an enraged demon outside, burning down houses and killing people. So what had happened? His stomach throbbed painfully, and he turned back to the ceiling, to its pleasant emptiness, and groaned, damn. 10 days, the hospital bill must be horribly high, and he couldn't let it grow any bigger. He tried to sit up. Ow. Needles pierced his skin, tingling and pinpointing. Shikamaru stood next to him, supporting his back. Hey, relax. He demanded, don't move. This was humiliating, he couldn't accept any help, for his pride, for Konoha, really. He remained adamant, breaking free from his comrade's embrace. No. Hospital bills. He lowered his head and hissed, I need to leave before I get fined tonight. He coughed, covering his mouth with his hand. Blood, damn it, 10 days, and he was still bleeding internally. The Nara air cursed and rubbed his temples, Mendokus, you stubborn fox. A slow blink, a smirk in response, lazy deer. Another sigh, at least get used to sitting before trying to stand up. The dark-haired boy began placing pillows behind his back, complaining all the while, what I do for you is simply unbelievable. Because you love me, Shika-kun, he chirped, coughing again as he slowly rubbed his bandaged chest. There were traces of red spray on the white hospital sheets. He desperately tried to wipe away the drops. Hands slowly massaged his back in circles. I really don't think you should do this, Naruto, you can barely breathe, another remarked. Still coughing, he waved the comment away and changed the subject. Don't be such a nag. How are the others? The hand on his back slowed for a split second, he understood what was being said. Besides Lee, we had backup from Suna, 3 siblings, Gaara, Tamari, and Kankuro, all 4 are fine. Neji finally stabilized 2 days ago. Apparently, Kitamaru found the Byakugan's blind spot and took advantage of it. Hiyashi Hyuga ordered bodyguards on duty daily. Kiba stabbed himself in the stomach. His sister looked after him and his dog. Choji swallowed his, Sanshoku no Ganyaku, and single-handedly killed Jiroba. Solemnity, shock, he cringed. The Akamichi's special pills, especially the last one, were known in healing circles as Shinigami medicine because they converted all fat into chakra, leaving the user in a debilitated state. If these pills had been taken without immediate action, they would have resulted in instant death. Shikamaru took a deep, shuddering breath. No. My clan managed to counteract the pills' effects, but he's still in the hospital, in a coma. If the antidote had arrived a few seconds later, Choji would have died. His father is there right now. He covered his face with both hands, breathing between them. He nodded curtly, like a sage, unsure how to comfort someone who had nearly lost their best friend. Ah. He played with the sheets, tugging at them with his fingers, smearing the drops of blood into red streaks. Shikamaru was his friend again. He'd never had a true companion at his age, so he didn't know how to comfort someone going through emotional trauma. Most people wouldn't do that. He focused on his arms, surprised that most of the superficial wounds had long since healed, and stole a glance at the boy, only to wince in sympathy. He bit his lower lip and decided, damn it, what else did he have to lose? Unsure of his actions, he hesitantly hugged the boy. To his surprise, the other Chunin leaned toward him and returned the hug, shaking with sobs. My first mission as a Chunin, I was chosen as squad leader. I was too weak. Not only did I fail, but I was also powerless to save those around me. A muffled voice, full of self-flagellation, came through the fabric of his hospital gown. Hey, it's not your fault, he countered. It was an A-rank mission, compressed in time, with practically no information. No one died. In fact, he paused and swallowed, staring at the empty surface of his nightstand where dust was gathering. I failed the mission. Sasuke is still out there somewhere. Shut up. He was stunned and frozen in silence. Shikamaru pulled back and glared at him. It's not your fault, it's Sasuke's fault for leaving. We were supposed to save him, but he chose to turn his back on Konoha. I will give him no mercy. He, the cause of all this, almost killed you. I heard you were dead for 2 minutes. The next time I face him, he will be my enemy. The speech was shocking, to say the least. He had never seen the Nara so determined. Perhaps the boy had been rehearsing this speech in his head, the voice joked. At least he stopped by. Perhaps others had stopped by to check on him while he was gone. A small, crooked smile flickered across his face, and he leaned back against the pillows and rested. Hey. Embarrassed, the other Chunin decided not to meet his gaze. In the comfortable silence, he considered the possible scenarios and decided on his next move. If Choji still hadn't woken up by the time he could generate Yuki, he would offer him the demon's healing chakra. He deserved it. Sakura was officially no longer his property, now a stranger, and unless she first apologized to him for her behavior, for her stupid, selfish, fanatical demeanor, he wouldn't consider her a friend. After all, with Sasuke gone, Team 7 was officially off the mission roster until a replacement could be found. He wanted to talk to Kakashi-sensei about the fragments of the Kyuubi's power floating around in his head. Hopefully, sensei wouldn't take it personally, but there might be some, side effects. He was optimistic. From what he remembered in his days, teetering on the brink of life and death, Kakashi-sensei generally cared about him. Life and death, he was toying with the idea of, what if? If he died, if Jiraiya told the truth, the Kyuubi was released, and then what? He snorted internally. The poor council must have been tormented day and night when he walked into the hospital, threatening the medics, if this boy dies. And when it came to a fight. If he dies. A distant sound rang in his ears, the chirping of 1,000 birds. An Anbu guard wearing a mask depicting an unknown reptile entered the room without knocking. Uzumaki Naruto. You were ordered to report to the Go Ikenban immediately. He glanced at his companion, whose face was grim. The procedure took place in silence, broken only by the sound of shuffling feet. The Anbu wheeled in a wheelchair and carefully carried him from the bed to the apparatus. Shikamaru gently squeezed his hand before he was wheeled out of the room. The wheelchair creaked. The Anbu wouldn't speak to him, so they didn't exchange a word, and the silence made the creaking sounds louder than they should have been. The IV and needle tugged at his arm, following him, but the pain was bearable. They didn't meet anyone along the way. He wrung his hands, swearing that every time the council called on him, a couple of his hairs turned gray. Damn council. The last few times he'd been trapped and cornered by these old dudes, at a disadvantage due to lack of information and his position against his village and comrades in arms. Well, not anymore. If he'd stood up to the world alone as a child, he could do it now. Just don't lose him. Well, he was mentally prepared. The Anbu didn't knock on the door, instead pushing the wheelchair forward. His hands clenched into fists as the double doors slid open. He would show them no mercy. No one dare mess with Uzumaki Naruto. The carriage creaked to a stop. How many times had he encountered these people, explaining himself, revealing his weaknesses and secrets? How many more such incidents would he have to endure in the future? Standing, Danzo tore himself away from his comrade, balancing on his cane. Naruto. Hello again. Their faces were half hidden in darkness, the main source of light coming from torches attached to the stone walls. Esteemed council members, he said sarcastically, for the first time vaguely wondering if this place had once been an interrogation chamber or torture chamber. Why are you calling me? Danzo smiled in response and folded his hands in a gesture of goodwill. I'm sure you're aware of the situation in Konohagakure. Hokage hold a special position in the village, commanding our soldiers and wielding the village's power, overseeing everything and everyone. Candidates undergo a series of tests and qualifications, which we keep secret from each other. But we've been stalling for too long, and the Fire Daimyo has given us an ultimatum. Either we choose the village leader, or he will do it himself. If he decides to do so, the new Hokage will likely come from his own city. Naturally, we don't want to take the first path, and after lengthy negotiations and discussions, we've narrowed down the possible options. Hitaki Kakashi was irrevocably corrupted by his time in Anbu. Senju Tsunade refused the position and disappeared with our scouts. Jiraiya has his own missions outside Konoha to attend to. Oddly enough, his patience snapped. Come on, old man. Why am I here? He bared his lips and growled. One eyebrow rose in mild confusion. Congratulations, Uzumaki Naruto. You have been chosen as Konoha's Godime Hokage. Quote. Nani. His face was completely devoid of emotion. I don't like jokes. That's not a joke. Silence, waiting for his reaction. The other council members remained silent the entire time, staring at him intently, awaiting his answer. He tried not to show his emotions, but inside he was filled with shock. There was no way this council could even imagine. He frowned. The council had always considered him unpredictable and needed stricter control. Was this their way of controlling him? So he could become Hokage. The council could use laws to restrict his movements, and the Hokage is not allowed to leave the village except on diplomatic missions, and in such cases, the leader must have at least 10 Anbu guards. Not to mention the 2-year probationary period a typical Hokage receives when they first start out. He would be a puppet, and the council would keep everything under control. Absolutely not. I'm 13, find someone more experienced. He hid his stunned face behind his mask. When the Nadime died, Hiruzen Sarutobi took up the mantle. The Sandame was 12 years old, came the soft retort. He snorted. If they thought that was a reasonable excuse for such actions, they were fucking crazy. That was during a war, he argued. We are not in a war now. I beg to differ. Enough. Naruto, you have ample experience in this field, everyone in this room knows it. Mitokado Homura stood up. The council has spoken. A ninja such as you must obey the council, your strength is still weak, you lack a solid foundation in the world of laws. He growled, Atucho. He had no clan to support him, no one was his legal guardian except Gigi, who was already dead. Homura tilted his head so that the light reflected momentarily off his glasses. I truly thought you would be honored with this offer. You always shouted that you would become Hokage, ever since you were a child. There was no answer. The ancient law of our founders dictates that the newly elected Hokage must be at least Chunin level. That suits you just fine, doesn't it? His voice was icy. I must say, this is all terribly convenient. His hands gripped the armrests tightly. You can't force someone to take the rank. Who said an unwilling candidate would necessarily make a bad Hokage, The elder bowed his head and corrected. We would have taken the candidate's opinion into account when choosing, but times are tough right now. The people behind him nodded slightly in agreement. And we chose a candidate we all know, one who is currently quite weak, easily dispatched with a single blow. Homura let the words sink in. Don't worry, we all know the candidate only needs a few days to recover, but until then, he is not immune to the dangers that await him. The candidate will also have only a few days to say yes or no before the council makes the choice for him, since he has not answered the questions, according to the Law of Succession, Article 4, Section 12. Rage raged in his gut. If he had the Kyuubi's power, he would unleash it on them for threatening his well-being. On some venerable council, for hinting at his death, damn it, trapped in a corner. This was not going according to plan. He closed his mouth and stared straight ahead. The torches on the walls flickered and danced, his pen dropped to the floor. We have chosen this candidate based on his powers, which, if used correctly, will protect the village, while their abuse could accidentally destroy it. Agree. It was quite a nasty shock for us, the revelation of the candidate's powers, but the council has decided to show mercy and allow the candidate to live freely. But the candidate could become too dangerous, and dangerous creatures, as we all know, must be chained and confined, otherwise everything could explode. Or, excuse me, get out of control. Homura's gaze darted to his. Understood. The crystal, he managed to squeeze out. Wonderful. Then the council will have nothing to fear, since Uzumaki Naruto exists for Konohagakure, right? This statement caused a sudden stab of pain in his collarbone. He almost screamed, but held it in, feeling a hot knife carving a seal into his skin. The feeling was familiar, stronger, and unwanted. He looked at the council in horror. During his stay in the hospital, another loyalty seal had been placed on him, and this time it had been more permanent, leaving a scar on his skin. Bastards. He tried to stand, but the Anbu behind him pulled his shoulders back. I can't believe it. He would have raged further, but a series of heartbreaking coughs stopped his intimidation. How could they? They have no right, they have no right. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the seal entangled itself in a web of discomfort, creeping into his head. Arg. The seal on his chest flared warningly, and he obediently retreated, running his fingers over the uneven skin where the seal was etched. Danzo's face was meek. Can you blame a man who didn't take advantage of a situation? After all, that's what we ninja were trained to do, he asked. One of the back rows coughed softly. Choking from the strain, he slid back into his wheelchair. Right now, he was too weak to confront any of them. The lung damage by the Chidori hadn't fully healed, and his access to the Kyuubi's chakra was still blocked until his inner linings healed from the demonic force. They could truly kill him right now and justify their actions. Why? He croaked. The man bowed his head again. Mind you, all members of the council wish the best for Konohakagure. We will achieve what we believe is best. Our ambitions burn until nothing stands in our way. This is the will of fire. He can't run, he can't hide. And so on. And so on. He resigns himself to his fate. The realization of a new loyalty seal takes much of his strength. He refuses to solve the problem, gripping the armrest so tightly that his knuckles turn white. At this moment, everyone smiles smugly. Excellent. Uzumaki Naruto, the council proclaims you Godime Konohakagure. Protect the village with all your might, with your will of fire, with your life. With you as our leader, we hope Konoha will live long and prosper. He turns free. He doesn't want this at all. But what can he do? The soul within himself is the emperor's friend. Or the most tormenting spy. The enemy could send. Hake no Fuin Shiki, the 8 trigram sealing style. Shisho Fuin, the seal of the 4 symbols. Shiki Fujin, the seal that absorbs the dead demon. Go Ikenban Council. Tenkatsu. Chakra points. Sanshoku no Ganyaku. 3 colored pills. Shirtless and wearing only pajama bottoms, he sat cross-legged in the far corner of the living room. All the windows were boarded up with nails and seals, except for one small one above the sofa, which let in a weak beam of light that fell on the wooden floor a few inches from his feet. He played with the kunai in his hand, tossing it and watching it twirl in the air like performers at a spring festival, then caught it with a reverse grip. He waited for the blood to stop flowing, keeping a towel handy to wipe the rivulets from his back and chest. The familiar heat of chakra slowly crept up to his collarbone, and after a few more seconds, he hesitantly touched the spot. It wasn't wet, but the scars were still there. Check the time, much slower than usual, not good. Removing the skin along with the loyalty seal hadn't worked, and he definitely didn't want to aim for flesh and bone. Throwing the towel aside, he stuck the kunai into the floor, crossed his arms over his chest and pouted. Over the past 5 hours, since he'd finally been discharged from the hospital, numerous ideas had crossed his mind on how to break that damned loyalty seal. Inflicting physical damage, using a chakra force surge, using a standard seal removal technique, but none of them worked. Jiraiya remained silent, either flatly refusing or apparently under Go Ikenban's control. Luckily, during their brief conversation about comparing ramen to women and who was better, a sort of cover from observers, the old man managed to slip several sealing scrolls into his orange vest. The information he provided was only basic and intermediate, but it was enough to give him a real headache. Denying the seal was about as serious as creating it, and his seal was a special case, noticed while staring at the bathroom mirror. Because of his abnormally, supernaturally large chakra reserves, the council had bound the seal not to one person, where it would have been easy to do with the sealer's blood, but to an entire village. And he had no idea how to get out of this mess. A village can't shed blood, right? Is it really necessary to collect blood from every villager? Konoha's inhabitants number in the thousands within its walls, not to mention the fields beyond. There are old people, women, children, babies, jonin. Oh, shit. His face was wiped with dirty hands. So what to do? Does the village have some kind of inner essence or some kind of heart? Never mind the hostility towards Konoha, the seal already burns slightly at the very thought. Back to square one. Jiraiya, that devil, would one day pay for revealing, even unintentionally, secrets he was supposed to keep. Konoha's seal master. Another simple secret meeting should have yielded useful clues, as the Sannin seemed unnaturally fond of him for some strange reason. Most likely because he resembled the Yondaime. However, this man's help would have to wait. He was being watched more closely than ever by masked ninja, if not to monitor his power levels, then to protect him. After all, he would become Hokage. The Hokage has access. Wait, the Hokage has his own library of scrolls. Once he becomes Godime, he will have access to the greatest source of Kenjutsu, and no one can stop him. Access to the library, as Gigi once, casually, noted, was controlled by the constant chakra that generated the Shadaime's Mokuden. No one could stop him. Did Go Ikenban already foresee this failure? Heck, they probably thought he'd be too lazy to start researching, or that there wouldn't be any information at all. Well, he'd comb through everything. Datbeo. Oh, wait, doesn't Mokuden chakra repel Yuki? Damn it. He kicked the wall furiously and hit his foot, now jumping in pain. Of all the damn Inari. Stop. He felt his fangs lengthen and prick his lip. Did the body react to anger by growing fangs? Kyuubi. Calm down, don't get violent. A firm hand slid into the pouch on his belt, but found it empty. Where was the kitsune ball? The connecting threads between him and the ball hadn't yet broken, so he was cursing to the whole village that. The seal of loyalty heated painfully, like a red-hot poker touching his skin, desperately wanting to stop thinking and just move. He climbed over the sofa, onto the windowsill, activated the gate locks, and crawled outside, thinking that he would also tell Ebisu and the dwarves about this. Hanabi should know too. Another leap, and he landed on the roof. Foolish council members, guess which of them was the seal's caster or casters. The system was complex and elegant. With his loyalty ingrained, beyond Konoha, he must also do what's best for the casters, obeying their orders and demands like a slave. The effect was still unclear, but the loyalty seal likely affected the target's mind, compelling and making them more willing to obey the casters. Homura Mitokado must be the caster. Council members. Pulling the notice from his inside coat pocket, he reread it, thick, high-quality bronze parchment, his eyes following it line by line, muttering, inaugural address. Ceremony. Tomorrow. A soft sigh, it was true, he had accepted the mantle, and there was no turning back. Damn his luck, which had turned against him, dried up in some reservoir of good fortune. Problem. Go Ikenbon, enemy. Solution. Influence and allies. Or rather, renewed alliances. Under the sunny sky, rumors spread through the leaf village like the wind, carrying fragrance into the air and dissipating. Did you hear? The council has chosen the Godime. The ceremony is tomorrow. His attentive ears caught the excited whispers. I know. I'm so excited, who do you think it is? What do you think the speech will be? Chatter, twittering, laughter, anticipation, and all he could think of was the herd mentality. He barely kicked up dust as he glided along the road. His feet moved robotically, past the market district, where the roads parted for him, as if he were something so vile that his vileness could spread. The children were pressed against their parents, leaving them an arm's length away. He stopped in the middle of the street, where his bunshin had been listening to Ino and Sakura's conversation outside the flower shop and tomato stand. A small circle had formed around him, the bustle and chatter still swirling around him, but everything was different. Understanding, these people were afraid of him. Instead of angry glances, stares, and whispers, he received nothing, he ignored them, he didn't exist. For them, he wasn't here. Well, except for one man, who, he said, was more terrified than the rest and screamed hysterically, he's going to summon a monster to eat us. The others silenced the boy and dragged him to the nearest store. He nervously rubbed the back of his head and walked again, faster this time, down the road, away from the market district. He entered the residential area, ducked into alleys, climbed onto rooftops, and ran like hell. Well, that was very educational. I hadn't realized how much the Chunin exams had changed the villagers' perception of this demonic spawn. I'm not sure it was pleasant. Crowds always unnerved him, intelligence in these packs simply plummets, and it could be as easy as they feared him, now they hated him and tried to kill him. They wouldn't fear him for long, for how long, he didn't know. Lower-class citizens walked past ordinary residential buildings with their yellow exteriors and small windows, past the Aburame clan's district with its incessant buzzing and dark green tree branches leaning over the white walls. A pungent smell permeated the area, the echo of overflowing garbage bags discarded in the streets, spilling rotting food into the gutters. Aburame clan insects could be seen buzzing around the food, gorging themselves. It was like, he often marveled, crossing an invisible line dividing normal, well-off citizens from the abnormal, poor. It was so subtle that it was only noticeable by observing the way the residents moved, with a slower, rather dull gait. The people here were tired of life and its toxins, but they accepted it anyway, because, well, what else did they have? The Jinchuriki were too tired to care, it was no wonder he felt at home here. But he couldn't sit there for long, almost certain someone was watching his every move, even if the spies had managed to blend in. Trying not to betray his paranoia, he quickly ducked into a seedy second-hand shop and made a few bunshins. After a couple of kawarimi, he transformed every bunshin but one into anything, an ordinary customer, a candy wrapper, anything, and he, the original, turned into a cockroach, crawling through a crack. Damn those watchers who had forced him to do something so humiliating, sneak through a side crack. He was better than this. One day they would get what they deserved. But the end result was the same, free the henge, dispel the henge bunshin, and order the remaining clone back to the apartment. He raised his hands to brush dust from his orange vest, straightened, and grinned. His destination had been reached. Sector 37. The air here was permeated with a chakra only the Kurama clan could recognize, faint but plentiful, turning illusions into reality. A pack of dogs ran through a pair of giggling children, knocking over food trays, kicking up dust, and drooling all over anyone they could reach. The houses were made of stone and wood, set at an angle, yet surprisingly chaotic. The ninja's dark blue sandals touched the dirt roads as he joined a crowd of people, slightly more primitive than the average Konoha resident in terms of equipment and housing, but far more pleasant. A middle-aged woman holding a tightly woven basket of dried laundry craned her neck and, meeting his gaze, beamed, "Naruto-kun. You're back." At her words, the others froze for a moment and beamed back. A group of girls in the corner stared at him and began to giggle. A girl and her mother looked at him in awe. The mother nodded. "How are you? Did you eat well?" Someone's hand pinched his cheeks. "Of course not." Someone replied cheerfully. "How skinny he still is, just skin and bones. Poor boy. Come to my shop and I'll give you whatever I want for free." Another hand ruffled his hair. "You're here. Inari-sama has blessed us with a great omen. Crazy people, but you still love them." A narrowed gaze, a bared tooth. "Aha. You won't get rid of me so easily," and he gestured that he had won. The crowd around him giggled. An old man sitting on the sidewalk with a smoking pipe lazily saluted him. So, the people around him sat down. "I'm looking for Yakumo-chan. Any idea where she is?" "At her home, she's painting," someone said from behind. The others began to whisper excitedly. Painting again. Kurama-sama hadn't painted in years. What new masterpiece would he create this time? The men in straw hats dreamed of more fertile lands, the women of more natural hot springs, the young men of more durable stone structures. They should go to the temple to pray, they should bring offerings of thanks to their leader. He listened to all this with interest and a warm, tender feeling in his stomach. Some things just don't change. The madmen, crazy, fanatical, religious pagans, he loves them all. He waved goodbye to the dispersing crowd and ran slowly down the wide dirt path, quietly humming a cheerful tune. 6 together, 3 pairs of different visions, 2 see everything. And 1 sees nothing. He stopped. No, the melody wasn't right. He'd forgotten it. Damn it, the revelation was a little embarrassing. Deidara had sung it to him almost every day when he lived in Konoha. Shameful. His pace quickened, and he felt like a free bird. I love Sector 37. Sector 37 had slipped from the memories of many people. This area had been a gift from the Shadaime to the famous Kurama clan, where the family's members specialized in genjutsu. Like the Hyuga clan, the Kurama clan had a main lineage and branch lines, but unlike the Hyuga clan, only one of the main lineage survived, Kurama Yakumo, who was the sole heir after her parents died in a horrific accident involving her Kekkei Genkai, which gave Kurama the ability to create illusions so powerful they became real. Hence, Sector 37, the biggest, most closely guarded secret between civilians and other Konoha ninja. It was a kind of pocket dimension, an entire realm of combined reality and illusion. 70% of the inhabitants here were farmers, some having spent their entire lives here, cultivating the fields and tending shrines to Inari, a goddess or god. It's unclear which of them are native, which are fertile, which are agricultural, which are rice growing, and which are fox growing. Furthermore, since Sector 37 technically doesn't exist, the Kyuubi can't destroy it. So, when rumors reached the region that a kami servant was trapped within the boy's belly, the residents of Sector 37 brought out sake and celebrated for 3 days straight. Undoubtedly, this was a gift from the blessed Inari, auguring good harvests. In Sector 37, the Kyuubi offspring was greeted warmly, treated to offerings and food. To the delight of the villagers, bountiful harvests followed each year. They concluded that Inari was pleased with such hospitality. Here, Uzumaki Naruto was treated as a god and a hero. A sharp right turn brought him to a fairly large complex of buildings with open lawns and scattered trees. Passing through the entrance, he greeted the guards, who greeted him respectfully. Inside, the gardens were Zen style. Cleared gravel surrounded the rocks, creating a meditative atmosphere. Smooth and rough rocks were arranged in aesthetically pleasing positions. The rake leaned innocently against a nearby tree. A few sparrows flew overhead. Looking up, the sky above was a light purple, saturated with chakra, with a couple of green clouds approaching from the distance, creating an otherworldly impression. Walking along the walls, he slipped into a room where a young woman in a purple kimono knelt on a mat with 2 assistants, drinking tea. A silent landing on the floor. He himself didn't understand why he needed it. Everyone knew he was already there, even though they pretended he didn't exist, despite the strange rules of politeness. The guest had to speak first. "Yakumo-chan, I'm back." Kurama Yakumo was a pale-faced teenage girl with long brown hair, her bangs pinned back with her signature hairpins. She carefully placed her cup on the table and looked up with the serene expression expected of the sole surviving member of the main family and the head of the clan. Patting the floor next to her, she said, "Naruto-kun. Long time no see, sit down." He obeyed, quickly approaching and adopting the same pose as the woman. A servant offered him a couple of cups of jasmine tea, which he accepted with a polite, arigato, and sipped, feeling a warmth spread through his chest. Was he really that cold? He looked at his hand. His nails were red, fading to a deep purple, and fine veins crisscrossed the back of his hand. Strangely, he didn't feel the cold. The assistants left, closing the screen door behind them. Paintings hung on the walls, mostly enlarged scrolls. Some were calligraphic works in the Tensho and Gyosho styles, others were light grayscale watercolors of landscapes that evoked an otherworldly feeling. Yakumo picked up her simple cup and drank. His guest must have spoken first. He grinned at her. I heard you've decided to paint again. She smiled back. The village population is growing, and I need more farmland. He laughed. Whatever Yakumo-chan paints, Yakumo-chan will get what she gets. Such is the gift of Kekkei Genkai. The sole heir of the Kurama clan possessed the ability to create illusions so powerful that they penetrated reality. There were numerous means and procedures used by sole heirs, from a simple kunai to entire rituals. Yakumo-chan creates her realities through paintings. How is your other self? Surprisingly well. Silence fell between them again. He pondered his unknown bodyguards, plotting how to lure them out into the open. While it would be difficult, he was certain at least one of the observers would be from Nei Anbu. In fact, all of his observers would have to be from Nei, because his Anbu connections had been greatly underestimated by the council. A low growl. Stupid Danzo, damn that old man. Making his life infinitely more difficult than it needed to be. Fatigue overwhelmed him, he rubbed his face wearily and lightly touched the scars on his mustache, which, had become deeper and more pronounced. The room was filled with silencing and blocking seals. Go Ikenban has named me Gadaime Hokage. The woman clicked her tongue. That's terrible, she sympathized. I've been informed that the inauguration will take place tomorrow afternoon. It's decided, there's no turning back. I have no idea how they managed to convince the Junin to vote for me. But I'm guessing they simply activated the military Hokage clause, hidden in some obscure scroll in the archives. Will you open this world? He thought he'd been debating internally last night, but ultimately decided, no. You're a political lever and a last resort right now. So it's too early. He muttered a little sheepishly, hoping he didn't sound too harsh. Yakumo-chan chuckled softly. Oh, she wasn't too pleased with his words either. He'd apologize later, sometime in the distant future. Is that all? It wasn't a nod, more a shake of the head. She dismissed him with a wave and a prayer. He left the complex in the outer sector, where people were once again grinning and waving happily at him. A group of men waved incense at him and playfully nudged him toward the back entrance. He turned around before exiting the genjutsu crowd, casting one last glance, for he likely wouldn't see this pocket paradise for a long time, at the purple sky, green clouds, and friendly faces of the civilians, and hoped the image would stay with him for a long time. If a memory that doesn't belong to you comes to you unbidden, are you the person it belongs to? Identity crisis. Who are you? What do you live for? What is your purpose in life? Sometimes he could rightly say, I will be recognized and respected, which soon morphed into, I will be the greatest protector in this village, which soon morphed into, I will become Hokage. But an identity crisis sets in, and you stop mid-sentence, I will become. I will become. But what do you want to become? You don't know. That same day, delegations from Suna arrived to attend the Hokage ceremony, as did the children of the late Yondaime Kazekage. He had to go and greet them, according to the council's orders, it was his duty. Once again, he found himself in the same room as the Go Ikenban, facing the music. A quick glance around. The three children of the late Kazekage, a scarlet-haired youth later named Akasuna no Sasori, and a handful of elders, Chiyo, her older brother Ebizo, and another old fart named Joseki. All the Suna residents were dressed in long, sand-colored khaki cloaks. From Konoha, there were the elders Kaharu, Himura, and Danzo, Hiyashi Hyuga, the heads of the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akamichi clans, and, of course, him. In the large, circular room stood a large round table with ample chairs, but none available. He sat down next to Gaara and Nara Shikaku, who were slightly unnerving him with their very, very intense stares. Not that he could prove it, the man never glanced in his direction, but he could feel the energy, and it was driving him a little crazy, not to mention a little angry at being pulled away from his time with Ebisu and those little boys. It was part of the job description, being on call 24/7. The lighting was too bright for his sensitive eyes, forcing him to squint through tiny slits. The air in the room was heavy and smelled of old people, even more so than in the hall. Though there were more elderly people in the hall, the air circulation in this conference room left much to be desired. There was also the scent of red chakra, which he realized was emanating from him, as he was in the presence of Shukaku's Jinchuriki. It was something of a side effect, like when someone touches a special plant, the leaves automatically curl. He rummaged in his inside pocket, pulled out a small bottle, and unscrewed the lid. He quickly popped the blue pill into his mouth and swallowed hard, before sighing in relief as the medicine took effect. Gaara blinked, looking at him curiously. Danzo began with a short speech. Today is the day of the restoration of broken alliances. Sunakager and Konohakagir will meet again under the terms of the broken treaty. Are we all agreed? Hi. No one betrayed any external thoughts. The room was filled with statues. An elderly, short woman with gray hair pulled back into a tight bun stood up from her seat and cleared her throat, muttering, ahem, drawing the attention of everyone present. She began solemnly. In connection with the unprecedented death of our beloved Yondaime Keisuke at the hands of your renegade Orochimaru. Some visibly flinched at the word, beloved, others at the word, Orochimaru, and we have chosen and accepted our new Godime, Sabaku no Gaara. He gaped in surprise, turning to face the new Keisuke. Then he gave the red-haired girl an ironic, pained smile, as if to say, and you too. The other adults continued discussing offenses, apologies, and transfers, but he was sure they could hear him. They nodded curtly in response. Gaara, looking surprisingly sensible, turned to the older Suna ninja, a rag wrapped around his head like a hat and hanging down the sides of his face, similar to the one Gaara's Jonin-sensei wore. This man, Joseki, doesn't like Gaara. Is he part of the opposition? Or is Gaara just trying to tell me to keep my head down? To hell with it. Why did they choose you? A slight pause. I don't quite understand. Gaara croaked, responsibility brings stability. Or something like that. They exchanged glances and snorted in disbelief. I was tricked, the boy admitted reluctantly. Sabaku no Tamari, overhearing the end of the conversation, chimed in with her 2 cents. Ikibi's still in there. I think the elders still need Gaara to pacify the beasts around Suna. Pausing in her ramblings, she glanced up sharply and met the gaze of old Chio, who nodded. The blonde turned to them, her expression unreadable. We're allowed to leave the room. Do you know any super secret rooms? She asked him. Blink, huh? Slightly off balance, he glanced at the main discussion taking place between Danzo and Joseki regarding the ninja exchange program. Danzo was all for it, while Joseki vehemently disagreed with every part of the plan. I refuse to allow Suna's age-old secrets to be preserved in this soft, crazy tree town. I think I know just the place. He jerked his head slightly and stood up. The Yondaime Keisuke's 3 children followed suit after Tamari commanded Kankuro to follow her. The room he'd chosen was an old Anbu meeting place, one of many potential meeting places that were essentially 4-sided. Gray, light gray, and dark gray stone walls with a few chairs and no windows. The operatives planned to outfit each room with the latest anti-surveillance systems and electronics. One day, Ushi-kun took him on a secret tour of this section of the Anbu underground network. Each room was lit by strings of bulbs that hung down, casting strange shadows on every stone but, surprisingly, touching every corner. The goal was to eliminate any bugs or spies, at least one more look at the room number 15. Most unusually, the shadows in the room, cast on everyone's faces, made them look 5 years older. They were probably being watched right now. Tamari closed the door. Kankuro sat down by the door and collapsed onto him like a boneless mass. A complete freak, aiming his murderous intent at me. He grumbled, rubbing his back. Sasori is scary like no other. I don't think he's even human. I told you, he doesn't smell human. I don't see any traces of blood on him, Gaara muttered. The sand gourd he always saw on his back was placed in front of his feet. You agree with me, right? The redhead looked at him. And so it was. It smells like wood. But maybe he's some kind of madman, but there are many ways to mask a scent. Gaara disagreed with his last statement. But he's been my bodyguard, under Chio's orders, since I was born. Seeing the shocked looks on his siblings, he addressed them. Uzumaki-san will become Hokage, and he'll find out soon enough anyway. But I thought we were only allowed to give him specific information, Tamari countered with her younger brother, something she found unusual. We were only allowed to talk about the Ikibi. I don't care what they told us. There was a muffled irritation in those words. His voice, hoarse, laced with fatigue and sleeplessness, held a steely edge to it. Uzumaki-san saved me, he changed my life, and I owe him. We all owe him. An ominous, crimson sensation filled the room, emanating from the sand gourd, and all eyes darted to it before returning to the new Keisuke. The Kyuubi yearned to respond in kind, overwhelmed by the immense pressure. Red chakra began to bubble out like steam, escaping through any crack to escape. His hands instinctively reached for the pill bag, closer and closer, paradise mere inches away. Breathing heavily, Gaara's gaze glazed over, regaining control of the emotions that had overwhelmed him, and he succeeded. He wondered what kind of stress the Suna Jinchuriki had endured after the Chunin exams. The red evil slowly dissipated and reassembled within the gourd, and finally everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Stop me if you want, I'll tell him anyway, he said hoarsely. Have you heard of Akasuna no Sasori? Gaara nodded slightly. An S-class ninja. The best puppeteer in the world, the kind you won't find in a bingo book. My lifelong bodyguard. One of his students is my part-time sensei, Kankuro interjected, leaning back in his chair and balancing on his hind legs. I believe he's the grandson of Chio, who, as I recall, had disagreements with her father. Chio wanted Gaara to be raised by Sasori, and only Sasori, because only with him did Gaara not have killing intent. Tamari finished with a playful wave of her hand and a sideways glance, as if they were secretly exchanging words. Kankuro reluctantly leaned forward, finding a comfortable sitting position. The chair's front legs thudded dully on the floor. Father just wanted Gaara gone, for a long time. There were attempts, but none were fully realized. Lowering her head, she suddenly focused on the fan, fiddling with it, running her finger along the edges. He didn't pry into other people's business. From the very first day of each year, it was drummed into every academy student that every ninja has secrets that must not be revealed to anyone who demands an explanation. On the first day, the Chunin teachers repeated, "Look beneath what's beneath," at least 50 times. He imagined an ordinary person peering under a stone, then digging beneath it and discovering a treasure chest full of pearls and diamonds. Then the topic of personal life abruptly shifted to interrogations, which the Chunin teacher kept silent about. A finger to his lips, eliciting a smile. You said something about Ikibi and Suna. Gaara closed his eyes. Ah, right. We've all learned that already, but it seems Shukaku commands other monsters in the sands of Suna. You don't know. It's common knowledge across the continent. Tamari narrowed her eyes at him. Suna was once the domain of the Ikibi no Shukaku. Every village in Suna is a fortress, protecting the people from monsters. The sands are filled with them, but no one who has seen them has survived to tell of it. She slowly, theatrically drew an imaginary line down her throat with her finger and made a gagging sound like a dying animal, clearly enjoying the spectacle, her mouth open and her fishy eyes wide. That's all. Merchants entering and leaving must hire shinobi guards to lead them away if anything happens. Kankuro laughed at this theatrics. A Jinchuriki-wielding Shukaku can control monsters. Gaara is the first of his kind, a sane person to wield the Ikibi. The elders decided they could force Gaara to use these monsters as weapons. As Kage, Gaara had to swear by chakra that he would fulfill his duties as a Kage and protect his village. Not to mention Shukaku defending his kingdom, which was taken from him by ninja. You'll find all this in the history books. The elders also gave us all a huge lecture on atonement, salvation, and serving Sunagaker. The offer sounded good at first, but now it's obvious we were deceived. Becoming a Kage, an offer that was about as useful to a shinobi as a sharpened stick. Kage are nominal leaders, and only in Konoha did they wield true power. Just think for a moment, to enter Sunagaker, you need paid security. The prices of imported goods must be sky high, and Suna can't cultivate land in the middle of the desert. Water must also be very scarce, that's why the Shodai Kage specialized in water techniques. The civilian population of Suna must be mired in poverty. But if Gaara could control the monsters, there would be no need for additional security, which would facilitate trade and increase revenue. This was a chance for the arid country to prove itself. He remained silent, thoughtful, genuinely surprised that the three Suna siblings had told him so much. He mentally checked the time. The Go Ikenban would wait another hour before sending out search parties. He watched his comrades, who had placed their complete trust and confidence in him, for what he had done, saving Gaara from the brink of what awaited him, and proving his loyalty by providing him with useful, but unsolicited, information. They saw him as a confidant. And he should do the same. So he began in a jokingly wise tone. Gather, old Naruto has a story to tell, and gestured for the other genin and Kage to come closer. Hearing the sound of wood scraping against stone, he leaned forward and pressed his fingers together, causing a glint in his eyes that quickly faded. He recounted the memory of a dream. Once upon a time, there were two men, the leaders of their respective villages, who shared a deep friendship that surpassed all expectations. They had known each other since childhood, even before they were separated, but time was no enemy, and both, geniuses in their fields, had not forgotten the days of their innocent youths. So they met under the pretext of concluding a peace treaty between the leaf and the sand. Knowing each other's positions, they met, and the meeting became a tearful reunion. There was no one else in the room, no spies, no overseers, no guards, just the two of them and a trust that had lasted for years. They trusted each other so much that they shared stories of their adventures. The man of sand recounted his life's accomplishments in detail, stopping when he reached the rank of Yondaime Kage. On this platform, he was dissatisfied, for although his life's goal had been to become a Kage, only after receiving the mantle did he realize that Kage had no power, that his daimyo alone controlled the purse strings. The man of the leaf was silently grateful that his own daimyo was smart enough not to pry into ninja affairs. The man of sand asked his old friend for a favor, for the man of the leaf was a master of seals. Such a rare breed is rare these days. The man of the sand knew that with the death of the Ikibi's last Jinchuriki, a new sacrifice was needed, an unborn child, for the sake of his entire kingdom, lest the monster return to the desert. As a result of the previous war waged by his people, the population had declined, there was only one choice. At the time, his wife was the only one pregnant. The man of sand wanted his unborn child to become a hero. Every Jinchuriki of the Ikibi was driven mad by the demon's rage, slowly depriving their hosts of sleep day after day, a true sacrifice. No known Jinchuriki of the Ikibi ever lived past the age of 20, either due to mental breakdown or execution, which instilled fear in the public. But the man of sand was confident that the abilities of the leaf man, who had created revolutionary ways to use and control seals, would allow him to create a seal that his unborn child could fully control. The man of sand wanted his unborn child to be the first of their kind, a sane Jinchuriki of the sand. This was beneficial for both of them. Both wanted not only to live, but also to become immortal names on the lips of their subordinates and followers. With the seal invented, the Sand Man would be recognized for finally tapping into powers unknown in the sands of his kingdom. With the seal invented, the Leaf Man would be revered as the world's foremost sealmaster, with greater prestige, greater honor than anyone, including his mentor, could have imagined. Was it right? Was it wrong? The task was risky. No ordinary father would allow his child and wife to be exposed to such a risk. No ordinary friend would agree to such a notion. Clearly, both leaders were not quite right in the head, but war, battle, death, and blood do that to people, distorting their perceptions of good and evil. The Leaf Man readily accepted the challenge and set to work. Working diligently day and night, after months of dedication, he systematically placed seals on the Sand Man's wife's swollen belly. Each week, a new line was drawn, a new swirl indicating the flow of chakra, until the final key layer was complete. The seal was almost complete, but as everyone knows, an incomplete seal, no matter how close to completion, is unusable. But then, the Kyuubi no Yoko appeared in the Leaf Man's kingdom, wreaking havoc, destroying, obliterating everything around it, and the Leaf Man spent the last months of his life poring over texts in his personal library on demonology and restraining seals until, in a moment of true insight, he created the Hake no Fuin Shiki and the Shisho Fuin, sacrificing himself to the Shiki Fujin. He paused, cleared his throat, wishing for a glass of water, crossed his legs, and leaned back, his arms at his sides. The Leaf Man died prematurely. The rest, as we shall say, is history. It had all been a dream, so strange and almost transparent in his mind, the kind of dream that's almost forgotten upon awakening if the sleeper isn't careful. The exchange of information had been surreal, they'd trusted him so much to keep their village's secrets, it had been humiliating. And in return, he'd given them information he knew, did he? Did he? He knew something about Gaara's life, the meaning of his life, but how did he know? It was Namikaze's information. A stunned silence greeted the end of his story. They left the room and returned to the main conference hall. No one at the table asked about the blue sensation that had filled the room, though it had undoubtedly been noticed, the elders hadn't even paused to discuss their renewed alliance. He sat back down in his seat, his knees drawn up to his chest, curled into a ball. The three siblings looked pale, like ghosts or half dead. They no doubt believed his words, he spoke the truth and nothing but the truth, and attributed his knowledge to the fact that he had either read the detailed scroll with the descriptions when preparing to become Hokage, or had used his Yukai powers to conjure up the story. They also clearly saw who his characters were talking about, the Yondaime Kazekage and the Yondaime Hokage. He buried himself in his toes, twirling them, flexing them, as Kaharu showed him the final version of the alliance, detailing every aspect of the friendship. The scroll was signed, people finally began to disperse in groups. None of the Suna spoke to him as they left, the Suna siblings still trying to process the information they had been given. Everything was normal, everything made sense. Yes. Outside, the sun still hung in the sky, still unbearably hot, he sat on the grass, leaning his back against the training pole, feeling unbearably lazy. He stared at the sky. Usually his chakra ball was with him to calm him down, but he didn't know where it was, and that was strange, because he always knew where it was, because it was his ball. It was the Kyuubi ball. Foxes always carried chakra balls, it was a lifeline. The thought was rudely dismissed, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. The inauguration, something he definitely wasn't looking forward to. Thanked Kami, if the villagers knew who their new leader would be, they'd probably be dishing out rotten tomatoes. But no, the whole process would be an unpleasant experience for them, for all of us. The inauguration would definitely be different from Namikaze Minato's, who greeted his loyal, cheering crowd with pomp and a good guy smile. It would definitely be different. The villagers considered the Yondaime something of a deity. But alas, what secrets the Yondaime hid from his adoring public. He wasn't a native of Konoha, he owed no allegiance to any village but his few close relatives, he aided a country with which Konoha was locked in a cold war, and he died ruining the life of an innocent child. Yet so many unanswered questions remained, so many gaps, that although answers emerged with relentless speed after the final Chunin exams, they left so much confusion in their wake. Who was Namikaze Minato? Who was he? How did he achieve his ambitions? How did he control Konoha? How did he create him, Uzumaki Naruto? Despite numerous admirers and numerous suitors, Namikaze was unattached, had no children, had never been seen with a woman, and was the last of his clan. And yet, there was a near-perfect resemblance between them, unlike anyone else in the village. Gradually, dreams began to surface. Namikaze had demons in his closet, he wasn't a perfect man. He wanted to be eternal, he wanted to be immortal, he was so talented and so selfish. Yes, no one is perfect. This was the result of his deduction the next day, as he climbed the stairs under the Hokage hat with the kanji for fire, and a white cloak with the kanji for Father Hokage, embroidered on the back, looking out at the stunned crowd. Anika's words, Deidara's words echoed in his head, "You're the spitting image of him." Just like Namikaze Minato, but what good was that? Deep down, he only craved respect, but he didn't ask for it. Now he had to protect a village full of villagers who feared and hated him, only fear and hatred. The sky was partly cloudy, the streets were crowded, ninja lined the rooftops, and civilians filled the grounds and balconies. Children sat on their parents' shoulders, pointing. The 9 rookies must have been in shock to the point of unconsciousness. Hunched, he waited for riots, screams, protests. Nothing happened, at least at first. Incredulous glances and whispered jokes gave way to glimmers of understanding and malicious smirks. His shinobi hid their feelings behind a mask of coldness. Okawa-san. It's that boy. A wave swept through the crowd of civilians, growing increasingly hysterical until, out of control, the Anbu guards dispersed to contain the crowd. A veritable fireworks display erupted, stomping, pushing, cursing, shoving. Objects were thrown, people were driven into traps, trampled. Demon, 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 damn rabble, go to hell, all of you. He flinched, but that was the only sign he showed outwardly. A heavy weight settled on his heart, he wondered who was watching this general chaos. Yakumo-chan, Neko-chan, Ayame-chan and her father, Deidara-ni, Ebisu-sensei, Konohamaru-kun and his friends, Hanabi-chan, the rest of the rookie 9 and Team Guy, Ushi-kun, Gigi. He only wanted recognition and respect, he always asked for nothing but respect. Damn it. A few minutes ago, Danzo, pleased with himself, had outlined his immediate actions after the ceremony. The village was to be closed for a week to ensure a smooth transition, the gates would be locked, and no one was to enter or leave, not even ninja, meaning missions would be suspended for the time being. To prevent a sudden, massive exodus of our economy and manpower, I'm sure you understand, Naruto-kun. Danzo smiled, leaning on his cane, a false smile that Sai, standing next to his superior, echoed. A sudden influx of missing ninja or our missing merchants will create problems. The gates will be opened once the heated passions subside. Drastic measures by the Anbu to instill fear of betrayal and treachery in the hearts of the villagers, do you understand, Naruto? Before the people will respect you, they must fear you. Just a small protest, and everyone understood the wisdom of not openly disrespecting the new leader. No Sweetens or Genjutsu for now. Great, they're obedient sheep. Damn sheep. He hated sheep. Stupid, don't get distracted. Waiting for the moment when he could finally start speaking, having already decided to act harmlessly, at least for the younger children who couldn't yet see beneath the surface, he looked around. His village, his kingdom, so that the people would understand that they were all stupid and that they should all just shut up, right now. In his hand, he held a small scrap of paper on which he had written all the thoughts he wanted to convey to the people. Everyone held their breath, it's time. Hello, it's me, your worst nightmare. Hey, I'm not very good at public speaking, he waved weakly. Most of you already know who I am, from words or from associations. A bright smile, a carefree smile, but inside he was screaming. This can't be happening to him, Hokage. Hokage. Either way, I don't care. Just a warning, secrets that are still secrets should remain secrets, right? They, children born after that fateful October day, children too young to remember, whose memories Yamanaka erased, or still too innocent. The Kyuubi was still a rank A secret, it wasn't worth corrupting the precious minds and egos of your children under penalty of death. His voice was moderated by electronic speakers, keeping it humming monotonously. He was wondering how it worked. Best not to fool around in front of the heads and ninja now, first impressions were crucial. If they even counted as first impressions. How had Namikaze handled this situation? No idea. And anyway, deep down, he hated crowds, especially those with a dim glimmer of hatred in their eyes. Brain was at a loss for words. The next bullet point on the piece of paper read, I don't want to be here. Don't ask me why I'm here, because I don't want to be here, and of course, we were all stuck together. Great, huh? He threw his head back and laughed. Don't ask me how it happened, and ask the Go Ikenban. Seriously, I'm truly honored. The title of Hokage is a serious honor. Perhaps your representative saw something special in me. With the Kyuubi, I can save you, I can defeat you all, I could kill you all. He wiped away a tear of mock joy. I don't know, ask them. But while you're at it, I'll have to handle the responsibilities that come with this job. Safety, personal, financial. Attention, all merchants, if you're concerned about your well-being, please let me know, we'll figure something out. Basically, this is me telling you, I'm open to any requests, despite our circumstances, life must go on. If you need anything, stop acting like a child and just talk to me, although I don't think you will. And if anything goes wrong, I will take action and remind you all that it's your fault. It is your fault. I will take your assets, your money, everything you have, if you stumble even a little. Oh, and one last thing before I leave you assholes. Konoha must constantly improve. I'm changing some rules for the greater good. The greater good is a good thing, right? The Chunin exams showed us that we must be vigilant. We must move forward to prevent something beyond our control from happening. This is a state of uncertainty, guys. We are preparing for the future, because sooner or later, short-handed or not, Konoha will go to war. Scratching his head, he added. That's all I can say for now. He left the podium. The crowd behind him began to roar, cursing him on the pyres of hell, but he heard nothing, for in his mind he was a god, raising his hands to the sky in supplication, while the people before him reverently shouted his name. He had never been attacked by drunken mobs with pitchforks and torches. The Anbu kept an eye on him. He was a fast runner and knew the village like the back of his hand. But there were times when he found himself in critical situations, and when that happened, he had no one to rely on. In his early childhood, the Anbu staff had overlooked many injustices against him. He was surrounded by hostile, angry, murderous enemies who got on his nerves. Admit he's not quite right in the head, and chalk it up to his abnormal childhood. There were some loose ends that were long overdue for tying. Marigolds, symbolizing pain and grief, and poppies, symbolizing eternal sleep, were clutched in a large bundle in his hand as he walked with the henge to the top of Mount Hokage, where the faces of previous rulers were engraved. Contrary to popular belief, the dead weren't underground, they didn't live in cemeteries, morgues, or the memorial stone, and such thoughts were all too human. His beliefs were more akin to those of the yokai, that the souls of his loved ones resided somewhere. He looked to the sky, there. Grief-stricken relatives could simply speak to the air and be sure the dead could hear them. The sun was setting in the west, eyes closed. After the inauguration ceremony, several council members informed the villagers of the closure of the village, while Anbu watched from the shadows. He was sure they were watching him right now. Privacy. What privacy? He picked at the flowers in his hands, tearing off petals and stems, still tearing them apart. The wind blew through his hair, and he threw his head back and closed his eyes. Uzumaki-san, Ushi-kun, Gigi, can you see me? What do you say? Are you shocked, disappointed, sad? I will be fine if you show me what I seek. Please continue to watch over me. Scatter the remains of the flowers and watch them fly into the air. Fly. I am Hokage now, ironic, isn't it? What should I do? What should I do? Anbu-san. The presence of chakra at your back, the privilege of being Hokage, you have guards, you can give orders to people far better than you. A turn of the head, and the ninja could be a disguised route. No, just, Usagi-kun, take Hitaki Kakashi to the Hokage's room. Don't let him be late, drag him if you have to. He added with a smirk, sure the Anbu smirked back. A bow. Nothing, not even a leaf moved. A leap back to solid ground, a lazy stretch, a cracking of joints, he shook out his aching muscles and, with one last glance at the picturesque landscape, walked away. The Hokage couldn't believe it was happening, still waiting for the other shoe to drop, waiting, navigating what suggested an infinite nothingness that was entirely white, not black. The changes were happening too quickly. He was no longer himself, as if he were nervously rubbing the back of his head, as if he was usually paranoid, psychotic, depressed, yet happy and hyperactive. Now he was just paranoid, psychotic, and depressed, the last two he had to vomit regularly just to try and stay out of sight. Stay out of sight, heh heh. Well, he was still Uzumaki Naruto, right? He wasn't turning into a namikaze. He didn't want to, not at all. Take 2 blue pills to calm down. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the vessel of Konoha's demons, nothing more, nothing less. In his mind, he sat on his knees on the rug and read the blackboard, which read, repeat, Uzumaki Naruto. Repeat, Uzumaki Naruto. Repeat, na mi ka zmi na. He crushed the thought, the rug and board burned to ashes, and hurried to the Hokage's office. The Hokage's office was untouched, more like a shrine than a regular workspace. Even the half-finished papers, half-hanging from the corner of the desk, hadn't moved an inch. The divine professor had vanished, and his boots, into which one must step to become his successor, were enormous. The single lamp on the table was lit, but its light was golden brown, weak and pitiful, making the room's 2 occupants, Usagi-kun and Hitaki-san, look haggard and aged. Closing the door behind him, he wordlessly summoned 2 fox lanterns, set them to hovering around the room, and casually glanced around for the first time since the death of his beloved Sandame. The mahogany table, the comfortable high-backed chair, the cabinets behind them, the gliding shadows, the invisible locks, the bookshelves, the secret passage to the room with the scrolls, the papers, the stacks of papers, all of it was his now. His gaze darted to the guests. Sorry to keep you waiting, but thank you. I wish to be alone with him. A bow, silence. The lanterns flitted merrily back and forth. If they could make noise, they would be giggling. He sat down in the chair and gestured for the other man to sit at the table as well. The man across from him had a shocking mop of gray hair sticking up into the side, half his face hidden by a black mask, one eye hidden by a Hitai-8, the other half lidded. A twisted orange book was tucked securely into his belt pouch. Sensei. He casually swung both feet up onto the table and lightly touched his fingertips. Hokage-sama. Bland. Please, call me Naruto. We're comrades now, right? No answer. As you say. I wish to speak with you about your stay in the hospital after your brief encounter with brother Sasuke. 72 hours of non-stop stabbing. He wondered what that could do to people. Surely Kakashi-sensei hadn't been entirely sane when he first became Team 7's Jonin-sensei. Uzumaki-san's melodious voice echoed in his head. This flabby scarecrow will die in 5 days. He's trying to hide his flabby body, but he'll die anyway. Had Kushina-san ever met sensei? Kushina-san probably didn't like sensei. The copyist seemed to have already guessed. Is that you, Naruto? A smart guy, they didn't call him a genius for nothing. The tone was accusatory, but it didn't dampen his good mood. It was like testing a theory. Kyuubi no Yoko was the giver, the one who bestowed the wheel-shaped eye upon the first Uchiha. Funny, right? A demon's gift, and everyone knows that all demon gifts are great, powerful, and cursed. Another fox lantern formed in the space between them, night fell, and lights came on in the apartment buildings. There they were, the 2 of them. His voice was expressionless and a little harsh, but there was more curiosity in it than harshness. How do you know? I know, he sighed, puzzled. Look, I just know. These are the kitsune's surface patterns, I just know. Neither of them pressed. Back on topic, the kitsune's chakra has somehow affected your system. I can sense where it's going, and it's been in your eye, in Uchiha's eye, for a very long time. As he processed the information, he said, I think the Yuki is feeding it energy, transforming it into something more advanced. I'm not sure what it will do to you. He admitted, then hesitantly asked, can I see it? Hitai-8 pushed away, and the 3 Tomo-I turned. Nothing special. Deep down, he felt a sense of disappointment. My god, he was so sure. He grumbled in frustration. Well, maybe you haven't truly activated it yet, but I'm not stupid enough to let go. Mangekyo, the elder whispered. The word alone caused a violent spasm in his stomach, like a springboard for something else. Damn, the Kyuubi was not happy now. Gathering all his willpower, he forced it down and managed to strangle the fox. The creature inside him twitched left and right, thirsting for blood, wanting to kill all the Uchiha. How dare they, how dare they, how dare he? Claws scraped the inner bars of his prison, acidic saliva dripped onto the floor, his eyes brighter than ever, his own thoughts mingling with those of his master. He would kill the scion who dared summon and control the legendary Kyuubi no Yoko. He would kill the clan's creator, he would tear, and eat the flesh of Uchiha Mata. Kakashi's hand fell on his shoulder, forcing him back into the Hokage's office. He was drenched in a cold sweat and gasping for air. He opened the pill bottle and swallowed 3 blue tablets. The air tightened. The Uchiha's abilities are shrouded in dark secrets, we must be careful. He finally managed to squeeze out. The elder ninja touched his eye through the metal plate, twirling his thumbs and staring blankly out the window. The kitsune lanterns danced in the air, playing tag. Time passed. Minutes, half an hour. Vision blurred, and the world tilted for a moment before righting itself and tilting the other way. Two Kakashis became three. Imagine a world where it constantly rained, where there was this guy with gray skin, long, insanely dirty black hair, covered in a patterned tomo. The sound of 1,000 birds, the pure form of lightning, shooting sparks, everything white, slowly transformed into a man in a jonin suit with spiky blonde hair. The man approached with even, confident strides, swinging his arms at his sides, completely comfortable and confident. The man's blue eyes glowed. Kami no, trying to regain some semblance of reality, he'd overdosed on pills again. He thinks Kakashi is still here, but he's no longer sure. Squinting, yes, that blurry figure in a gray top, yes, that must be his teacher. The surrealism returned in full force, he spoke inaudibly. Hey! He lowered his head, tearing his gaze from the window for a moment. His gaze darted into the distance. I escaped from the bony guy who was distracted by the bushy eyebrows, Rock Lee. Sasuke was outside that wooden coffin. The black marks, he drew a tomo with his index finger on the table, were all over his body. I told him to come home, everyone. You, me, Sakura, everyone. But I think the curse got the better of him, because he was surrounded by Orochimaru's black chakra. There were 3 people in the Valley of the End, Kabuto, whom he had knocked out with 6 Kage-bunshin and 3 rasengan, Sasuke Tem, who had acted outside the rules, and him, driven to the brink. Storm clouds rumbled and rolled along the wave. He was so tired, so tired. I have half of Kagaya's chakra left, and only a handful of useful techniques in my arsenal. Ebisu-sensei taught me Futon Jutsu, but the Uchiha kept hitting me with Kaden Jutsu, and when his technique overcame mine, a shudder of memory. He should have known, should have listened to the Jutsu theory lessons at the academy. If something is stronger, Kaden feeds on Futon. And so I had the Kage-bunshin, my weapon, the Academy Trio, the Chakra Enden, and the Rasengan. His taijutsu was still not up to par. A hard blow to the jaw sent him flying, he tasted blood as he bit the inside of his cheek. Blood and saliva. Tilting his head back, he saw 2 statue heads towering over him, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, facing each other, stern faces frozen in stone. He landed on his feet, balancing. Sasuke was covered in black and purple. And so we fought. I couldn't use the fox's full power because the rings were still partially burned from the invasion. I had only a tail, and Sasuke grew wings, ugly things, they looked like clawed hands. His skin turned gray, and his hair grew. And then Kaden, Goryuka no Jutsu, and, a deep sigh, astonishment. Sensei, I can control fire. It wasn't good, but I grabbed his hand, and he stopped, walked around me, and disappeared. He spoke to me. I forgot what he said, but the fire was fickle, a force of its own, unpredictable, relentless, hot, powerful. The fire chakra swirled around him, swirling and swirling, drawing near and caressing him like a lover, whispering secrets in his ear that, once revealed, were instantly forgotten, such was the nature of this fickle element. The fire died down. Seeing this, Sasuke screamed in rage, lunged forward, and formed something like a Habataku Chidori. The hot Yuki, fueled by the fire chakra, surged through his veins again, and he responded with a purple Yuko Rasengan. Come home, Sasuke. Everyone wants you back. His former comrades sounded even more monstrous than he did. Shut up. I need to kill. Rasengan. Chidori. He whispered, fiddling with the corners of the papers lying on the table, flipping through them and giving them dog ears. I scratched Uchiha's hit. I ate. He hit me in the chest. The explosion created a black dome around them, which quickly expanded, shockwaves constantly striking the nearby vegetation and landscape. It began to rain. He lay on his back with a fatal wound, unable to breathe properly, lost touch with reality, and tried to understand what went wrong. And that's it. Because blood gushed from his chest from the wound inflicted by his best friend. Because he was going to die in disgrace in the middle of the desert under the stone statues of 2 famous shinobi. Because Uchiha Sasuke had left the village, now considered a missing B-rank ninja, and that was likely to change in the near future. Because his best friend, his former best friend, now a traitor, was in the clutches of Hubby Tem, and Hubby Tem was carefully hiding himself and all of Odogakure. There was nothing he could do, even the council wasn't willing to sacrifice any of the Anbu for the rescue operation. Ordinary citizens mourned the loss of the last Uchiha, as did the ninja, at least outwardly. Every shinobi and kunoichi knew that Konoha was simply sitting idly by, patiently waiting, because Sasuke couldn't hide forever. Why waste energy on such a trifle? Konoha was undoubtedly better than Oto, and when not if they brought the Uchiha back, because they undoubtedly would they could extract from his body his seed and the secrets of the techniques he had learned. A win-win situation. But he knew, as a psychic, as a premonition, as an intuition, that the last Uchiha would never return to Konoha. At least, not with open arms. He did so without even looking at his sensei. He heard Kakashi stand up to leave, but a grumpy voice called out, and he stopped the Jonin. Hey! A hand extended, as if holding something, and he frowned, losing the object, and asked, have you ever seen something like a small crystal ball? Transparent, glowing, with a slight bluish tint. Silence. No, Gomen. He frowned, not quite believing him, but still refusing to look up at the man. It was no use anyway, Kakashi-sensei was always unreadable. His reply was short and curt, not quite like his teacher, but then again, he was superior now. Well, he suspected Go Ikenbon had stolen it, and he hoped his teacher might have learned some information that would help him. A slight warning flutter in his chest instantly reminded him of the loyalty seal. Damn. The door closed behind the impersonator. His subconscious rebelled. Stupid. Stupid. You stupid idiot. He can't, he's such a coward. He can't meet his sensei's gaze anymore, he can withstand the Sharingan, because it's not his, but it's not a normal eye. The brain comes to a conclusion. Kakashi-sensei taught Chidori to Sasuke, who used it to try to kill him, therefore, Kakashi tried to kill him. Then should we kill Kakashi-sensei? We learned from Tyuki after the Genin test that he was the late Yondaime Hokage's student, the man behind his life, manipulating the strings even while in the Shinigami's belly. Kakashi and Jiraiya are the last people close to the Namikaze, it would be divine justice if we killed him. No. No, that won't work. Stupid fox. He leaned over the chair and picked up a scroll tied with a red ribbon. Dangling the ribbon from his finger, he tried to concentrate despite his drugged state. The edges of the scroll were adorned with an hourglass, which automatically opened at his touch. He raised an eyebrow, interesting, and yawned, his head spinning. He'd deal with that later. 2 fox lanterns flew over his head, following their command. He glanced at the contents, unable to read them. They resembled the recently forged alliance between Konoha and Suna. His vision was blurry and dark. His hand went limp, the scroll falling from his limp fingers. Wonderful. His dream returned to the day when he was 8 years old, under the tutelage of the Sarutobi clan, and one day he sat at Gigi's feet, tossing a ball to Konohamaru-kun. He was in 7th heaven, he was sure of it, his stomach had never been so full. It was after a dinner of roast poultry, pak choy, and rice. The red ball rolled and rolled in his hands. No, Gigi. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up from his papers. Yes, Naruto-kun. I'm a good boy, aren't I? I'm not a demon. Sighing, the old man rubbed the bridge of his nose between his eyes and leaned over to ruffle his hair. Yes, Naruto-kun, you're a good boy, he said, without mentioning the demon. The Hokage's office was as stuffy as ever. He ate at his desk and slept in his chair, always hunched over in some awkward position. The windows, through which one could see but not peer in, were like prison bars, for he was consumed by work. And he worked and worked, restoring, recharging, rebuilding. A week had passed, and he suffered from the lack of human companionship, only the fox's presence providing him with light companionship. The Kyuubi didn't want to be caged either, and its own rage had ruined his mood, sending him spiraling downward. No one was thinking about the visit. Not the Anbu, not his friends, not the civilians, not the ninja, not the council members, not even his secretary. And imagine, he didn't want to leave, his brain didn't want to, if that's reason enough. Every time he wanted to go, his mind became sluggish, and he had an overwhelming urge to plop down in a chair and stare out the window. There was only one conclusion, his personality was being interfered with. His body refused to move, as if something were draining his energy without his knowledge. Resting his head in his hands, he counted the cracks in the ceiling, then listed them, the papers lay untouched on the mahogany. Please, just a moment's respite. He pondered the 12 princes of Konoha and their status. Did they care for him and think of him as much as he did them? Did they even remember? The Hokage's door swung open, and this time it wasn't his secretary, that nasty, fat old woman who resembled a sour toad, but Danzo, and behind him, a guy with a fake smile and clothes that revealed his belly. What was his name? Sai. A quick glance, they really knew how to hide their weapons. He greeted her properly. Good evening. Hokage-sama. Operative Ne bowed deeply as his master surveyed the room, raising an eyebrow at the unchanged furnishings. Sai pulled out his chair, and Danzo sat down, leaning one hand on his cane and the other on the table. He asked pleasantly, how are you? A glance out of the corner of his eye. You won't get away with this, a hiss, a dark expression on his lips. Danzo seemed to be mocking the child. Oh, what do you mean? Brainwashing you, B. His heart began to beat so fast it hurt, and the throbbing pain in his head wouldn't subside. You know perfectly well what I mean. In fact, he stood and made a sweeping gesture, smiling sweetly, it's good you're here, you have some explaining to do. What? I didn't place that seal on you, it's practically impossible to remove without certain procedures you're not cleared for. Hot-tempered, he growled, placing his palms on the table and spreading and clenching his fingers. Stop talking nonsense. I'm Hokage now, and I order you to tell me. I treat you like an adult, and I expect the same in return, Danzo hissed, sighing. The Hokage has a 3-month probationary period, during which the entire Konoha Go Ikenban outranks him. Even then, the elders will be the same rank as you. Anyone below you will know nothing. He explained calmly. Is that unfair? You can't blame us for being afraid of you and thinking the Sandaime was crazy when he let you go like an ordinary child. Everyone knew you weren't ordinary, and you couldn't be treated like one. You were at the mercy of the grieving villagers. That's what worried us all. Who said the Kyuubi wasn't completely under control? You were a weapon, capable of controlling the Kyuubi's powers. Your eyes turned red after the sealing and remained red for a whole year. Once outside, you became the fox's prey. You were treated cruelly. Without the seal of loyalty, would Konoha still be standing? I'm simply asking you to consider our perspective. I'm sure it's a terrifying thought, Danzo muttered, feigning injury. He leaned back in his chair and tossed his head, his blonde locks flying. What are you planning to do while I'm in the office? The old man smiled, his face, shadowed by strange things, taking on a sinister tone. The beginning of a new era. Even you've likely realized that Konohagakure's ninja management system is flawed. You've read the reports. Only a handful of genin graduate from the academy each semester, and their numbers are dwindling. The mortality rate among these genin is 66%. For 3 years before the invasion, not a single genin had become a chunin in any of the exams, and the Hokage began churning out chunin, which is in dire need. Only in your year did we have an exception, and that is because rookie ninja are the heirs of the clan. Like a true politician, the man was eloquent on matters that concerned him, filling the room with his presence, as if dictating his rights. The Kyuubi further exposed these shortcomings, but we have always managed to hide them thanks to 2 factors, our Anbu training program and Nei. Night turned to day, the sounds outside grew louder. One by one, the streetlights came on in the darkness. Our prisons are overcrowded, we have no real defense against another invasion, our people are weak and hesitant, too kind-hearted and ignorant. Tell me, would things have been easier for you if you had joined me from the start? Would it have been better than remaining in the orphanage with Uzumaki Kushina? If you had trained with me, Sai would have been your companion, if you hadn't had the seal of loyalty implanted in your body, he said in a cold voice, tapping his cane twice on the table. Now look me in the eye and tell me that without that seal of loyalty, you wouldn't have razed this village to the ground by the age of 8. No, he wouldn't look the man in the eye. Because Danzo was right, he knew, anyone with a shred of intelligence knew, that if given the chance, he would burn this village in his rage, like Gaara had during his bloody rampage. Well, they deserved it. I will welcome any misfortune that comes to this village. I will accept it with open arms. His chest burned, the seal of loyalty rose again. The old man grinned knowingly. His hands dug into his hair, helplessly tugging at it in confusion. Unsure, he looked up at the elder's single eye. Why? Why me? He almost groaned. No one will listen to me, my age, my status, my skills. He guessed the answer they both would never speak of. Was he doomed to be the Hokage's puppet forever? If the situation had been less formal, the other man would have snorted. Despite your age, you've had more intimate moments with the Anbu, which many may be aware of. You've been keeping tabs on Hiruzen since you could speak, and your experience gives those who hate you an advantage, and while they are in the majority, they dare not act. After the disappearance of the Sandaime, the man you were closest to, the council hesitated to allow you to remain here, especially after Yamanaka Inoichi's reports. Therefore, we were forced to confine you within these walls. Sai shifted uncomfortably. His master was merciless. Becoming Hokage is a binding contract, and there are certain chakra-related consequences and punishments should one choose to desert or betray their village while serving as its leader. But these punishments have gradually faded over time, hence the loyalty seal and other precautions. The Go Ikenban is a fluid structure, politically wild but highly effective. We've documented your mannerisms, your daily routine, your life, and every time you sneeze, it's recorded. Numerous conclusions have been reached. First, you are the Kyuubi. Second, you are the son of the Yondaime, Kazama Arashi, also known as Namikaze Minato. Third, you are Namikaze Minato. The council elder paused to catch his breath and carefully studied his listener's face. He said nothing. You're all crazy to do this in your free time, he thought sullenly, crossing his arms over his chest, but didn't say it out loud. Satisfied with what he had seen, Danzo continued, Kyuubi, it's quite possible. In fact, most of the villagers believe you to be just that. A kitsune yokai incarnate, perhaps amnesiac and bloodthirsty, taking on the form of its killer to subconsciously mock us all. And who could say no? You had a very good relationship with the foxes before they were killed by the villagers, you exhibit some yokai abilities, and you manage to manipulate yokai. You have whisker-like scars on your cheek. You have the mind of a trickster, your laugh. So what? He asked harshly. Oil over water, more like the bark of an animal, too jubilant and cunning, and it struck terror into the heads of peaceful civilians. Digest this information slowly. And what about the other two options? Of course, the elder replied sharply, are you Namikaze Minato's son? I can say with certainty, no. Namikaze never showed any affection for his admirers, the women who followed him around, although Kakashi, then the other one grimaced. Kami, was that a blush? No, we didn't keep track of pregnancies in your time, or in yours. We listed all the doctors and physicians over the past few days, if any of the women were pregnant, we would have known. Which leads to our final conclusion. You are a younger version of the Yondaime. I didn't, he interrupted irritably. The elder turned, as if he had just been speaking to an audience, and now focused his full attention on him. Oh no. When Yamanaka Inoichi examined your head, he discovered 3 chambers. One contained a sewer pipe and a cage, the kyubi, another, a labyrinth of buildings and high rises similar to those you see in this village and the surrounding forest, and finally, one made entirely of stone. Reminding Iwagakure. In the last chamber, Yamanaka discovered numerous seals, one of which was the Shiki Fujin. Returning to the question, are you the Yondaime? He shrugged. Your appearance, of course, surprised many. No one knew where you came from, no one knew who you were. It was Hiruzen who named you Naruto and believed you were a demon, a monster, but deserving of redemption. Everyone saw the bundle in Namikaze's hands when he faced the Kyubi during his giant toad summoning, but no one knew where it came from. And in the end, the Yondaime left us no note of who you are, or where you came from, but his last words were, treat him as a hero. He remembers those words spoken with a desperate plea, as if they were not expected to be fulfilled. You lived like an ordinary boy in an orphanage, by the Sandame's decree. Danzo chuckled. And you were immediately expelled at 2 years old, then sent to live with the sole survivor of Uzu no Kuni, Uzumaki Kushina, daughter of the ruling, now deceased, leader, by the Sandame's decree. A wrinkled hand covered the other, resting on a cane. And, of course, life went on, and everyone began to realize how much you imitated the Yondaime. As I said, we re-examined everything about you. The way you acted, the way you looked at life, the way you responded, laughed, and cried, everything was so similar to Namikaze's childhood. Daily reminders of their beloved, late leader led people to hate you. The Yondaime Hokage was a terribly vain man, self-assured, perhaps even over-assured, and he expected fate to bend to his will. And in a way, it did. After his death, over time, more and more people began to regard you as the Yondaime. As a genin, you began using his idioms, you recreated the rasengan yourself. Even Jiraiya was sure of it when you called him by the pet name Namikaze had given him. Arrow Senin. He limped to the long windows and, tracing the horizon and the mountains with his fingers, began to look out. Sai didn't follow him. For a second, Danzo seemed almost, dare I say it, mortal. He noticed a flash of remorse and envy. Namikaze was a certified seal master, a master and creator. I think with the right training, we can elevate you to his level. With that training, we can remove this loyalty seal, You want to free me, he began hesitantly, absorbing the information, some of it already known and deduced, some new. So I can leave the village. In response, he received a HMPH and 3 taps of the cane. I think we can establish some sort of acquaintance. I will support you in most, if not all, of your new decisions during your reign as Hokage. I believe we share similar views on how this village should be governed. In return, I ask one thing, do not disband Nay. Do not disband Nay. The program will be needed for future purposes, certain secret dealings in a group of loyal men and women who will serve only the old hawk. The old man still looked out the window with tenderness, this did not suit him. You have something in mind. He mentally addressed the elder. So, when I am gone. You want to become Rokudaime. Is that so? Danzo spun around, his single eye capable of freezing any shinobi in its path. Do we have a deal, Uzumaki Naruto? Of all things we do. We return to you naturally. Tensho. Seal. A type of calligraphy imprint. Yosho. Cursive. A type of calligraphy font. Hake no Fuin Shiki. The sealing style of the 8 trigrams. Shisho Fuin. The seal of the 4 symbols. Shiki Fujin. The seal that absorbs the dead demon. Kaden. Goryuka no Jutsu. Fire. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Habataku Chidori. 1,000 flappings of bird wings. Yoko Rasengan. Spiraling sphere of the demon fox. Bok choy. Chinese cabbage. If you think about it long enough, the council chamber can seem a little cozy, at least you're never alone here. If you think about it too long, the old men stop acting stoic and start acting like grumpy judges, like an imaginary uncle everyone's glad never existed. A slight ache in his right temple, he needed more sleep. The current occupants of the chamber included shinobi clan leaders, civilian family leaders, elders, and academy representatives. Casually inspecting his fingernails, he said, "I'd call that a small improvement for our program." He examined the back of his hand, the one he'd pierced to release the poison during his first sea mission. There was no scar, though he wished there was. At least until the academy faculty adjust their program to the wartime conditions you tell me we're in now. The scroll with the updated rules was still being passed around, eliciting a variety of reactions, from a twitch of an eyebrow to anger, which was interesting, since there was essentially no reason for anger. In his opinion, it was all relative. He proposed unofficially upgrading all academy students to genin status, where they could greatly assist in rebuilding the village. Kami knew they needed more field experience. True genin would receive C-rank status and the occasional B-rank mission, while Jonin Sensei were to team up between missions and conduct standard training for their students. A robust 3-week regimen of sweat, blood, and tears, guaranteed to turn any genin into a low-ranking chunin, the same regimen the Sandaime had used over 13 years ago, when Konoha was at war. He eagerly awaited the last few people to read the proposal so the review and voting could begin. Ah, if only he'd gotten off probation, then he'd have the reins of power alone. That would be real power. You can't throw my child into this hellish boot camp and expect him to amount to anything. Someone shouted from behind him. He turned to look at the figures. Fat, without any defined muscles, without the slightest hint of their former self-confidence, that wasn't real power. He hated it when people objected to his brilliant ideas. The air here was stale and hadn't been refreshed in a while. What do you want? He drawled. For your precious child to undergo ninja training and then be sent on B-category missions, or for your precious child to be sent on B-category missions? He was the center of attention, and the contrast of light and shadow made it difficult for him to see his audience. Shut up, Yukai. The man growled. The insult made him want to laugh. This is ridiculous. They're just children. A sigh of relief, civilians. Yumino-san. Please tell our esteemed Godema that this is unreasonable. Everyone turned to Iruka-sensei, stunned by the sudden attention. The Chunin paused for a moment, trying to formulate his thoughts, rubbing the bridge of his nose as usual. Aishiwara-san, something similar happened before, when Konoha was at war with Iwa. The Sandaime released a similar program. A grateful glance was cast at the scarred Chunin, which did not go unnoticed. At the time, our numbers were dangerously low, and the village was struggling to meet the mission quota set by the daimyo. I believe this is a reasonable way to solve the problem. Some of the nobles muttered doubts again, and it was Inuzuka Sume who shouted or sneered, all our children will have to go through this, and we all know it's necessary. So stop being such weaklings and grow up. Once your children become genin, they stop being children. Her dog barked twice, the sound echoing throughout the area. For once, I completely agree with Inuzuka-san. Hiyashi Hyuga replied calmly. During the breaks between wars, we indulge the whims of civilians by allowing their children to attend our academy, hoping that noble families possess hidden potential. His lips curled in disgust. There were few civilian genin, and even fewer chunin. As far as I know, no civilian ever achieved high status. The Hyuga leader nodded in agreement. Ashiwara and several of his associates glared at him but dared not say anything. It was amusing. The Hyuga had essentially revealed the tensions between civilians and ninja in Konoha, a topic forbidden to discuss in public, but which had always simmered beneath the proverbial slab. He wondered if he could push this further. How rude of you, Hyuga-san, to imply that civilians belong only to the lower rungs of the hierarchy. He muttered loudly enough for everyone to hear, graciously taking the scroll from the nearest council member. But history knows that it is the rank and file who bear the brunt of the losses, always being sent to the front lines. We must commend them for their courage and bravery, for throwing themselves headlong into battle for Konoha, always for Konoha. Several of the civilians looked like they were about to strangle him, but wisely remained where they were. Ashiwara and one of the women, on the other hand, stood, trembling with fear. He shifted his weight onto the balls of his feet and, with a mocking grin, invited them to try. Well, Hokage-sama, Homura warned from the far left corner, before a torch that cast sharp lines across his face. I think you should apologize to the civilian heads for that remark. It's an honor, Homura, not to feel useless. He grinned broadly, winking. A true ninja is willing to die for honor. It connects him to history, to the well-being of Konohagakure. That's why I'm here, isn't it? There was no answer. Ha, he won this round. Iruka-sensei, sitting in the front row a couple of seats away from Danzo, looked completely at a loss, whether due to his former student's newfound maturity, or to the political intrigue. He gave the scarred man a slightly encouraging smile. If Iruka-sensei got injured, it would be his fault. After all, he'd invited him to join him. Listen, Godime-sama. Ashiwara stood up straight, his bodyguard fidgeting nervously with her sword, casting desperate glances at him and her employer. I suggest you take that back before I start pulling my own children from the academy. A good threat. The Ashiwara family made up a significant portion of Konoha's population. But he'd had a better one. A silky sweet smile and lowered eyelashes. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, unless you want a draft. What? A mandatory recruitment, requiring each family to provide a minimum percentage of potential ninja recruits. He explained casually, as if it didn't matter. Ninja clans won't have a problem, but regular folk. He reverted to street slang for non-ninja. The woman standing next to Ashiwara declared triumphantly, but according to the rule of authority laid out in Article 3, Section. He looked more closely at the woman, who had obviously studied Konoha's laws in depth. He knew her, she was the head of a small family. Kotomura Botan was in her early 20s, carrying herself like a queen in red, regal and stern, unmarried, her reputation was pure and impeccable. A week ago, he had seen her, meeting, with Ashiwara, a man twice her age, in a room in Sector 37. They had forgotten to close the windows. How was Ashiwara-san last Sunday, Kotomura-san? I heard you had tea together. He interrupted her gently, clasping his arms across his chest. Interrupting someone was impolite, so his question failed to elicit the desired response. She muttered, what are you saying? Her mouth opened and closed, some of the more intelligent men and women began to chuckle. He raised an elegant eyebrow, really? He turned to her companion and asked innocently, Ashiwara-san, is she screaming? Because I thought I heard her screaming like an old hag. Shut up before I embarrass you. A low whisper echoed through the stunned silence of the room. He waved casually at his critics, please, sit down. They obeyed without hesitation, their faces as red as tomatoes. Turning his attention to the rest of the sheeple, the smarter ones put on a dispassionate mask. Any more direct objections? Silence. Secretly, his kitsune side relished his control over these people and laughed at how easily this side came to him. He hadn't shown his vengeful side in a long time, completely immersed in the sense of a smoldering conflict that was impossible to see without looking beneath the surface. Approaching the stands, his arms raised in a typical sweeping gesture, he said, Konoha is weak, and even if many of you don't realize it, don't want to, or can't, casting an angry glance at the commoners, we are about to enter a war. And yet, we need to maintain a certain image. We can't afford to appear weak in front of the other villages, especially at a time when it's so important to gain allies. He looked closely into the eyes of the spectators and noticed Danzo nod approvingly. A sneer flickered across his lips, he had no use for the old simpleton. So we'll take your men, women, and children, for the sake of the village. Anyone who can't keep up. Well, our standards have dropped a bit compared to the other hidden villages. We're just lucky no one has realized it yet, but how long will they stay that way? I think, a dramatic pause, that we should be superior to the other ninja villages in at least something other than the speed at which we repel attacks. Unbidden, images of Sasuke's betrayal surfaced in his mind. Judging by the awkward shifts of some of the participants, the memory had returned to them too. Adjusting his vest to better fit his narrow shoulders, he took one last lingering look at the audience. Anyone willing to amend this new regulation? No. Fine. The academy will send me new lesson plans by the end of the week. Questions? No. He smiled brightly, the meeting is over. The fox inside him laughed, fooling the elders, it was so much fun. Let's do this again and again and again until they all smash their heads on the concrete sidewalk. His heart pounded in his chest, and he wished he had the kitsune ball in his hand. People filed out in droves, using the side exits. He waited for Iruka-sensei to finish collecting his notes so they could grab a bite to eat at Ichiraku's. Danzo proved his worth when, after they'd made their acquaintance, he removed the first layer of the seal using a moderate amount of blood. He himself admitted that if he'd been trying to do it alone, it would have taken him another 3 months to decipher the first layer of the seal. Most likely, Go Ikenban had foreseen the destruction of the first layer of the seal, which would have affected his will, since it was the second layer that bound him to the village. Either that, or the council had no idea what the hell they were up to. How involved was Danzo in the loyalty seal business? He hoped Homura or Kaharu hadn't caught wind of it yet. If Danzo had spilled the beans to curry favor with the two elders, then he was serious. Hey, Naruto-kun. Ayame waved and sat him down on the bench, where he sat down easily. Are you hungry today? He grinned and said, well, surprise me today. Show me everything you've got. He slammed his palm on the counter enthusiastically. Iruka, amused, looked up from the tattered menu and announced, I'll have 2 servings of pork ramen. Ayame quickly made a note in her notebook and hurried to the far corner. Ichiraku was like a reliable foundation, unchanging, always in place, the perfect embodiment of stability, which was exactly what he needed right now. Admit it, it had been a long day, and it was coming to an end. He felt a huge dam bursting inside him. He leaned forward, took a deep breath, and rubbed his eyes with the heels of his palms, washing away sand and gravel. It was evening, the sun had already set and the moon had disappeared into the clouds, the bright streetlights hung precariously on repurposed clotheslines. Children in the streets threw stones at them, laughing and encouraging their peers, checking to see if they would fall. His stomach growled. Ah, he whined. I'm so hungry. No, Uruka-sensei, did you know that I've been living in a tower for the last 3 months, eating only bowl ramen? Hunched over, he looked at the academy teacher with pity. I love bowl ramen, but being away from my dear Ichiraku's ramen for so long, it's been pure hell. The scarred man laughed, overhearing the clanking of pots and boiling water. Yeah, haven't seen you in a while. I've been meaning to ask how things are going. Uruka-sensei is also the embodiment of stability. Complicated. He quickly replied, very, very, very complicated. You have no idea, I haven't even thought about guarding the village full-time, and there's so much to do. He grabbed his hair, which had grown out but still retained its jagged stubble. Go Ikenbon is evil. Not in the sense that we can't let Yukai do anything, but rather in the sense of, you little demon, are you sure you should be in charge of us? I mean, what the hell? They voted for me. An exaggeration, but he lived for the drama. A few noodles and seasonings were thrown into the boiling cauldrons, and he sniffed and purred contentedly as drool slowly dribbled from the corner of his mouth. You handled it much better than I expected, Uruka admitted. It's like you were born for this, how did you learn to do it? This was the question many who saw him as acting Hokage had asked themselves. It's not that I want to pry into other people's business, Naruto-kun. He quickly added, if you're uncomfortable, you don't have to answer. It's fine, at least Uruka didn't call him Hokage-sama. You just need to find a way to express it properly. Suddenly, another ninja appeared from behind the curtain, the same one who had sucked on a needle during the Chunin exams. It took him a moment to remember the name, Shiranui Genma. The Junin turned his head to the waiting customers on the right and smirked through his senbon. Yo, you eat here too. The Chunin gave him a puzzled look before asking permission. Naruto. Genma, his eyes narrowed in thought, had never been overtly hostile toward him, merely indifferent, like half the village. Never friendly, never truly noticing him, he kept glancing at the man out of the corner of his eye. Why was he suddenly friendly? He would have kept quiet, but Uruka and Genma, now that he actually noticed, felt uneasy in the silence. Half of him wanted to let them languish in guilt, but the other half fiercely refused the pleasure. A shrug. Why not? The nervousness instantly gave way to frank friendliness. Yeah. Sit down, Genma, we were just discussing Naruto's political savvy. The metal needle twitched. Really? Smart. Ayame approached with a notepad, the usual for me. The ramen girl made a few notes and left. Genma returned to the conversation. Can you handle yourself in this room, Gaki? Dealing with the Go Ikenbon is no walk in the park. Thank you, he muttered sarcastically. The orders arrived, the smell wafting into his nostrils. Excellent, I'm starving. His mouth watering, he carefully snapped his chopsticks in half, bowed, itadakimasu, and began eating with a furious rage. Both men looked surprised as he reverted to his 13-year-old form, slurping his noodles and making as much noise as possible. Uruka lectured him on table manners, and Genma patted him on the back, encouraging him to swallow. He wondered what picture they were painting. A Jonin, a genin turned cage, and a Chunin, sitting side by side in pleasant company, served by a normal civilian girl. All three had slightly distended stomachs after eating, his most noticeable. His mind drifted into a daze as he wiped away the last of the food with the back of his hand. Uruka glared at Genma as he burped contentedly and groaned, expressing satisfaction. Genma's, usual, was more like a bowl of ramen and sake mixed together. His mind was still giggling madly from the pungent smell of alcohol, and his ears strained to hear talk of parties, the Hokage, and fireworks. Gaki, Genma muttered drunkenly, you never told me how you're so good at the council, did you? Miraculously, the senbon didn't fall out of his mouth or dig into his groin, but it made him wonder if this had happened before. Uruka shook his head, looking like a frustrated and irritated academy teacher. You're setting a terrible example for the next generation of ninja. You should stop drinking. What if Naruto follows in your footsteps? The Chunin waved it off. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink. They go hand in hand. But, even drunk, the Jonin retained unusual clarity of mind, his eyes shining. Answer my question. The man's face was too close to his own, and his smell was too strong. His sensitive nose wrinkled slightly in disgust, his voice dropped a few decibels. It's not that important. When I was little, I lived with Sandame Gigi and used to watch him work while one of the Anbu carried me in the shadows. They hid my chakra so I wouldn't be noticed, and later Gigi let me help him with his work. It's not that important, he repeated, though it was a bit pointless, because his tablemates weren't stupid. The feeling of gratitude was directed at Tuki-san and Ayameni for granting him privacy despite their subtle seals, because the information he was giving out wasn't that important at all. In fact, he'd just admitted to having access to all information going on in the village, from level E to SSS. It's okay, Uruka repeated quietly, pinching the bridge of his nose. Genma tilted his head to the right. So I guess the rumors aren't true, right, Gaki? He smirked casually. His right eye twitched. What rumors? What rumors? Oh, the people from the Go Ikenbon were talking about how you handle the political scene, and the Yondaime acted exactly like the Yondaime, all smiles, innuendo, and half-truths. Some complained that it was the same old story. They voted for the Yondaime and Godaime in hopes of controlling the current Hokage, but it turns out the Hokage outsmarted them all using various strategies, blackmail, alliances, and that you both radiate the same feeling. A feeling. Like an aura, like a chakra signature, a pretty good version of murderous intent, huh? Shiranui Genma continued babbling, while Uruka remained silent. The feeling of dread was growing, and he hoped he wasn't being followed. Don't worry, I don't believe a word they say. You, the Yondaime. The Jonin threw back his head and laughed. His thoughts were racing. Him, the Yondaime. This can't be, he doesn't want to become the Yondaime. His hands trembled as he looked at them, they were the only sign of his emotional unease. Paranoia reared its ugly head. More assassins, more haters, waiting in the shadows to kill him. When would they attack? Would they even get him? What could they do? He can't die, he can't die, he can't die, he can't die. He clenched his neck and twisted it, emerging from the murky haze. He was being watched again. His sixth sense no longer tingled so much, he had people secretly watching his every move, but now it only happened when he was alone, outside his apartment. Even in the Hokage's office, his neck constantly tingled, and he didn't know if they were spies from the Go Ikenbon, Danzo. Or both. It was a shame the scroll archive from which he had taken the scroll of sealing had been destroyed, and all the important information had been transferred to the Hokage library, which would never open to him because the library's creator, the Shidai Mokuden Chakra, had rejected his corrupted Yuki. Kami must hate him. The work progressed very slowly. The spy was getting on his nerves, until one day he finally decided to expose his observer. All of this had to be calculated down to the smallest detail. Actually, no, it was all quite primitive. Patience was required, patience that was too late to show after 4 months, but he was determined to see it work. No one had the right to watch him like some dangerous, unpredictable force that might betray those he trusted. He told the Go Ikenbon that he would leave them once he found a way to undo the seal on his own chain of allegiance, to which they merely smirked, but he didn't care. Uzumaki Naruto never went back on his word. The plan is in action, get set, run. Walking out of the Hokage tower, hands in his pockets, whistling short tunes, yoki in his ears. He imagined the 2 furry red tendrils on top of his head turning from side to side to locate the source of the sound, bare feet stepping on a branch, leaves rustling. The whisper of the wind, ninja sparring on another training field, the chirping of birds. Chidori. He shook his head, his blonde hair brushed his cheeks, and he clenched his teeth, stupid memories. He enjoyed his solitude, but it seemed he couldn't find peace without thinking about the past. Come back, he muttered. The spy's guard is down today, unusual, but don't look a gift horse in the mouth. The spy was too far away. Waiting more, he headed to the other side of the field, where in front of him was only a single line of trees that snaked behind him. He dropped to his knees, gathering small weeds and flowers, leaning forward, his knees like light springs, tensed with the force. The predator crouched, ears raised, tail lashing from side to side, one paw in front of the other. Leaves rustled as a strong wind blew through the tree branches, causing them to sway hypnotically. Muscles tensed, adrenaline surged. Tension. Tension. There. He jumped and spun around, cage bunshin. 5 spears flipped over and rushed forward. He watched, stunned. A snarling, dripping, wet tiger snapped the bunshin's neck, but the other 2 bunshins knocked the fleshy ink to the ground, spattering it. He charged forward, attacking his attacker, delivering a roundhouse kick, spinning, and punching twice. Dodging the brush, grabbing the collar, he threw the ninja. Danzo's pet. Into a tree. Sigh. Sai smiled widely and falsely, closing his eyes, and replied, "Good morning, Hokage-sama. Beautiful weather, isn't it?" Dumb agents of Nei, he held a kunai to the pale throat, his other hand pressed to the ninja's chest. You know, I could send you to jail. Your actions, constantly following me, were unknown to me, and as Cage, I cannot allow it. He said coldly, threateningly, baring his teeth, though he was only 70% certain that only Sai had followed him through Konoha, and not a large group of Nei. However, help had not arrived for the other ninja, and he sensed no one in the background. The answer was delayed. The pale boy before him had such empty eyes, unusual for his age. It was all strange, shouldn't the boy have reacted to the threat? Whatever, his eyes were moving, trembling, he was stuttering, but Sai remained unperturbed. Really? In a completely monotone voice. They were in the shadows, and Sai wore a patchwork of dark, sunny patterns that did not move at all. Something was wrong with the shinobi. He let go of his collar. Sai straightened up, his face empty, his gaze empty, his emotions empty, no feelings. Are you scared? He asked matter-of-factly. Why don't you look like you belong? You're nothing, is that intentional? Why are you nothing? Empty eyes, empty darkness, no feelings. With a joyless smile, he saw Haku, he saw Gaara. I am Nei, I am trained not to feel any emotions, as they might interfere with my mission, Hokage-sama. I must keep my mission a secret from everyone but my master. You are not my master. Dispassionate, soulless, monotonous. They struck a chord in his soul, that chord was anger. I have no other existence. With a bolt of chakra, he hurled the pale boy against a tree, the trunk breaking on the impact, and Sai continued to fly backwards, where he straightened and landed sideways on a branch, scraping his collarbone. Leaping up, he reappeared in front of Nei and with a powerful kick to the shoulder sent the boy crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Landing softly, he snatched his katana, Ushi Kun's, from the strap on his back and pointed the tip at the fallen boy's throat. Get up. No movement, black hair obscuring his face. I said, get up. He watched as a pale hand slowly dropped to the ground, the other resting on his knee. Sai rose slowly, the katana still clenched in his throat, cracking a few knuckles but otherwise unharmed. Now that I know who you are, you will follow me everywhere. Feel free to tell Danzo, I don't care. He smiled. Don't smile until you do. Don't call me Hokage-sama, since you don't obey me anyway. We will be friends, like close buddies, wouldn't that be great? No answer, nothing. He stepped forward, the katana pressed to his throat, blood spreading, Sai's eyes widened slightly, finally an answer. Satisfied, he asked. Do you feel it? Blink. What is it? Fear, he said. The first feeling in your life will be fear. Fear of evil and death, fear of ignorance. He wiped the blood from his sword with leaves and sheathed it. Well, let's go, new friend, he said cheerfully, weaving a bit of Lee ego into his speech. Operation. Make Sai feel. We must be in due, and began to return to the market square. Yes, Hige-san. He looked back, but kept walking. What? You said, Sai answered patiently, that we are now close friends, and that I am not allowed to call you by your title. I read in a book about friendship that best friends give each other nicknames. Sai's smile was eerily similar to his own, with his eyes closed. This time he paused. A book about friendship. What the hell? Did Sai really need books on how to chew and eat food properly? The whole thing was seriously messed up, and the words sounded as if there should be a smug smirk on Sai's face, even though there wasn't one. A mark appeared on the corner of his forehead. I know what you're up to. You want to irritate me until I get rid of you, well, that won't work. Determination flared like fire. Oh. The answer was too dispassionate to sound sweet, false, innocent, but he knew it was there. I have no idea what you mean, Hige-san, although I should call you Hige-kun, we're the same age, after all. The sentence trailed off, turning into an internal monologue. Determination faded and died as the urge to wring that pale neck surged up into his chest. Ignore that bastard, he knows what he's doing, and he knows it well, go your own way. Very well, this will be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. He bit his tongue so hard he tasted blood. The seabird flew with a live fish, gliding triumphantly back to its nest. She disappeared into the haze. The fog rose high into the sky, obscuring the clouds and creating a ghostly, eerie world of silvery gray. The incessant sound of waves, waves crossing, waves crashing against the rocks, waves rocking the boat to the right. He screamed and grabbed the nearest thing to steady himself, Yamanaka Inoichi's knee. Shikaku Nara, seated on the left, leaned against a tree. The three were heading to a formal meeting at a neutral village on a remote island between Mizu and Hai, to meet with the Yondaime Mizukage. The Mizukage, he'd read in recent reports, was the same Kage against whom Zabuza Momochi had attempted a coup d'etat, and, according to some rumors, was a Jinchuriki. But rumors were just rumors, and it took two eyes to confirm. He leaned over and looked at the water, at the mist. There wasn't much there, but the place evoked memories of his mission in the land of waves, which had elevated him from C rank to A rank. Wow! He whispered with childish glee and clapped his hands. This truly is a wonderful place. Inoichi smiled wistfully and said casually, I'm sure Uruka Yumino can tell you more about this place, since he grew up here. The scenery here is unrivaled, and they have many imported goods, since traveling by water is much easier than by land. His dirty blonde hair, pulled back into a ponytail, swayed in the gentle breeze. Just forget about their history. Well, it wasn't for nothing that this place was called Shigiri, for good reason. In the distance, the silhouettes of small islands jutting out of the water could be seen. Waves lapped against the sides of their boats, a guide from a neutral village steered the boat, three-leaf ninja sat on soft, wide-sided seats, an umbrella hanging overhead, unnecessary since there was no sun. The boat stopped rocking as they passed through the turbulent current. The atmosphere calmed, and the waves reminded him of sand, the ripples of patterns, and the island of rocks, and it was like Zen, like Yakumo-chan's garden. The guide's eyes darted around, searching for something, probably watching the pirates. Gah, it's all too much trouble. The head of the Nara clan propped his head in his hands and snorted. His laughter escaped his lips, drawing puzzled looks from his two bodyguards. You sound just like your son, Nara-san, he explained hastily. The scars on Shikaku's face twisted into a sad grin. What can I say? He asked, very proudly and slightly smugly, like father, like son. I taught him everything I know. Although, a pause, I heard you haven't seen him in a while, since the mission to rescue Sasuke. His eyes glazed over with thought. Yes, we didn't talk much. But that was because I was still a little angry that he, like the rest of the Rookie 9, had suddenly decided to ignore me, forcing me into retirement. He chuckled in agreement. The scarred man watched the emotions flicker within him and finally said, everyone makes mistakes, Naruto. Me, you, my son, though I'd like to point out that he tried to make it up to you after. He trailed off, waving his hand lazily, as if to say, well, you know, that time. But after you became Hokage, you stopped seeing him. May I ask why? Shikaku Nara was unusually worried. He wrung his hands, gradually realizing there was no good reason for his recent actions. Anyo, I guess I was too busy. He paused, hearing the meaningful exchange between the two Jonin, and tried again, well, maybe I did. I did, before finally giving in and politely admitting defeat. A nonverbal exchange ensued between the adults. Shikamaru talks about you a lot, you know. Shikamaru's father said, especially between the second and third stages of the Chunin exams. At first, my wife and I were nervous, but we soon realized it was good for Shikamaru. He became more forgiving, I guess, and more motivated than I'd ever seen him. It wasn't that he started helping around the house, but he asked me to train more. He chuckled softly. That day, I touched his forehead to make sure he didn't have a fever. Between the invasion and his promotion to Chunin, he gathered evidence that you were the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and he told me you were who you are. He doesn't think of you as a monster, Naruto. There was a misty island stretching from one end of the horizon to the other, gradually becoming clearer in the distance. A small port, a couple of wooden barges, a neat row of rowboats tied to dry stumps, he could make out people scurrying about their business like ants. By this point, he felt like a shamed child being scolded by his father. What he told me about you was one of the reasons I decided neither to support nor condemn your appointment as Hokage. The information that came to light about you after the third Hokage's death was almost unbelievable, but plausible, and it turned out to be true. Not for the first time, he wondered why the Go Ikenban had chosen to bring two heads from prestigious clans. Clan heads have many responsibilities, and the choice was reasonable, he admitted, but why them, each with a child he knew personally? Were they forced, or did they agree? He leaned his cheek against the cool wood and felt a mist wash over his face. Did you know I didn't want to be Hokage? Drowsiness called to him. This time, Yamanaka Inoichi spoke up. Of course. During your numerous interrogations, I, probed your mind, trying to find evidence of any disloyalty to the village. Children's minds, he admitted, tossing his hair back, like his daughter, are much easier to penetrate than adults. Barriers have not yet been erected, they are still innocent, or at least immature. In your head, I have seen many things. He shuddered. Which I'd rather not describe to you in detail. I dodged the Kyuubi's tail. I saw you, as a child, screaming about how much you hated Konohakagure. He closed his eyes. I saw your plans for the future, you were planning to leave the village and pursue your own career. That's not true. He protested, bracing himself against the side of the boat and trying to sit up. All I wanted was Hunter Nin. I know, I saw it. You were just tricking yourself. Without the first seal of loyalty, at best, you'll join a squad of Hunter Nin and then secretly leave Konoha, Inoichi explained succinctly. Your plan would have worked perfectly. I would have liked you, Inui. Inui. The Anbu had asked in confusion, back when he was little and wore a dog mask. Kakashi. A common misconception, the brunette muttered. Kakashi is Inu too. Inuzuka Raikuto, the younger brother of Inuzuka Sume, is Inu I, the head of Konoha's hunter nin. Hokage-sama. The guide interrupted the trio. We are here. Inoichi playfully ruffled his hair, leaned in, and whispered, just remember, no matter whose side you're on, we'll support you. I know you're capable of great things. Stepping off the rickety boat onto dry land, they walked along the path leading to the village. The man handed him a small scroll with his name on it. He eyed it carefully before pocketing it. Hey, right, as if he could do great things. What a way to instill faith in a young man. God, what is this world coming to? He doesn't think he's doing anything good, more like he's just going with the flow. Even after all these months, he still stubbornly avoids civilians, convinced their heads and morals are still strong. Not a single family has left Konoha because of him, he should be grateful. But he couldn't meet civilians. Kyuubi's dreams were becoming increasingly vivid. He could identify the families of the victims in his nightmares. Kyuubi ate people whole, but usually preferred to set them on fire first to make them scream louder. Now the dreams were different. It seemed as if he and Kyuubi were helplessly watching from the sidelines as an eternal force commanded the body to destroy Konoha. The Yukai was under the control of an external force. And in Konoha, lately, people had been hanging posters on walls and telephone poles reading 10 ways to better protect yourself, listing various seals that could be placed on buildings, advising people to sleep with a kunai under their pillow. The village was changing. The chill seeped into the streets, making them more wary, more suspicious, reminding him of Yakumo Kurama, the perfect contrast to Sector 37. Yakumo-chan. He thought with obvious pleasure. After much bargaining and begging for favors, she had agreed to cast a reality-bending genjutsu on all of Konoha, at least temporarily. People outside the village wouldn't even be able to find the village hidden in the leaves. I'll be fine, I just need to check the districts and borders weekly, and they should hold, she said, ruffling his hair and placing another cup of tea in his hands. I know the places outside Sector 37 are dangerous, but I can handle it. No one could understand that, and he was worried, because in the worst of times, ninja could become surprisingly perceptive. Unfortunately, this protection created obvious problems. Imports and exports from the village ceased as traders wandered the forests, unable to find Konoha's walls. The solution was to dispatch ninja escorts, with his permission, to show traders and visitors the entrance. Eventually, he appeared before the council and tried to explain why this was necessary. Go Ikenbon demanded an answer. What the hell have you done to our village? Ours. Regardless, he couldn't mention the Kurama clan while everything was still a secret. Hopefully, with the reality warping genjutsu, there would be no need to fear a future invasion. At the meeting, he attributed everything to the fox's power. Go Ikenbon believed him. And the village was safe, unless the genjutsu failed, which, if he planned everything correctly, would never happen, and the villagers knew it. He watched from afar. They were more relaxed in the face of the threat of another invasion, they continued with their normal lives. He hadn't spoken to them in a long time. The guide led them past residential areas and shopping malls. People looked at them curiously, stopping what they were doing. Perhaps it was his Hokage robes, which made him look like a toddler playing dress up in official regalia. His oversized hat also didn't add to his image as a leader, rather, he looked like a man who dreamed of being one. The roads were covered in worn dirt, the houses and buildings dusty, their wood rotting from damp and rain. Cockroaches crawled in the corners, seemingly unable to squash them. Barrels were piled high in open warehouses. Market stalls were roofed with thatch. Before them stood a longhouse, the only building in the village made entirely of stone. They entered. Shikaku followed him, placing a firm hand on his shoulder, and it reminded him of Shikamaru. The light blue walls rushed past in waves. Rooms, doors, servants. Guilt crept into his conscience. Hypocrite, his mind prompted, they ignore you, and you got angry, now you ignore them. Well, I didn't mean to. Yeah, shut up, you big, fat, ugly, stupid hypocrite. Large, ornate double doors opened. Behind them was a room, a round table and high backs, noticeably bare gray-brown walls. One side of the room was already occupied by two people from Kiri. The Yondaime Mizukage had his own robes and hat tilted to one side, under them he wore a green scarf and a matching kilt, and he was dressed all in black except for a turquoise sash. His hitai was at his waist, his hair was light yellow, bordering on gray, his eyes were lavender, and a seam ran down his left eye and down his face. The Kage had a gentle personality, eschewing kindness and pacifism. Is this the Mizukage? What happened to Shigiri no Sato? Kiri's bloody history could be explained by the man next to the Mizukage, whose mere appearance could likely instinctively set off the danger alarms of an unsuspecting passerby. The man's hair was like Jiraiya's, but a pure midnight black, and even longer. He wore red samurai armor, and when you looked at him, it brought to mind a feline predator, shadow-like, lurking and dangerous. Kyuubi screamed, driven mad by his own demonic rage, slamming into the cage's bars with such force that the walls of his mind groaned and shuddered, and for a moment he thought the creature would break free. Damn it, I won't let this happen, he thought, his head aching terribly, and suicide seemed trivial in comparison. But the roar, the struggle to rise and burn, to incinerate everything in its path, stood between him and this man. This man with the strange chakra, reminiscent of old times. However, the fox's scream drowned everything out, and as people began introducing themselves, he could still hear his opponent's reply, Yugura, the Yondaime Mizukage and his advisor. His headache intensified as he met the advisor's gaze, whose eyes flashed a familiar red, a deliberate show of force. Kyuubi, terrified and seething, stopped his hysteria. To be scared or to feel relieved. Honestly, he should have congratulated himself for not revealing his murderous intent and going berserk, but damn it, he wasn't about to expose himself, not now. Kurigakure valued strength of mind and body. If you lacked either, you were considered unworthy, and this belief was reflected in their way of life, from ninja to the genin exams to the reforms. Kiri was also rumored to be one of the most distrustful and untrustworthy villages. They tried to keep out of the affairs of others and thought only of their own problems, pirates, feuds, and the like. Not to mention the dubious rumors. The advisor, leaning back in his superior's chair, smirked, but the Mizukage said with a satisfied smile, I am pleased to meet another of my kind, and I hope that our similarities will help us cooperate in the near future. Was it the Mizukage? Huh. You and I, the blonde man leaned forward in fascination, emitting a small wave of chakra, blue as a raging sea and demonic. We are one and the same, Uzumaki Naruto, Kyuubi no Kitsune. An image of a gigantic monster covered in armor and spikes, a turtle standing in the water, its three tails lashing out in all directions, forming a tidal wave capable of utter destruction. He narrowed his eyes. Yugura, Sanbi no Kyodaigame. A small, bewildered smile made him doubt for the third time in 10 minutes that this man was the true Mizukage. He could be a puppet, then who controlled the strings? But these didn't look like strings. Both men standing before him were agreeing to the same thing, free will, and if so, the Mizukage's mask was formidable. In response, his gaze darted to the advisor, who said in a soft baritone, I feel we can strike a deal that will benefit everyone. He looked around at the three guests from Konoha. Something very simple, an alliance that will begin our relationship. I propose a compromise. This is what Sasuke will look like in 20 years, he thought humorously, if that bastard ever decides to become a hermit. The kitsune growled again, and this time he heard words that weren't words, since an animal can't truly speak, but rather a thought made more specific. Uchiha, Uchiha, Uchiha. The black-haired man was an Uchiha. But weren't there two survivors? You need someone. A smart boy, aren't you? The advisor, Uchiha, said condescendingly, giving him a disdainful look that seemed to say, you're nothing but a burden. He glared at him, straightened up involuntarily, and responded with a contemptuous smirk. The man stared back. As you wish, Hokage. I require the head of Senju Tsunade. Wait a minute. Inoichi shouted. You know perfectly well that the last member of the Senju clan is obviously out of the picture. We won't trade Tsunade Heim for any offer you make. Tsunade, Densetsu no Kamo, the woman he read about in the bingo book and who healed Lee, she was a legendary medic, right? Lee mentioned that she had overcome her fear of blood, which was a plus for her, but he still refused to return home. Well, if he plays his cards right. Either it'll be your medic Nin, the remnant of the clan that founded your village, traveling the world, getting drunk, and disinheriting themselves because of their vices, or it'll gain a valuable ally in Mizu no Hai. If you refuse, you won't be Kiri's friend. Even if problems with Oto arise again, this time, the man smiled slowly, focusing all his charm on his leader's colleague, with other aides besides Suna. A trickle of black chakra flowed from the man and entered his field of vision. He narrowed his eyes and channeled the chakra into his eyes. The advisor was tainted, but not by Orochimaru's blackness, but by something darker, fueled by negative emotions, something ancient. Tilting his head to the right, he mused, the offer is very tempting. He began slowly, pretending not to hear the implied threat, and awaiting the reaction of his companions. Inoichi did not disappoint, he was stunned. Hokage-sama. Are you serious? Shikaku remained silent, placing a finger to his temple, deep in thought. He stood, leaning back his seat, and bowed deeply. Thank you for the honor of speaking with you. I hope you are not offended by the interruption of our conversation, but I fear my companions will not be so lenient to your direct request. He straightened, smoothing out any unnecessary wrinkles in his clothing with his hand. His words were chosen with great care. The other two at the table echoed his movements. I am not offended, I thank you too, and I must apologize for not showing Senju-san the proper respect, but our offer still stands. The black-eyed man adjusted the battle fan on his back. If you agree, simply send a messenger to us, and we will ensure that he or she experiences our renowned hospitality. Give my regards to Kyuubi. Well, Yagura. He headed for the door. The Yondaime Mizukage took Naruto's hands and squeezed them tightly. I hope, brother, you will be able to visit us soon. The next Chunin exams will be held in my village, and I personally invite you and your people. The Mizukage gave him a friendly smile, one that spoke volumes of compassion and the bond between the Jinchuriki. Yagura was incredibly flustered. The physical contact was unexpected, he said neither yes nor no. Both men left the room. Shikaku waited until the doors slammed shut and the privacy locks activated. Naruto-kun, do you know who the Mizukage's personal advisor was? What do you think, Nara-san? He asked, annoyed and thirsty, wondering what diseases lurked in this water, since Gigi had once warned him that if the drink wasn't purified of all impurities, blood would start pouring out of every orifice, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and anus. The Mizu ninja probably had some jutsu designed to solve this particular problem. He really should look into it. He's an Uchiha. Bingo. The sound that escaped Yamanaka's lips was like the sound of an animal unable to believe its own death, even though all its legs had been torn off. Oh my god, Shika, are you serious? It was amusing to watch the interaction between the two old friends, and he wondered where Akamichi Choza fit into the equation. The Jonin clenched his fingers. What a snag. I'm just speculating. Do you know if I'm right, Naruto-kun? Really? Of course you're right. Kyuubi clawed at the cage bars, whining and howling. He's Uchiha Madara. He wondered if the worst would happen and he'd fight Madara to the death, and who would win. After his inauguration, there simply wasn't time for training, but he'd put the free time to good use. He worked on seal research as an independent researcher, and Neko-chan helped with the sword. That woman was his overseer. He turned to his bodyguards. This entire conversation is now an S-class secret, punishable by death. Twirling his cage hat, he gave them a sly smile. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to write a letter to our dear Heim. Uchiha Madara knew he would be recognized when he attended the cage meeting. He must have associated his appearance with something that would eventually happen. Or maybe he was just curious. A man who has lived as long as Madara would never take unnecessary risks, but would think everything through to the last detail. Experience comes with age. It took several days for the Kyuubi to fully calm down, and during that time, the nightmares were informative, unbearable pain, being sucked out of its land through a small portal, two spinning red eyes he recognized after squeezing through them, and finally being summoned into a circle where this man, Madara Uchiha, who had never aged, was. Destroy the land of fire, destroy Konoha. He tried to devour the insolent man, but his body wouldn't allow it, and he continued to experience pain until rage overcame his instincts and all-encompassing thinking. The Sharingan, gifted to the Uchiha clan, was used against him. Destroy the land of fire, destroy Konoha. Before he went mad, he prayed to his patron, Inari, for forgiveness. His tail shot up into the sky, he screamed and burned the forests, the natural chakra of the trees naturally pulled him down, and his tails lashed down, typhoons, earthquakes. Time flowed differently for the demon, he remained there for months, feeding. People choked in his jaws, blood flowed down his throat, he followed the path toward the village until he reached the walls, buildings crumbling under his power. The little people tried to stop him, it was all in vain, try to stop him, the embodiment of fire, a being of pure chakra. And there, the giant toad, Gamabunta, screaming words he couldn't hear, and a blond man standing on his head, holding a newborn baby wrapped in a blanket. The blond man's blue eyes, sky blue eyes, shone for those who watched, with an indescribable sense of regret, grief, injustice. His hands moved, his fingers demonstrating their dexterity, Shiki Fujin. The little one bit into the wool blanket that covered him and screamed. His own blanket enveloped him like a cocoon, and he woke up. He thrashed wildly in his seat, like a fish caught in a net, screaming in pain until he winced so hard he hit his head on the top of the closet. He rubbed his bruised head, climbed out of the closet, and, cursing, went to his room to prepare for the day. So Uchiha Madara was wondering how his pet was faring outside Makai. He'd read, well, it was more like Sai had picked up a scroll and read it aloud, Inoichi's scroll, a basic mental report of his psyche, and it brought him up to speed. To put it bluntly, he wasn't doing well, and the report wasn't exactly a bed of roses. Post-traumatic stress disorder from the near assassination attempts, the Wave mission, and the Sasuke rescue mission. Depression from his time in the orphanage and then with Uzumaki Kushina, paranoia due to the lack of social contact with anyone except those who seemed to hate him, a catastrophically low level of trust from the academy teachers. Psychosis. Neurosis. Drug addiction. Mild insomnia, trauma from nightmares. Unbalanced. Insane. Okay, He wasn't normal in any sense of the word. It seems, according to Yamanaka's hypothesis, that when Jiraiya removed the council seal from him, it unleashed all these emotions. Combined with the fact that Hubby Tem interfered with his chakra and the Kyubis, the effect was twofold, and he couldn't hide behind happiness and ignorance. Essentially, Jiraiya destroyed his carefully crafted facade. He didn't realize he had one until someone pointed it out to him. Towards the end of the reading, Sai fell silent, returned the scroll to him and left without saying a word. It felt strange, sitting on the other side of the mission table, Oki assumed, looking over the daily missions and assigning them a rank. The Capture Torah mission was listed as C rank, as it seemed the cat was becoming increasingly elusive with time. Experience comes with age. The chair was wooden, and his tailbone ached when he tried to slouch. Oops, it didn't work. From his right, Uruka shot him a disdainful look. He could hear the academy instructor lecturing him, "Straighten your back, Naruto, or you'll be walking like that when you grow up. You don't want that, do you?" It was ironic that Uruka-sensei was telling him he wasn't his sensei anymore, but still treated him like a student. He glanced around the mission room, sandaled, wiggling his toes. No one made eye contact, all attention focused on the Chunin, searching for some sort of reference point. If ninja noticed something unpleasant, they either took action to eliminate it or ignored it at all costs. It was midday, he tipped his chair back, balancing on two legs with his head resting on the edge. His eyes were half open, and he felt tired in every sense of the word. He must have attracted flies. The windows let in natural light. All the tasks for the day had been completed, so the room was empty except for him and Uruka. He had to tie up the last threads. In his right hand, he held a crumpled note sent by a toad named Gamamiki. It read, "No information on Oto, they are gathering forces, supposedly negotiating with Kumo." In front of him lay a more formal scroll, brought by an envoy from Konoha. "I find it curious that Konoha has chosen a young man such as yourself as village leader, and it seems you don't like your village very much due to extenuating circumstances. Two of my people can confirm this. Perhaps we could meet privately and work something out, what do you say?" Rakage. Among them were other scrolls from the lower ninja villages, sending their greetings. Iwa and Odo sent nothing, as did Aim and Kusa, still reeling from the death of their genin. Reflecting, I recalled Deidara's note from yesterday's visit to Ichiraku, conveyed via clay bird, hunted again, escaped Itachi and the unknown. Kumo has a powerful rebel group, led by the Jinchuriki's older brother, the Hachibi no Kyogyu. And then there was the letter he sent a couple of days ago. Senju Tsunade. You have two options, return to Konoha, under its protection, and head our medical hospital, or continue on your way, knowing that Konoha's hunters will be hunting for your head, so they can bring it to the Mizukage and at least help in some way. Too much time has passed, and your privilege has been extended too long. We will wait a whole week for your response. Greetings, Uzumaki Naruto, Godime Hokage. Carrot oh carrot. Yes, he was attracting flies, maybe he could pull off the abarame, the flies would feed on his chakra and then dedicate their lives to him. No, probably not. He shoved Jiraiya's message into his mouth and chewed, forcing his salivary glands to work. Ah, it tasted like shit, like real shit and fly guts. The paper was made to be easily destroyed over time, it would even corrode in normal room air. He bit into it until it was a pulp, tried to swallow, but couldn't. Ew. The scarred Chunin glanced at the tall stack of mission reports and smirked. Chew with your mouth closed, Hokage-sama. MFFGGFF, he opened his mouth, two more flies flew in, closed it and swallowed. A terrible, sickening feeling spread like spider fingers across his skin, which he was sure was turning green. Time passed smoothly, and by the end of the day, the flow of people into the mission room slowed, then stopped altogether. So, how was the trip to Mizu? The Chunin asked, handing over a stack of reports. Oh, Uruka-sensei, you have to be there to believe it. It's completely different, he said, spreading his arms wide to take in the difference. It's cool and foggy, you can always hear the sound of running water, and it smells like water, and the buildings are made of stone and rotten wood, and they always eat seafood. He added in a whisper, but that little village was so small. I saw ordinary Mizu ninja, and it reminded me of their genin exams. Hell, the same ones where the battle royale was. Kakashi-sensei and Momochi Zabuza mentioned it during my mission to the Land of Waves. Uruka sobered up. Ah, I remember, I was part of the program. Surprised, you were. Yeah, I came straight from Kurigakure with my parents. I was ready for the genin exams and graduation, but then the bloodline purges started. I was taken to Konoha when I was 10. Though it wasn't until a couple of years later, when the officials stopped questioning my loyalty to the village, that I was able to wear this. He adjusted the Hitai 8 on his forehead. Wow. Kekai Genkai. So Uruka-sensei really is strong. The man corrected him sheepishly. It's just for navigating underwater with sonar. No need for light, it's useless now. Although, maybe I could have been strong, the man smiled sadly. But we'll never know. I became an academy teacher the moment I became a chunin. You didn't want to become an academy teacher. Haruka leaned back in his chair, adopting the same stance as his student. I've personally overseen the training of Kiri's finest genin, of course they want me for this job. I hated kids at first, thinking they were assholes, but they grow on you. Like mold. He scratched his head through his ponytail. Honestly, my job at the academy is to instill loyalty in the kids. The real training is with the reserve corps. He's training the reserve corps. Oh, Kami, you must be 10 times scarier. The reserve corps ninja are the dregs of the academy, kids who made it through training but weren't accepted by a Jonin sensei. They're sent back to the academy for 2 more years of training camp, where all of them, if they survive, are directly promoted to chunin. After that, half, and only half, are allowed to join Anbu or regain their Tokubetsu Jonin status. Everyone knows that Jonin are highly prized, and only elite genin, under the guidance of a Jonin mentor, have a chance of achieving the coveted rank. As a result, most chunin are undervalued. The man sipped his tea, rubbing the bridge of his nose sheepishly. I'm proud of my work. In Konoha, it's a dark secret. The academy's training camp, also known as the Demon's Playground, is impossible to fail. You either die or pass. The seasoned, jaded ninja who end up there usually do covert missions, dirty work, slit-throat assassinations. The new ninja training program he'd had to push through the council didn't hold a candle to it. No, seriously, Gigi usually does the paperwork when it comes to genin and chunin because he wanted my promotion exams to be a surprise. Never thought you were one of those, it must be cool. And the damn interesting image he could conjure up, the only thing he could do was make Iruka cast an illusion as his head turned into a large, flaming ball. His voice stirred him, and the man silenced him. Thank you. He straightened the papers. Well, I'm almost done, I can drop them off at your office tomorrow, okay. It was difficult juggling the reserve corps trainer and the academy instructor. One was stern, the other gentle. One was killing lagging students in a 5-mile race he deemed beneath him. Another was patting a sobbing student on the back after failing to successfully perform the Kawarimi no Jutsu. He respected the man and recognized a request for dismissal when he saw one. Excellent. I need to rinse my mouth. Ah. He stuck out his tongue, which still had remnants of paper on it. The message tasted very unpleasant. As the door closed, he heard Iruka mutter, wouldn't it have been wiser if you had burned the letter with a simple katen? And sometimes even his own stupidity astounds him. And a few hours later, after Hanabi's stealth training, nestled on his favorite hill with Konohamaru and Hanabi, he reverently opened his bento and pulled out chopsticks. This smells divine, he groaned. Arigato, Hanabi-chan. And he embraced the embarrassed girl in a bear hug. But these are remnants of yesterday. They still smell amazing. This is better than ramen any other day. He bowed, itadakimasu. There were cold noodles, pork stir-fried with leeks, all drizzled with soy sauce, half a boiled egg, some sushi, and 2 onigiri next to it. Tears of joy streamed down his eyes. So delicious, he muttered through a mouthful of noodles. Once out of his blind spot, Konohamaru and Hanabi exchanged meaningful glances over their bento. Once finished, the 3 decided to lie down and admire the clouds. It was a perfect day for cloud watching. A balanced combination of blue and white hung above them. The cirrus clouds high in the sky moved less vigorously than the stratus clouds on the horizon. It looks like a spider, Konohamaru pointed with his scarf-wrapped hand. Byakugan, Hanabi countered. Spider. Byakugan. Sleep. Look, I'm the grown-up here, I'm older. It's a spider. Byakugan. Uh-oh, the girl was starting to get angry. How can you see the Byakugan? It's so long-legged. The Byakugan is activated, you idiot, Hanabi said icily, making him wonder if he should watch his language more carefully around the girl. He never cursed while training the Hyuga on the weekends. Enraged, Konohamaru stood up and shouted, what did you call me? Because I'm not afraid to hit. People say boys aren't allowed to hit girls, but you're not a girl. Quote ellipsis exclamation mark quote. He closed his eyes as Hanabi rushed toward the youngest member of the Sarutobi clan. Ow. He heard the rustling of clothes and sighed, knowing exactly what this was going to lead to. You know what? I can see your underwear. I can see your underwear. Hey, you can't do that. They have little mini ninjas on them. And they're purple. Mini ninjas. Mini purple ninjas. And like all kids, she'd learned that the easiest way to irritate people was to chant annoying phrases. Ni-san. Help. He cracked an eye open and was delighted by the most unusual sight. Hanabi was pushing Konohamaru to the ground, using sheer brute force, which was amusing considering their mass. Hanabi grabbed a bunch of grass and rubbed it into the boy's hair. Konohamaru cried out for help again. The smell of cooking food hung in the air. He shrugged and closed his eyes, dreaming of a cloudless, clear blue sky, pointedly ignoring the self-made praise bursting from the boy's lips. Hanabi must be biting her ears by now. Kids can be so dramatic. Baby. 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 There he is. A female voice called in the distance. Sakura. Hey, Naruto. He groaned, sitting up and running a hand through his hair, unable to tidy it up. Sakura, Hinata, Kiba, and Ino were walking toward him. He smiled at them and waved lazily. Baby. Baby. I see your little fingers. You're a big baby. Kiba was the first to reach the top of the hill, followed closely by Akamaru. Yo. Haven't seen you in a while, how are you? Sakura followed. Naruto. She cleared her throat awkwardly. How are you enjoying being Hokage? Hinata ran over to separate her children, a little alarmed by her younger sister's cheerfulness. Hanabi was still shouting about the purple ninja, and Konohamaru cowered behind the armed man. Choji sat nearby, watching the commotion with interest. His eye twitched. Nothing special, just boring and lonely. But hey, his whole body shuddered, and his face lit up. Not anymore, huh? This is some kind of grand reunion. Why did you all decide to come? Sakura and Ino were asking about you today, and someone spotted you nearby. Kiba said. Ino saw Hinata, and I caught wind of it, and so, you know, the search party. I don't know why they wanted to find you. Yeah. He glanced sideways at his former teammate. Well, did you want me? And smirked at the little joke, hinting at his past crush on her. Come on, Naruto, her old defensive reaction sounded natural. I wanted to ask you about Sasuke-kun. A split second later, her eyes widened, realizing she'd said it completely wrong. The name hardened his heart. Yes, Sakura. What about him? She was struck by his coldness. Did she think he'd continue calling her Sakura-chan and asking her out? No way. Even if he died at the hands of the Uchiha, Sakura would remain steadfast in her faith, stupid fangirls. Her hands tugged at her skirt. God, is she still wearing that hideous thing? It's so impractical it restricts her movement, and she's not planning on getting into a serious fight anyway. Sasuke-kun is a missing nin now, and I wonder what rank he's got. He looked into her eyes, naive emerald, and lied easily, A-class. What? No. But Sasuke's not a chunin yet. A- class is on the spot kill. Can't that change? S-class is fleeing without warning, and I thought that was too stupid. Hey, we can't let Uchihas defect to another team. But A-class. He won't hurt anyone. He almost killed your Hokage and fled to another village, whose leader killed the Sandame. His eyes oozed chakra. Yuki. You should probably watch your words. He warned her, then casually remarked, besides, Uchihas are inherently evil. What? That doesn't mean they can't fight it. Sasuke simply succumbed to the curse. Silence fell upon him. The Uchiha curse. Right. The Hyuga clan made a deal with a demon, the Kyuubi no Yoko, to transform their eyes into something better, the Sharingan. It's demonic magic, the cliched curse story. Demonic magic. You're lying. Huh. No, I'm not. What are they talking about? You know, it's all from the ninja cycle. Silence again. The mythological cycle, the one that everyone, he emphasized the word, knows. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Except for the people of Konoha, I guess. What nonsense are you talking about? Kiba rolled his eyes. The mythological cycle. Konohamaru shouted, sitting cross-legged while Hinata rubbed toothpaste on his bite marks, apologizing profusely for her sister's antics. Rakudo Senin, Hanabi finished calmly, emerging from the fray unscathed. Naruto ni said that others call him Akuma Kami no Moritsu. Although the cycles may or may not refer to the same thing, she added, enjoying the fact that the older people had no idea what she was talking about. Akuma Kami no Moritsu, Deidara lectured in his pottery workshop late at night. You should know this prophecy. It will soon come true, and everyone, he emphasized the word, knows. But the faces were only puzzled. What mythological cycle? He covered his face with his palm and rubbed his eyes. I can't believe you guys don't know. This bicycle is truly famous. 9 forests to bind it, 9 seals to hold it, 9 eyes to release it, but 10 is the number of the unseen, the curse of all that was, is, and will be. The eyes of those who look at the sun, touched by black fire, give birth to 1. 3 will go, 2 will return. 6 and 6 before the eyes of 9. 3 stand alone on the coming shores of hell. Chakra seeded from the vortex, the true sage gathered from the shadows, and the double darkness gave birth to the 3rd. They will bear witness when the elements are born. 8 eyes watch as the 9th seal is released, shattered by the eyes of the blind. In the eye of the infinite cycle, the demon is named, and by the double darkness, the sage of six is slain. 2 hands form 10 fingers, the world is divided into 10 parts, 10 parts he will gather to carry out his will, and with 10 he will stand in the darkness when all is silent. His voice, previously sing-song, like a child memorizing nursery rhymes, fell silent. Then he shrugged. Terribly pessimistic, but many believe it, including me. I don't believe it, it's just a stupid poem, Sakura decided, her voice trembling. It's just a stupid rhyme, and, her voice picked up speed, you're a fool, Naruto, for actually believing something like that. He looked away from her ignorant self in her attempt at denial. Maybe he does have a P-spot after all. Hinata whispered, fiddling with her jacket. Hanabi hugged her sister around the neck. I don't think it matters. It's probably just old ladies warning us against stupidity, Ino snorted. I've never heard of that before. The blonde tossed her hair back and looked at him defiantly. He tilted his head in her direction and looked at her as if to say, don't push me. What does that mean? Kiba asked, scratching Akamaru's ear. Few people know, he said, straightening his shoulders. The eyes facing the sun refer to the Byakugan. Hinata's eyes widened, then quickly closed. Of those, the ones tainted by black fire refer to Yuki, that is, the Sharingan. They mention the Sennin of 6 paths and the elements he controls. The 9, as many think, refer to the Biju. Other than that, nothing, which is strange, because, you see, this cycle has been around for a long time, even before the hidden village system was created and the clan wars began. Sakura was indignant, but that's impossible. Everyone in Konoha loves the Uchiha, they're the police and protect ordinary citizens. What does the Sharingan have to do with the Biju? And they keep secrets, deadly, terrible ones. But he didn't waste any effort trying to convince her, already pondering the thought he'd picked up. As for Itachi's concern about the one who walks the 6 paths, he had no idea what it was. The sage was the first to create modern ninjutsu, hell, the first to give birth to the ninja, the very same moon creator. Long thought dead, there was little information about him in the scrolls, and the investigation stopped there. Ino raised an eyebrow. Biju. He looked at Ino with an expression that seemed to say, stop being so damn tasteless. She hadn't listened at the academy, either. Aha, tailed beasts, would you like to ring the bell? Or should I recite another poem? And before anyone could stop him, he mockingly, still humming, said. 10 little ninja who dance so well. Then a raccoon showed up, making it 9. 9 little ninjas stood at the gate. A tiger came, and there were 8. 8 little ninjas sang songs that reached the sky. A turtle came, and there were 7. 7 little ninjas were making candle wicks. Then a monkey came, and there were 6. 6 little ninjas were collecting honey from a beehive. Then a horse came, and there were 5. 5 little ninjas were watching the rain pour down. A slug came, and there were 4. 4 little ninjas were hiding in a tree. Then a beetle came, and there were 3. 3 little ninjas were wondering what to do. A bull came, and there were 2. 2 little ninjas were no longer having fun. A big fox came, and there he is. 1 little ninja is looking for a home. Wherever you go, little ninja, you will always be alone. It was all settled. They were children, and he wasn't. They could no longer work side by side and be called comrades or partners. He had no time for them anymore. Between Hokage, training, and other responsibilities he prioritized over other genin teams, and they were so childish. He was like that too, wasn't he? But these were the people he'd sworn to protect when they'd forced leadership upon him, the reason he sat in this office, drawing up trade rules, dispatching ninja to different districts, and assigning missions. They were so young, he'd once been the same. You've surpassed all my expectations in this, the fire daimyo had told him on the day of his special visit, ruffling his hair. He glanced over the daimyo's shoulder at a portrait of the young daimyo, dressed in ceremonial robes, red and adorned with feathers, trying to look noble. Just like your predecessor. I thought he was too young then, but look at who he was. You are his legacy. And for the life of him, he couldn't tell if he was talking about Gigi or the Yondaime, and he just smiled, closing his eyes. Twilight. He was in Neko-chan's living room with Sai, who, still on Danzo's orders, kept an eye on him when he was alone, and in this case, on the Hokage's orders. It was part of mission, make Sai feel emotions, or some variation of that name. Azuki Yugo, who, oddly enough, like the new guest, sat up straight in her soft chair, glowing in the dim light with maternal health, her belly was noticeably rounded. According to the doctors, she was fine, she was eating properly, and the child, a girl, was not draining her chakra too quickly. Ushi-kun should have been to her right, but, he glanced at the empty chair next to her, he was no longer there. Handing her a glass of milk, have you thought of a name? Her face, pale and makeup-free, broke into a smile, the light reflected differently off her skin, 2 wrinkles, tear tracks, ran across her face. She cried at night, calling for her husband, hugging a pillow to her chest and imagining him as her beloved. I'm waiting for it to come to me. Maybe when I look at her face and see what she'll become, Kami-sama will whisper her perfect name to me. Or, she smiled radiantly, you can tell me what it should be. The black-haired boy stepped forward, then backed away. His face remained impassive, but his movements spoke of something else, hesitation, a hint of uncertainty. Sai is unsure of something. It's an emotion, I think. He looked at cameraman Ne, or, more importantly, at his hands, hands that he eventually realized were the hands of an ink artist. Like calligraphy, there was power behind the brush, and beneath that, ink imbued with chakra, an unconventional style for ninja. He'd realized this when he demanded daily sparring. Sai was talented, a true prodigy from Danzo's program. The drawings were black and white, filled with feelings and emotions their creator couldn't convey. Tigers, crows, foxes, there was an aesthetic beauty to them that awakened something within him that purred with pleasure. The first time he saw Sai's work, he felt his heart skip a beat, something he hadn't felt in a long time. It made him think of Deidara. Aniki, dead drunk, waving his newest creation, a robotic eyeball he absolutely had to get rid of. That damn genjutsu almost trapped me in it, Ha. I'm from Iowa. We from Iowa have minds made of unbreakable stone, His sentences were barely coherent, and he had to duck as a half-empty sake bottle flew from the older man's hands and shattered against the wall behind him. Aniki telling a story about when he was very young, his first memories of trudging through the rocky valleys on an errand for his mother, at the edge of the forest at the southern end, and noticing a blond man with spiky hair, dressed in the unfamiliar standard ninja garb. And I went over there because I was curious, and he looked at me, beckoned me over, and told me to sit next to him. And then he told me, Deidara let go of the fluttering clay bird in his hand and watched it flap its wings. I'm not sure of the words, it was so long ago, but something like, I'm guilty of murdering my relatives. I see the eyes of my childhood friends, now adults, on the other side of the line, their dead eyes asking, how could you, like ghosts? And you know what? Later, I realized the vest he was wearing was the standard vest of a Konoha Jonin. He was Konoha no Kiroi Senko, His hands formed the familiar seal, Katsu. The clay bird exploded, creating a fireball. Strange, because the Namikaze clan from Suna died out. I suppose they went to Iowa. He shrugged. I don't know. Mama didn't tell me much, only that when the bloodline purges happened in Iowa, we had to flee. He took another bottle of sake and drained it. Namikaze was confused. All people are people. Every person dies, and from death comes life. He stared absently into space, and then Neko-chan's voice brought him back to Earth. The room was dimly lit, creating a certain atmosphere. Come on, Sai, Yugo smiled good-naturedly. It's okay. I don't bite, really. She giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. When the ninja moved forward, his steps were even more hesitant and familiar. Like a baby taking its first steps across the floor, Sai stopped before the woman, hand half extended, silently asking permission. He nodded, leaned down, and gently placed his hand on her stomach. They remained there, like marble statues, pale and lifeless, for a few moments. It's hard to believe, a quiet voice murmured, that this is the same guy who calls me, Hige-kun, and my Anbu, Ahiru-san. Ni's face didn't flinch, his eyes widened for a split second, but he managed to detect emotion, wonder, a sympathetic joy for the woman sitting next to him. From death comes life. I can feel it moving, Sai stated, moving his hand to the right and pressing lightly. It's so light, like the flutter of a butterfly's wings. Azuki-san, if you need a simple name, I can. He noticed the awkwardness. The silence wasn't unbearable, he shifted his weight to his other leg and turned his head away. The scene was too personal and intimate to interfere with the child's naming process. Instead, he looked at the curtains with their floral pattern and out the window, which revealed a clear blue sky. I'm ready to hear your thoughts. Ran. Her name should be Ran. The sentence was spoken quietly but clearly. Azuki Ran, Gecko Ran, whatever it's called, it fits. It's Ran, yes. Yugo placed her hand on the boy's, then slid it down to stroke her belly. My little Ran. Later, he wondered how much this experience had changed Sai. The transformation was subtle, almost imperceptible, but the eyes were like a window to the soul. Yakumo had once told him over tea that this was precisely how she read people. Look into their eyes, and they'll reveal secrets. In Sai's, they didn't reveal much, but if you thought about it, they became softer, with something akin to thoughtfulness. From death comes life. And with that thought, he sighed and began shuffling through the papers, shuffling them longer than was necessary to avoid picking up a pen. This was considered paperwork, a principle, not a mood. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. It's strange that I spend more time with Sai now. He's still as annoying as ever, and his stupid nicknames are even more so, but, he mused, he grows on you and stays. Like a fungus. We talk more, he walks with me when I'm alone and talks about brushstrokes and his brother, he even eats with me sometimes, and Neko-chan likes him. Through the double doors, he could hear Sai talking to his secretary, his third this week, and he hoped she'd hold out until the end. But they were in for a fight, especially when Sai brought out the big guns, like the nickname, Munita-chan. He knew exactly how to make a name memorable. An involuntary smile crossed his face. But being with Sai meant less time with Yakumo-chan, since Sai obviously still obeyed the old man. The smile faded, he missed Yakumo-chan terribly. They usually had tea every weekend without fail, comparing the kitsune's illusions to her keke genkai. Perhaps he'd make it up to her later. He admired her intellect, but Sector 37 was where he began, where he became who he is now, it's a part of him, and he can't go back. The floor was strewn with crumpled papers, the trash can overflowing. He picked up a pen and sighed, it's time to get this over with. Later, I'll train with Neko-chan, although now all she does is boss me around and send me to the store to buy the strangest foods. Pickled leeks and pork. His eye twitched at the memory of the terrible taste. Sometimes women don't attract me. At least she stopped vomiting in the mornings. The door swung open, most likely off its hinges and slamming into a bookshelf. He looked up, a powerful wave of chakra rippled through the room, and a blonde woman with very ample breasts, covered from head to toe in genjutsu, entered. Behind her stood another woman, smaller, with dark hair, clutching a small, squealing pig to her chest. Any closer, and the pig would suffocate. All right then. Jiraiya followed the women, his hands raised in a placating gesture, looking like he'd lost a fight, muttering, Tsunade, let's not rush this. Come on, calm down. Tsunade. Sanin. Densetsu no Kamo. Senju. Tsunade's eyes darted to him, widening as he wondered if she knew the Yondaime personally before she asked, who do you think you are? Maintaining his composure, which was difficult in the presence of two Sanin, he smiled slyly, Uzumaki Naruto, Godime Hokage. Sit down, Senju-san, and gestured to the chair in front of him. We have much to discuss. The Sanin growled, but sat down anyway. The pig squirmed in the other woman's arms, all about why you decided to threaten me, Shizune, and Taunton when I clearly don't want you to. Do you want to? He raised an eyebrow delicately. Are you serious? She's acting like a spoiled brat. She's a Senju, she's a Haim, and yet she acts like a commoner. Shizune. He nodded politely to the dark-haired woman. Hello, sorry we're short on chairs. I didn't know Senju-san had taken on a student. The bingo book listed her as passing by, insignificant compared to the mighty power of Tsunade, the medical nin. He gave her a pitying glance that no one noticed, and turned to the blonde. Her genjutsu must have had something to do with her age, her skin, because she looked nothing like Jiraiya's childhood friend. His gaze darted to Game Senin, leaning against the window. So you agree with me? Not with you, I was forced, she emphasized, to do this. Her hands clenched, but her composure was remarkable. The armrests of her chair didn't break under the pressure. He'd heard that happened often when she was angry with the debt collectors. Why wouldn't you want to? This is your village, right? He asked dismissively. What Kunoichi doesn't want to be part of her village? You have experience helping people, raising them to your level. I know your hemophobia disappeared after the battle with Orochimaru, Lee told me. His brows furrowed. So why haven't you returned voluntarily yet? The tense atmosphere, charged with chakra, he struggled to contain his urge for revenge. Acting like a child in such circumstances would be unwise. Shizune calmed the pig slightly and tossed a couple of paper balls aside. Senju frowned, but couldn't meet her eyes. He was confused why. He knew he'd touched a sore spot, not sure exactly where, but it had made an impression on her. You don't understand, Tsunade finally said, slightly wearily unclasping her hands. This village holds all the deaths of my loved ones. And not me. He glared at her so fiercely that she tensed. Oops, was that Yuki? He pulled himself together. And you think you're unique, Tsunade Haim. You think you're special. He spat. In the last 6 months, 2 of my loved ones, people I trusted with my secrets, have died from more deaths than I can count on one hand. I'm still here, and I have nowhere to run. He pulled off his mesh shirt, revealing the seal that burned and burned against his skin with a warning, penetrating deeper, but he ignored it. My chain is to this village, I accept it as is, I protect this village because I'm a ninja, nothing more. I could leave, I would if I could, but I can't. Instead, it was all so damn unfair. The burning sensation from the seal became unbearable, spreading downwards and touching his lungs, and where the stitched wound had been, where Sasuke's Chidori had been. He gasped in pain. Tsunade's healer instinct surged forward, and she leapt from her chair to support him. The papers slid off the table and fell to the floor, joining the others. Shizune cried out in alarm, Jiraiya moved to step forward, and Tauntaun yelped. The Sannin's palm, glowing with green chakra, tried to ease the pain. He coughed up blood, and, weakly held in the arms of the last heir of the Senju clan, he bowed his head forward, blood trickling down his chin, and croaked, Konoha may be great, but right now we are vulnerable. He tilted his head to the right. And by we, I mean me, you, and them. He gestured toward the windows, where the city towered proudly and picturesquely. With your experience, we can change this village. Every team will have its own medic, fewer deaths, he muttered. The medic froze. What? She whispered. Training programs, every team needs a medic, new plans to be made, and endless opportunities to ensure one thing. He looked into her brown eyes, filled with so much pain and sadness, but it had to be faced, he knew now, there was no running from it. They were the same and yet so different. She was here and he wasn't, and so he envied her. He smiled kindly at her, fewer deaths, no one should see them. It's too painful. Do you agree? Yes. Silence fell in the room. Can you help? Yes. Forgive me for what I did. He closed his eyes. Please catch me when I fall. He lost consciousness. And he woke up on Neko-chan's couch with a green pendant on a chain around his chest, pulsing. Heart, he thought, picking it up, it glowed with the natural chakra typical of the Senju clan. This is the heart of Konoha. On soft, sure legs. The fox will run through the forest tonight. The fox goes to its patron. And bathes in the light of Inari. Big. Whiskers. Sanbi no Kyodai game. Giant three-tailed turtle. Shigiri. The village of the bloody mist. Densetsu no Kamo. The legendary lock. Shiki Fujin. The seal that absorbs the dead demon. Hichibi no Kyogyu. The eight-tailed giant ox. Kawarimi no Jutsu. Substitution technique. Rakudo Senin. Sage of the Six Paths. Akuma Kami no Maretsu. The demon god's wrath. Konoha no Kiroi Senko. The yellow flash of the leaf. Munida. Breasts. Ahiru. Domestic duck. Ran. Orchid. Before leaving Konoha with a group of specially selected genin and their jonin instructors to attend the chunin exams in Kiri, Shikamaru said to him at the gate, "You're more graceful now." He said it so calmly, as if it explained everything. There were still a few things the jonin needed to sort out before setting off on the long journey. Last-minute farewells, gas and power outages, and the like. And of course, there was Kakashi. As an added variable, it would be another half-hour before he could get ready, the lazy ass probably still snoring. He considered sending Anbu to wake the jonin, but then dismissed the idea. Many Anbu had been under Kakashi's tutelage when he was Inu too, and dragging the former captain out of bed would be too awkward. Leaning against the gate in a relaxed pose, arms crossed over his chest, he looked at the chunin and frowned. Huh. The Nara air shifted from one foot to the other, and it seemed to him that the dark-haired ninja was uncomfortable. You act as if you don't notice, or as if you've never changed, and so you expect your relationship to remain the same, he said, distinctly awkwardly. It was the first real conversation he'd had since Shikaku's warning during the peace talks in Mizu High. He closed one eye, still feeling the effects of the early morning haze, and slowly licked his lips. I don't quite understand. As if the burden of explanation was too heavy, the young chunin sighed. After the chunin exams, the other 12 warriors of Konoha spoke seriously of you. Between the preliminaries and the finals, you changed the way you move. It became more graceful. It's noticeable in everyone. From your walk to your meals, there are no pauses, and one movement flows smoothly into the next. On the other side of the gate, the muffled voices of Kamizuki Izumo and Hagane Katetsu could be heard standing guard, discussing the pros and cons of using chakra-enhanced calcium carbonate weapons. Shikamaru bit his lip and also crossed his arms. No amount of training can explain this sudden agility, and sword training can only yield limited results in a month. People are talking. About what? He asked, squinting as the sun peeked over the horizon. The remaining 12 Konoha members and their senseis began arriving in twos and threes. Sakura avoided his gaze, and it elicited neither a reaction nor pain from him. Everyone else expressed their agreement, nodding, smiling, waving. The rising sun tinted everyone's skin an orange-red hue, as if burned, and Kurenai's eyes literally glowed with an inner light. People glanced at him and Shikamaru, but no one joined in the conversation, though they spoke quietly. Kiba and Shino, at least, heard everything. You're different, you're not the same Naruto anymore, Shikamaru insisted. Everyone changes, he replied, watching Asuma's cigarette smoke swirl and swirl, rising into the air, and Lee doing knuckle push-ups. Kurenai, in the corner, gave her trio of genin a brief, encouraging stern lecture. To his left, Ino and Sakura were trying to grab Choji's lunch bag. Shouldn't he? The boy's left eyebrow twitched in irritation. Yes, but you were expected to be stable. They didn't say it, but everyone assumed you'd retain your pre-genin personality. Now you're different. Not in the sense that you're growing up, but it's like you're no longer Naruto, and that's disrupting everything. People have started whispering. With that, Nara left to wish his team luck and lazily greet his Jonin sensei, leaving him to ponder his words. Kakashi finally arrived, half-heartedly uttering an excuse about clotheslines and kunoichi underwear, and paused, noticing everyone staring at him. The signal was given, the gates opened, they moved forward, enhanced by chakra. They would reach the edge of Hai no Kuni in a couple of days, plenty of time for some to think. As they traveled, he pondered Shikamaru's words. It was all too obvious. You couldn't expect an immature genin to act as Hokage. People would be happy if the Go Ikenban controlled his actions. He didn't sense any changes in his actions subconsciously. He was trying his best to remain stable, but it seemed he had failed. The only thing he personally felt were nightmares. Sometimes he dreamed of thousands of corporeal birds made of lightning, rushing toward him, converging on a single point on his chest, and then piercing his flesh. The pain was real, the smell of burning flesh was real, like Akamichi barbecue. The blame rested entirely on Kakashi's shoulders, for it was difficult to be content directing anger at someone who abandoned the village. What would happen if his heart stopped beating and went silent? Gigi's old reports shed light on some mysteries, and they paid particular attention to the scrolls dedicated to his actions, gradually reaching one conclusion. The Sandaime thought he, Uzumaki Naruto, truly was a demon. The thought was no consolation, even if the logic behind it was understandable. There was no mention or acknowledgement of his parents, and how reasonable would it be for the Kyuubi to take revenge using a form beloved by all? At the very least, Gigi thought demons like him could atone for their sins, find salvation. Still, the thought of being considered inhuman by those closest to you somehow affects how others perceive you. A few days later, the group cast off from the shores of a small island loading dock, just steps from the mainland. Kiri was within arm's reach. All the genin had been immediately dispatched to a remote island to await further instructions. He eyed the other genin on the boat critically, his own feet firmly planted, trying to guess who had the makings of a Chunin this time. Team Guy had an excellent chance of advancing, judging by what they'd shown 6 months ago, only circumstances had prevented their promotion. And from what he'd heard, Might Guy was now pushing them to train 10 times harder. The others couldn't be so sure. You are the next generation, he told them slowly. You represent your village, everything you do will be supervised. His comrades watched him with intent attention, listening to the words of the pre-written speech Senju-san had given him. He smiled slightly. Don't worry. While I have the highest hopes for you, I also have the highest confidence in you. Manifest the will of fire. He waved his hand dismissively, and Kiri's guide began to row. See you in 10 days. The shores were so uneven and pebbly that the soles of their sandals felt every stone. The boat sped across a silent, gray, and calm sea toward distant islands. The first 5 days would be spent in an untouched wilderness where wild animals grew up exposed to natural chakra, without food, water, or adults. The island was covered in a special genjutsu, said to have been created by the Rakudo Sennin himself, which reveals a person's true nightmares. By overcoming this genjutsu, you will overcome your greatest fear, something every ninja must overcome. Over the next 5 days, the barrier around the island will be lifted, and the remaining genin are expected to head across long stretches of sea dotted with islands to an examination stadium on the edge of a dangerous cliff, far from where they were. The obstacle course is littered with traps, a few Junin, but most importantly, the Mizu Academy students who have joined their version of the Reserve Corps have been given special orders to kill anyone they encounter, Mizu or not. The first 10 will advance to the finals. Each has been given a tracking device of sorts that shows where each other is, each will prevent the others from reaching the end point. The boat disappeared over the horizon. He spun on his heel and turned to face his Junin sensei, suddenly acutely aware of his every movement. Shikamaru's words echoed in his mind. More graceful, we all see it. From the way you walk to the way you eat, there seems to be no pause, and one movement flows smoothly into the next. He smiled sheepishly at the adults and ran a hand through his hair. Okay then, let's go. The journey back to the heart of Kurigakure was quiet and awkward, as the Jonin chatted among themselves, boasting of their students' accomplishments. Hinata developed a new technique that creates an invisible chakra net around her, and Ino is learning interrogation techniques so quickly, I think Ibiki will devour her the next time he sees her. He and Kakashi sat in the back, metaphorically playing with their thumbs and studiously avoiding the others' gazes. Kakashi is one of Sakura's mentors, Asuma is the other. Given that Sakura is new to Team 10, his goal being to improve her meager stamina, strength, chakra reserves, and perhaps expand her arsenal of jutsu, which is essentially just 3 from the academy. He looked at the water and remembered their conversation. She's still your student, you have obligations. He pointedly tapped the kunoichi's profile on the table between them. Kakashi's narrowed gaze sent a shiver down his spine. He glanced at his arm and traced the goosebumps with his finger. Kami, this guy could be as creepy as Jiraiya sometimes. Seeing this, the man adopted his usual cheerful facade. I think she'd better take a little time to adjust to the new team, since I'm technically no longer her Jonin-sensei. The lazy idiot, who pretended not to hear, Sarutobi Asuma won't give her private lessons, since he's the team leader and treats all three of his students equally. He let the jab sink in. But the Yamanaka and Akamichi receive specialized training within their clans, so the taijutsu and genjutsu fall to you, because I don't think she's even capable of ninjutsu. Ignoring the Jonin's wide eyes, he wrote, Hitaki Kakashi, under, mentor, took the seal, and stamped it in the lower left corner. Approved. Smiling, he handed the folder to the man and simpered, enjoy. Picture Sakura, lazy and mildly friendly, yet incredibly strong, giggling over Ika Ika books. It sent him into fits of laughter. His Suna siblings were waiting for him at the main island's port. Tamari was shedding her tan cloak, muttering about how the humidity was ruining her battle fan and hair, and Kankuro was double-checking his puppets, thankful he'd installed waterproof sealants on the bearings and joints. Gaara nodded and extended his hand. Hello, Naruto, good to see you again. The foundation of first names is friendship and alliance. They hugged briefly. Exactly. They walked along dirt and cobblestone streets, interspersed with dips and hills like the waves that surrounded Mizu. The buildings along the streets had been deliberately rebuilt by the government just days before the exams began. The ninja villages were half lies, designed to fool visitors into thinking one thing and the residents into thinking another. Confusing, yet utterly perfect. He suppressed a smile. The hidden villages had their own heart and blood. Kanahakagire's heart was Tsunade's necklace, a family heirloom passed down from the Shodai family to his beloved granddaughter. The blood, however, was the Shodai family's special chakra, said to have nurtured the forests surrounding Konoha. One member of Anbu, part of the more obscure Black Ops unit, codenamed Yamato, possessed this special chakra thanks to Orochimaru's constant underground research, which he conducted before the snake was transformed into a ninja nuke. Guess what's in the heart and blood of Kurigakure? Rumor had it that a man, half shark, lived at the bottom of the sea, in a kingdom of silver and jewels, a pirate's wet dream. A high-pitched sound from the speakers brought him back to reality. Yagura stood at the podium, finishing his speech about the younger generation and its potential to curious villagers and visiting ninja, while the adults were dispersing. Pressing his temples didn't ease the looming headache, he walked out of the town square and into the market alleys, once again succumbing to his own thoughts. Today, around noon, Hanabi Hyuga would receive a time-limited scroll stating that Naruto was ordering her, as her first infiltration mission, to obtain blood samples from Homura and Kaharu. The scroll instructed her to activate the remote exposure method, and once the connection between him and the village was severed, he would be able to escape immediately after the Chunin exams, hoping to successfully fake his death in the process. He reluctantly thanked Danzo for the advice, involuntarily trembling with anticipation. Deidara promised to write to him as soon as everything was sorted out. He would soon be free. Time dragged on as ninja from other villages eagerly awaited news of their students. No Jonin wanted to see their student fail. A genin's failure reflected directly on them. Some teachers might have regretted not teaching their children survival skills or giving them more advice, but nothing could be done now. The genin were abandoned to their fate. Most of the foreigners wandered the markets in constant excitement, bragging about their students and mourning those they feared might perish, but none of this was revealed. But any useless information can turn out to be useful at any moment, he thought, eyeing the smoked fish hanging on a string skeptically. It's all in the way you approach it. He pulled out his wallet and pointed to one of the most tempting specimens. The cook gratefully accepted the money and, skewering the fish, handed it to him. Arigato. He waved and walked away, biting into the juicy, smoky flesh. It was perfect, just the right amount of spice, not overcooked or raw. The government must have been urging citizens to stay outside and act like normal people, which was a far cry from what he'd seen at the diplomatic meeting between Kiri and Konoha a while back. Kiri was very much like Konoha, only bluer, groups of laughing children, women and men cheerfully going about their business, ninja slinking from corner to corner or climbing rooftops. He staggered between two Kumo ninja, laughing loudly at an obscene joke, and for the 10th time that day, he was surprised that no one recognized him as the Hokage except his fellow Kumo ninja, Yagura and Uchiha Madara. Without his usual Hokage garb, he was inconspicuous, just one of those foreign ninja on the street, shopping and enjoying life. Then again, a blonde Hokage wouldn't automatically target the first blonde they met, they would at least expect the Hokage to be someone slightly older than themselves. Ah, the advantages of being short. There was a park bench on a gentle slope overlooking the apartment buildings. He sat down, finished the remains of his meal, bones and all, and twirled his chopstick between his fingers. All the Jonin had gathered in a designated sitting room in the large, ornate building, reluctant to disperse as the council regularly reported which genin were alive and where they were. It was strange and amusing, as this was perhaps the only place where ninja from different villages gathered and shared a common understanding, an inexplicable bond between students and teachers, and the fact that their own students, whom they might consider adopted children, were killing other students. It was mind-boggling. Looking into the hall, he assessed the situation and perked up. 5 days of exams, and not a single Konoha shinobi had died. Impressive, considering the Kiri exams always had a high mortality rate. Surprisingly, Takigakure came in second, wherever they were held, perhaps once a decade. An old kunoichi saying goes, survive the second Shigiri test, and you can become a chunin anywhere. A dragonfly buzzed at his shoulder, emerald green and sapphire blue, flickering in and out of sight before settling on a stick. Having swatted the small pest, he didn't seem to scare it away. He carefully raised the stick to his eye. The insect was made of paper, carefully pressed with the most delicate movements, the folds meticulously folded, but still paper. What the hell? The dragonfly flew away, leaning first one way and then the other toward the two people who had appeared before him. He was instantly wary. The chakra emanating from the man and woman was subtle yet powerful, as if they were closing the lid of a boiling cauldron. The man had red hair, tousled into a bun, with a subtle but indelible genjutsu on his face, as indelible as a young Tsunade Senju. The woman beside him had long blue hair, artfully styled, with a flower pinned to the side. They held hands and wore identical black cloaks adorned with a pattern of red clouds. Akatsuki, Jiraiya had once said, but he couldn't remember the rest. Yagura hadn't pictured the arriving cage, but he'd seen them with a group of ninja from AIM, as depicted on their Hitai 8, fearsome people living in a land where the concept of the survival of the fittest runs rampant. The man bowed first. Hello, Hokage-sama, my name is Pain, and this is my wife, Konan. We are the rulers of Amekagura, the heirs of Sancho no Hanzo in his reign. Trust no one. He eyed their unrevealing outlines with suspicion and felt a twinge of irritation. Of all the leaders, why AIM? AIM was a dark country, torn apart by constant wars, both internal and external. Sancho no Hanzo ruled his village with an iron fist, then rumors of a burgeoning civil war began to reach other curious countries, and then, silence, like a stone barrier, barred any outside influence. The only thing that kept the other shinobi nations from demanding the appearance of the leader of Amegakure was the fact that they regularly sent their genin to the Chunin exams. Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. He stood and bowed. How may I help you? We are doing one of your ninja a favor by giving you this. Pain held out the folded note and sniffed it. The paper passed through several hands, including a slug's, if they even had hands. He noticed the man squeeze Konan's hand before releasing it. What did this mean? From this moment on, I no longer owe any Konoha ninja anything. I bid you farewell, and I hope that we can come to some kind of agreement in the future. But until then, Pain and Konan turned, a dragonfly flew around them and landed delicately on Konan's outstretched finger. Do not approach Danzo, and beware of the real Rakuto Sennin. And they were gone. He blinked at their afterimage, and slowly realized what the hell had just happened. One thing at a time, huh? After checking for hidden seals, nimble fingers opened the note. The childish handwriting made him raise his eyebrows in surprise. You're stupid, the sealing won't work. But Neko-chan said, you know Anbu. Aniki, you're amazing. That the sealing thing tells you that you're missing something huge, something gigantic. But Hanabi-chan said she'll try again and push harder, and if you don't feel anything in 2 hours, it means the sealing didn't work. I'm sorry. Wish her luck. Konohamaru's face paled with fear. Before leaving, he warned the girl, don't do anything stupid. Perhaps he should have clarified. The handwriting became more legible here. Naruto-kun. Hanabi was just sent to the hospital due to chakra depletion and the effects of the jutsu. The Hyuga clan is in a panic right now, and the elders are demanding the full story. They've brought Danzo into the case. Witness statements indicate they've taken a young teenage girl into custody, a scapegoat I suspect. A closed trial will begin as soon as you return. I hope this note finds you well. I enlisted Tsunade Haim's help, and she accepted it from my hands. Hanabi will recover in a few days, but attacking the potential heir to an important clan means death. Sarutobi-kun is safe. You'd better explain when you return. Azuki Yugo. He leaned back and ran a hand over his face, groaning, this only raises more questions than answers. How could the seal have been breached? He'd sealed everything, triple-checked the calculations, meticulously examined everything, and given orders to secure these boys, and now look what happened. This is a complete failure. Pain's voice, stay away from Danzo. Could this really be due to that old man's machinations? It seemed like the trap had been set specifically for him, and who knows what consequences it could have had for him, the one who held the seal that needed to be removed. He shouldn't have been so trusting. And now look, Hanabi-chan has suffered because of a serious oversight. How could he have been tricked? A flush of rage washed over him, and he stretched his lips to roar into the desert. No one dares mess with him. No one. He'll tear Danzo into tiny pieces and devour him. ... Got it. Go on. Back off, Kyubi. It's all about control and willpower. Control your temper. Drawing his knees to his chest and lowering his head, he gazed thoughtfully at the landscape with a completely empty gaze. His head must have been cleared of intravenous thoughts. Focus. He stared blankly into space. The village stood before him, but he saw nothing. Focus. Over time, the windows of the residential buildings began to glow with artificial light. Now he couldn't do anything to Danzo, but he would stop trusting him. Besides, good things come to those who wait. He swore he would fall, and fall hard. So what was missing? He couldn't figure it out. Maybe it was something that bound him together. After long minutes of contemplation, he finally came to the conclusion that the information would come naturally. Wait patiently for the key to fall upon him, and then, when the opportunity arose, he would become divine retribution, exacting vengeance on all who had wronged him. No one would harm Hanabi-chan. Closing his eyes, he imagined the genin in the desert fog, vying for places in the exam, lashing out at each other. Friends, separated for so long by the prospect of promotion. He imagined the Konoha genin agreeing to a shaky alliance until they reached the finish line, crushing any enemy who tried to stop them. He imagined Choji unwittingly setting off a trap that had stabbed him with a needle, keeping him in a coma for 4 days. His teammates, Sakura and Ino, had kept a watchful eye on his body, sacrificing their chances of promotion for loyalty. Asuma would find them after the exams, their stomachs full but nearly dying of thirst, unable to extract water from thin air, an egregious oversight. How sad, Yagura had told him casually one afternoon, that I couldn't find a way to contact Tsuchi no Kuni. Every messenger I sent there returned with a puzzled report that Iwakager no Sato could no longer be found. As a result, not a single Iwa genin had come to Mizo. It was a political crime, but one that could easily be overlooked. Rumor had it that the Tsuchikage was a rather unpleasant man, as paranoid as he was powerful. Proof of this was his final order to exterminate every fair-haired man, woman, and child living on his lands, believing it to be his revenge against Namikaze Minato. A madman, that man. He looked at the strange, hook-like weapon, adorned with a single flower and securely fastened to the Mizukage's back. Amazing, the Yondaime admitted. I was more expecting you to decline my invitation than he did. In the secluded courtyard of the large mansion, political ambiguity reigned, words were hidden, then hidden again. Had Hai no Kuni's sworn enemy severed all ties with the outside world? Or was it something similar to what he had devised, Yakumo's craft, concealing the secret village from outsiders? All the leaders of the respected villages sat outdoors on wooden chairs. He hunched over, bending his legs so that his feet rested half on the seat, scratching his wounded cheeks. Iwagakure actually disappeared. Yagura smiled kindly and patted his knee. We don't know for sure. The man looked like Enigma, drawn with black and blue fingers. Gaara snorted over his tea but said nothing. It was clear the sand user didn't believe a word. His gaze trained on the other leaders. Conan frowned, an expression that didn't quite match her usual feline grace. She lazily folded the origami into a small crane, operating on autopilot. When she finished, the crane shot out the opposite window. He looked to his right, his chin in his hand and his arm on the armrest, at a simple ink painting of 2 giant shrimp, high quality and simple. He convinced himself that these 2 shrimp were capable of slipping out of the binding paper, slithering through the walls, and climbing to the ceiling, leisurely swimming from one side to the other. High quality and simplicity, efficiency and skill, that's what distinguished a true ninja. Haven't your own spies informed you that your old ally is besieged by he who walks the 6 paths, Yondaime-sama? Pain asked softly. His gaze darted to the orange-haired man, still wearing the same black and red cloak with clouds. This time, a straw hat covered the top of his head. It made him wonder, had Aim and Mizu had a falling out he didn't know about? They had seemed so friendly before. The Jinchuriki of the Sanbi no Kyodai game didn't react to the revelation, but he smiled again and traced the scar from his glowing purple left eye down his cheek. I hope my spies will be able to glean valuable information, unlike yours, who knew it thanks to your connection to he who walks the 6 paths. Yes, there was definitely a disagreement between them. Konoha didn't have any extra ninja. Correction. No extra good scouts. A few more days pass. He imagines new scenarios. Team Guy had made it to the exam finals the easiest thanks to Neji's Byakugan, Lee's speed training, and Tenten's deadly accuracy. This time, they were practically guaranteed a promotion. However, Team 8 was still struggling. Kiba was the first to fall, severely wounded and with his leg broken in 3 places, thanks to an Iwa ninja with all his tenketsu points sealed. Hinata fashioned an amateur splint and, together with Shino, dragged their third friend through the water as carefully as possible. In a large area, they encountered 5 Kumo ninja and found themselves surrounded. He imagined the 3 Konoha genin fighting tooth and nail against these weaklings, but losing. Until Shino threw himself in front of Hinata to take the fatal blow of the poisoned knife, the girl had still been too submissive in her struggle. There was the guilt of surviving, and then the sight of someone slowly falling to the brink of death right before your eyes. She had been submissive before, but everything had changed. The Hyuga heiress looked at her 2 fallen comrades, both were pale and bleeding, held aloft by Shino's Kikai beetles. She closed her eyes to block out the Kumo nin's taunts. Come on, Hyuga whore, are you useless if your 2 sons don't protect you? The teams didn't exchange a word, the silence was understood. When she opened her hands, her palms glowed with chakra, and the Byakugan activated. She moved, she danced like water, and silently, methodically killed all 5. Naruto. He shuddered and, awakening from his reverie, abruptly lunged forward. Naruto. Huh. Yagura, taking in everything around him, cheerfully tapped his chair, smiling into his palm, but said nothing. Pain and Konan sat a row below, as they were the leaders of one of the lesser countries. Sabaku no Gara sat to his right, his sand gourd unfastened in front of him. Jonin from all over the continent stood in the stands, looking out, staring at the board, the map of Mizu, and all the dots marked as their students, drawing ever closer to the main island and the stadium by the cliff. He, too, watched with interest as the genin, the Chunin aspirants, the best of the best, began to arrive. Tamari and Konkuro arrived first, their bodies covered in cuts and bruises, but otherwise in good condition. Team Guy's entire team arrived seconds later in similar condition. 2 Kiri nin, 1 Aim nin. 9 were here, and the next wait lasted over 2 hours. Soft, yet soft, footsteps sounded, gradually growing louder and slower. He glanced at the monitors and raised an eyebrow. Hyuga Hinata entered, carrying both her teammates on her shoulders. She carefully propped them against the walls and stepped forward, her head raised majestically to look at the audience. He knew the blood covering her wasn't her own, and when her gaze met his, he realized she knew it too, and smirked as he met their gaze. She joined the other genin. Had poor, meek Hinata really developed a temper? His smile widened, hadn't poor, meek Hyuga Hinata's crush on him just disappeared? Well, Yagura grinned as medics rushed to the aid of the 2 wounded shinobi. Looks like Konoha has the most participants, passing the second test for the second time in a row, impressive. Some of the jonin in the stands fled the stadium in fear to find their teams. Or what was left of them. Gaara leaned over and whispered half seriously, Baki claimed Konoha is producing a race of super children. The statement gave him pause before he dismissed it. Genin were now the future leaders of their clans, as expected. At least for a while, it gave the appearance of showing how strong Konoha was, which was no small thing. No one could afford to look weak. The Mizukage stood and cleared his throat, and all the ninjas' attention turned to him. Attention. He clapped his hands. It seems our group of children has become stronger than the last group I saw. I hope our academy dropouts didn't give you too much trouble. Yes, they were perfect, except for killing Kyoji-kun by eating half his head while he was still alive, and Aim muttered, rubbing her right arm, which had noticeable bite marks. Everyone in the stadium heard her and froze, but Yagura continued. My sea monsters too. They're actually very cute creatures once you get to know them. They just like the taste of human flesh, the man beamed at everyone. Especially the young and tender ones. They like it. The atmosphere in the stadium fell as horror gripped the other shinobi. But enough of that. I wanted to congratulate you on making it this far. Kurigakure admires those with self-preservation, a desire to do better, and a cunning mind, and that's why we admire all of you. Chunin isn't just a nickname, it's a secret. This is not a position to be insulted. Chunin are followers and leaders, they command and compel action. Becoming a Chunin means you have reached maturity, possess the right mindset, the requisite talents and skills, and tomorrow we will test your skills. Rest, you have the night to recover, and then early in the day we will line you up in pairs for duels in front of all your future clients, the lords, ladies, daimyo, your leaders and followers. Prove to them that you are worthy of the right to become a Chunin. Instill in them that you are worthy of being called a ninja. With his final words, Yagura released a small wave of Sanbi's demonic chakra, causing him and Gaara to fidget nervously in their chairs. That night, before going to bed, he took 2 white pills. Something had happened in the north. He regretted that Deidara hadn't remained solely in Kumogakure and the surrounding area. Hell, even Gaara had noted that he'd heard reports that Iwagakure was in the process of being overrun by a powerful force, Rumors had it that the village had fallen to the first sennin of the Rakudos, the creator of ninjutsu and modern ninja, the aforementioned creator of the moon and the swirling seas. He closed his eyes, and thoughts flashed through his mind. Iwa will fall first, there are many other ninja villages that must be attacked and destroyed. There will be no more chakra users, the extinction of an entire subgroup of humans will be best for them and for me. I regret what I did. I should never have introduced people to the power of chakra. Forgive me, for I regret what I have done. Opening his eyes, he was no longer in his room, but experiencing a metaphysical aspect. He saw the moon through the window, glowing white and yellow, seemingly approaching the earth, moving along a collision course. And when something so hopeless happens, what can one do but wait? The next morning, before everyone left for their revered cities, he walked the streets of Kurigakure no Sato one last time, marveling at how little Iruka-sensei had once run through these streets, carefreely throwing toy shuriken at his comrades, hoping that one day they would become real. Long ago, the exterminations called Kekkei Genkei had begun, and blood had flooded the streets and the sea where body parts were dumped, forever staining the shore and attracting a whole family of sharks. He chose paths that branched off from the main roads, where the alley walls looked far more dilapidated than in more populated areas, as if he'd stepped into another world. Almost, he recalled wistfully, like Sector 37. I wonder how they're doing, I hope Yakumo-chan's okay. Poverty holds stories, like month-old stains on the bricks, overflowing trash cans, and torn garbage bags spilling out at the seams. Patched clothes hung overhead, like flags suspended from thin canvas. They were unlike Konoha, which meticulously maintains the buildings along the main streets and ignores those on the side streets, which unconsciously hides its worst features under genjutsu controlled by a single clan. Konoha hides its poverty better than Kiri. To his right, a drunkard with a broken liquor bottle, sleeping off a hangover, curled up in a ball, covered in dirt. Above him, graffiti with the typical distorted letters was painted in bright colors, neon yellow outlined in blood red. He sniffed, deciding it was probably bloody urine. In the eye of the endless cycle, the demon is named, and with double darkness, the sage of six is slain. Beneath the sample mythological cycle was another note. Enough, he comes again. Beware, the Rakudo Sennin comes again. He takes Iwa, then he will take Kumo. Below that note, to the right, another note was scrawled on the wall. Then Mizu, then Suna, then Konoha. Those damn tree-hugging isolationists, they probably don't even understand what's going on. And around that short quote was a bunch of little agreements. The drunk snorted in his sleep and turned to the wall. He stared at the pathetic creature for a moment before focusing on the writing again, mentally going over his thoughts. Had any aid been given to Tsuchi no Kuni after receiving those disturbing reports? That wasn't his problem, since the negotiations between Konoha and Iwa were so strained that they would escalate into another war if he even slightly touched the tension line. Naruto-kun. Damn dango on a stick. He hadn't even sensed the person within his reach. He spun on his heel, threw a kunai at the ninja, lost his balance, and began swinging his arms like a windmill, but missed and fell backwards. He hadn't even sensed a single drop of the other man's chakra. What was wrong with him? He was in another hidden village, his senses must be at their peak, because if not, he'd be dead before anyone could say anything. He looked up at the ninja spy. Hinata-chan. He jumped up and hastily tried to brush off his clothes. That wasn't the proper way to address the heir of the Hyuga. Ah. Gomen. Gomen, Hinata-chan. Where are my manners? He looked her over from head to toe, making sure she wasn't injured, much to her renewed chagrin. Are you all right? He demanded. Why are you here? His gaze intent. Why were you following me? Thankfully, she didn't blush, but her eyes widened further and further, and she began to stutter. Well, I saw you coming down, and I thought you needed some company. Index finger to index finger, clenched, extended, clenched, extended. How could such a meek person be such a good spy? There stood Hyuga Hinata, Kurenai-sensei's pride, hope, and joy, a future spymaster and a secret pervert who spied on him in the showers. She turned her white gaze to the writing on the wall, her lips moving silently as she read the neon red letters. Is this Akuma Kami no Moritsu? Hi. Will everything be alright? She adjusted the hem of her jacket. Hi, he repeated, less forcefully this time, turning to face her and narrowing his eyes. Are you alright? She didn't answer, but she looked with great interest at the unconscious drunk at her feet, taking a couple of steps back. But it was obvious, there were small circles under her eyes, she was blinking too often to be fully awake. The Hyuga had been fine when she left with the team, and she had much to be proud of. Not many achieve the Chunin rank on their second try at such a young age. Had she seen something traumatic during the fight? On the water, when Aburame and Inuzuka were gravely injured, when she began fighting. A network of chakra surrounded her, and her palms moved so quickly they blurred. She was feeling the effects of post-traumatic stress disorder after her first kill, he mentally corrected. He could only imagine what that felt like. A few minutes later, he ventured another question. That move you used when you were walking to the stadium, did you come up with it yourself? She smiled softly. I called it Shugohak Rokujian Show. It's too. She looked up. To protect my little sister, because I see, and I think she sees too, she just hides it better. The meaning was perfectly clear to anyone who knew the backstory, and as a Hyuga, Hinata easily grasped the gesture. The girl turned, eagerly searching for answers, suddenly forgetting her previous shyness, her gaze became calculating and drawing conclusions. Do you understand, Hokage-sama? Did Hanabi-chan tell you? I only realized it a week ago. Yes, I understand, she told me. A slight nod confirmed everything. Hinata seemed pleased with the gesture and took one last look at the man sleeping in a drunken stupor. When she finally left, he let out a long, hoarse breath. Hiyashi's daughters were 7th-generation pure Byakugan users. Inbreeding could lead to such consequences. Their father married a close cousin who was a 6th-generation Byakugan user. Neji was an ordinary human, he was just like everyone else, and he didn't see what his cousins saw. He suspected the Rakuto Sennin had, according to rumor, mastered the 6th element. This was the subject of debate between the schools of chakra theory, life force, glimpses of Makai, natural energy, auras, or something greater. Greater, vaster, something that couldn't be comprehended without seeing. As a child, Hinata thought there was something wrong with her. Hanabi thought there was something wrong with her father and the family scrolls. In the end, that was what caused their disagreement. But still, it's good that they don't know anything, and that's why the tradition lives on. He doesn't even want to think about what will happen if the secret is revealed. And if the clan discovered that their potential heirs possessed an ability no one had ever foreseen, a tangible power so unusual and interdimensional. Well, the results could go either way. Both girls could be immediately deemed a threat and legally executed, or a fight could be declared for their powers. He shrugged helplessly inwardly. People had died for less. The knowledge that their lives could change with a single sentence from him was both empowering and a little shameful. The Hyuga clan was a ruthless gang, and, to his credit, Hyuga Hiyashi had somehow, through a multitude of persuasive and underhanded maneuvers, managed to delay one of his children from receiving the cursed seal. It must take talent to navigate generations of entrenched traditions, but he wondered how long the patriarch could hold out. Of course, it wouldn't be long, since Hinata had finally joined the true ninja, and Hanabi, the prodigy, was on the waiting list for an available team. Both couldn't be free, one had to be in a cage. The question was, when? When? I swear, I've seen you before, Tenten told him in the boat as they slowly approached the border of Hai no Kuni. The group had left the mainland a few hours ago, and many genin and newly minted chunin were eagerly awaiting their return to their homeland. He cast a critical glance at her, noticing how Might Guy and Ino tensed. Tenten felt uncomfortable in her chunin vest, she wouldn't be able to twist and turn in the air like she usually did during her weapon summoning techniques. Not during our first chunin exams. I mean, a long time ago, I think I was 3 years old. Have you ever lived in an orphanage in the Aburame district? He kept eyeing her vest with disgust. It clashed with her light pink oriental attire, and then turned away to check out how it looked on the other newly minted chunin. The exams were over, and though the fighting between the children had been long and drawn out, everyone who had passed the second round had been promoted. I stayed there until I was 2. Were you in the orphanage too? Tenten nodded, and he tried to remind her of a familiar memory. I was adopted by an armorer when I was 6. But I remember you, you were that kid no one would go near, with that shock of blonde hair. I almost didn't think it was you never cried, and all the adults hated you. Remember? I had to feed you every day. Faint flashes of memory of a young girl with dark hair, a little. No, just a little. You wore your hair down then, didn't you? Right. The girl nodded contentedly. God, I was afraid I was wrong. You were 2 years old then, wow, what an impressive memory. A kunai, larger than standard, hung from her index finger, swinging back and forth like a pendulum. I remembered everything that happened around you, you were so cute. She smiled at him hopefully, as if meeting a long-lost friend. Adults never loved you, remember? They beat you when you cried and forgot to feed you, so I had to do it myself because none of the other kids even came into your room. He tried to recall how she perceived their past relationship, but all he remembered was the same dark-haired girl, hugging him tightly and yelling at the adults who towered over him, glaring down disapprovingly. What? Ino's eyes widened. Tenten agreed. You were so strange, never going near mirrors and never eating with your hands, always lying on your stomach lapping up porridge. Sometimes you'd give me little gifts, trinkets and odds and ends that I later realized were stolen. She giggled. I swear, sometimes I saw your shadow, and it was a fox. And the air around you always seemed strange, wild, and untamed. Guy's aura was unusually serious, but he said nothing. If the scene had been more lighthearted, he would have assumed the Jonin would have been stroking his non-existent facial hair or eyebrows. Perhaps Tenten became a ninja because of him. Exposure to Yuki caused her chakra rings and mind to develop much faster. Uruka casually mentioned some research on chakra theory and the heredity of chakra cores, but he'd never really thought about it. The dark-haired girl smiled tenderly at him. It's strange how I remember you so well. You were like a little adopted brother to me. I thought we could be family, and be adopted by parents who would be happy to take us both in. I only knew you for a couple of months. There were so many things I wanted to ask you, years after you disappeared. Then she frowned, tapping the hilt of her kunai against her chin thoughtfully. That's funny, I heard you failed the exam 3 times, so that means you were in my graduating class at the academy. I don't remember you then. How did that happen? Ino raised an eyebrow and asked. Naruto is the loudest person in my class. Tenten blinked in confusion. You were in my class, Naruto. He forced a laugh. Yeah. I was sitting in the back, 2 seats away from Neji. I don't think he even knew I was there. Back then, that arrogant little bastard had an even more selective vision than Sasuke. At least Sasuke Tem acknowledged his fangirls, while actively trying to avoid them. At least Neji didn't succumb to the call of power. His bad mood washed over him again. But it's like you never existed. Even the teachers didn't mention your name during class. And I never saw you during practical training. The armorer raised an eyebrow in confusion. That's because they always lock me in a separate room when we all go away, he thought, but added cheerfully, I kept quiet then. Then he gave her the victory sign and smirked, almost perfectly mimicking guy number 37's pose. Tenten quickly dropped the subject, but continued to stare at him in confusion. They didn't teach you well, huh? She muttered under her breath, her kunai flying faster, bending around her finger. Her emotions were obvious, no matter how hard she tried to hide them. Those around her slowly moved away as much as possible. Maybe. Why not? Everyone always talks about training, experience, and education. He remembered the Mizukage's advisor standing next to Yagura before the Chunin exams, leaning against the door and sneering contemptuously. They teach you little in Konoha. I've heard there are children who don't even know about the mythological cycle, which is utterly stupid. What are they teaching you? How to throw blunt kunai at a target, at stationary targets. While the Yondaime Mizukage chuckled behind Madara Uchiha's back, the man grinned predatorily. How many Chunin exams could the Yondaime oversee? The waters were full of his own beasts and monsters, they must have been reporting to him on the progress of the ninja heading for his village. But yes, the low level of education was Konoha's curse, no one yet realized it except a few adults and himself, who had suffered the brunt of prejudice, disobedience, and poor instruction. He paused before answering, trying not to look embarrassed. Yeah, he said slowly. Well, that's basically it. Progress was already being made, and Uruka-sensei's joy was proof of it. Finally, from the depths of complaints and advice, the Chunin's voice was being heard. General survival exercises, surprise teamwork drills with various academy students, and lessons in basic strategy were being introduced. The new academy offered nothing related to actual combat, only a support system. There was still so much to do that he was still negotiating with the Go Ikenban about the proper procedures for accepting a student as an apprentice, whether the famed, prodigy privileges, of becoming a genin before the age of 12 would still be preserved, and the process for forming 3-person teams. He shuddered at the thought of his failed team, Rookie of the Year, the dead man, and the girl in the middle, the fangirl. He read the reports on Team 7 and was stunned to see how many high-ranking officials supported the team. They deliberately placed Sasuke and him together because of their potential in close combat techniques, which require an incredible amount of chakra for any ordinary genin, not to mention the rumors that the Sharingan could control the Kyuubi. The third member they were looking for had to be somewhere in the middle of the pack, from a non-ninja family, a potential wife for a surviving Uchiha, possess perfect chakra control, a long-range genjutsu specialist, and be a fan of the Uchiha so she'd support Sasuke and not the Kyuubi child. Even Uruka supported the team, thinking the feud between the 3 children would soon subside, as the previous members of Team 7 had done. This was before he realized Hitaki Kakashi would become the Jonin's instructor, as they had a bad relationship. No one saw beyond it. They underestimated the damage Itachi had done to his little brother. They thought Sakura would become a meek and devoted kunoichi. They didn't realize the despair he, the orange idiot, could endure for recognition, and no one saw how his feelings slowly shifted from hope to despair to apathy. A command. What command? It wasn't a command. His sandal landed silently on a high branch, followed by his other foot. He paused thoughtfully, staring into space. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw Neji keeping pace, the Jonin were accompanying the Genin, and the newly promoted Chunin stood slightly behind. As the Hyuga clansman waited patiently for something to catch his attention, a nihilist sixth sense began to creep in. Something was terribly wrong. His toe tapped against the rough wood. No one was patrolling the area. Where were his Anbu, supposed to be monitoring the merchants and escorting them back to the village? They're being called in to form a more compact security matrix, and that can only happen if something happens to the guards. Did Didarani decide to stay late and get caught? No, that guy can't be that stupid. A security threat. Had Yakumo-chan been in trouble? He'd asked her to keep an eye on Konohamaru's squad. She certainly wasn't under suspicion. Yugao-chan's letter said something had happened to Hanabi-chan, that they had taken a teenage girl into custody, and that a closed trial will begin as soon as you return. Neji, what do you see? He asked sharply. Landing on a branch below him, his Byakugan activated. Neji reported, the walls of Konoha are ahead. A group of adults and children have set up camp just beyond the gates. The Chunin froze, realizing what was happening. We're not supposed to see the walls. He muttered and looked at him questioningly. Kurama's special genjutsu had vanished. The test had been conducted without him. Sector 37 had unleashed her paintings and the natural chakra generated by humans, but the genjutsu, spreading throughout the entire hidden village, could only be destroyed by the death of its creator. No way, he whispered, desperately pumping chakra into his legs, jumping and running with all his might, ignoring the Hyuga's alarmed cries. Not her, she couldn't be dead either. Please, no, please, no, please, no. The Go-Ikenban had gone too far, they had challenged his authority. The fox within proposed killing them all publicly, to instill fear in his people, who still didn't give him the respect he desired, the respect usually accorded a cage. The Yondaime Mizukage had done just that when the Kekkei Genkei clans rebelled under his rule. But unlike Yagura, he had no particular affinity for the taste of blood, and had never been fond of any shade of red due to the bad memories associated with the color. Even Gaara's hair made him twitch before he regained his composure. He landed silently behind the makeshift camps. No one flinched. The people here were ordinary civilians or low-ranking ninja. They moved sluggishly, showing clear signs of poverty and despair. The air was thick with the undercurrent of human excrement, disease, and filth. Their clothes were tattered, patched, and repatched. A few meters away, he saw a flag on the main tent, a crude drawing of two boulders, Iwa. They were refugees fleeing the horrors that had befallen their lands, and he wondered what they were there and how long they had been there. In the tent, a baby was crying, the child whining from hunger. There was a slap, a hand on the cheek, the child still screaming. The tired woman looked up from her cooking and winced. Namikaze-kun? She asked blankly, then shook her head. No, that clan was exterminated years ago. Her tangled, graying hair was untangled from its bun. She seemed too tired to care, accepting life as a tedious process. She reconsidered him. Are you from Konoha? The others seemed to finally notice his presence and froze, neither rushing forward enthusiastically nor adopting a defensive stance. The children were smart enough to only stare and whisper. Neji finally caught on. It was inhumane, even if Iwa was a fierce enemy, that status didn't extend to ordinary citizens. The hostility was based on politics, on the deeds of ninja, not on normal people. The wind blew, and he could smell old blood mixed with the stronger odor of feces. No answer. He dug into his coat pockets, pulled out his communicator, activated it, punched in the necessary codes, and waited patiently for someone on the other end to answer. After a few moments of white noise, a hoarse voice asked, "How can we help you?" Uzumaki Naruto, open the gate. The refugees looked at him with great confusion. Neji nudged him in the side, as if asking if he was sure. One moment, please. There were shuffling sounds, scratching sounds, and a low hum as he waited, impatiently tapping his foot, wondering what this new security system was. He ran a hand through his hair. What could be worse? Behind him, more chakra signatures were rapidly approaching, the rest of the Chunin exam participants. Close your eyes and count to 100, take a deep breath, and don't lose your composure, don't fall apart, don't scream in despair, maintain your composure. The teams caught up, but only the Jonin arrived, having already warned their students to be quiet and sensing something was wrong. Feelings are instinctive and usually never wrong, but something was wrong here. A hand on his shoulder. Hokage-sama. Kakashi's voice asked, and the villagers of Iwa took several sharp breaths in response. Hokage. Can he help us? So young. Isn't the Kazekage younger? Perhaps he has Namikaze blood, like their Yondaime. If he believes Iwakagura is his ancestral land, he might be more sympathetic. Hush, the Namikaze clan was exterminated long ago, don't talk nonsense. He seems like a good kid. The comm unit stated more as he twirled it on his finger. Tell me, Hitaki-san, does the village's Hokage have the right to hide dangerous information from his people for the greater good? The voice was ominously quiet and calm, and someone cleared their throat behind him. People aren't allowed to meddle with the Hokage's secrets, are they? Before the man could respond, his communicator activated again. Hokage-sama. His voice was unmistakable. Twisting the mouthpiece, Danzo-san. Not forgetting to greet him cheerfully, how is the village? You're still spreading your influence everywhere, it seems you've abandoned the trees and switched to regular plants, isn't it? Now those bastards must know it was him. In one sentence, he mentioned the Senju clan, the Kurama clan, and the Danzo Foundation. On the other hand, the microphone changed hands, and Kaharu's voice croaked through the crack, but, Uzumaki-san, there are people from Iwa at the gate and I understand perfectly well, I'm at the gate. He interrupted kindly, I suppose we'll just have to let them all in, like human beings. Have you seen them? It's filthy and inhumane. Have you ever wondered why the merchants stopped coming? They're not dangerous, I think I just want the Anbu to escort them to the holding cells. Let Morino, T, and I handle the individual cases as much as they need, don't let them get tired, we don't want any mistakes. His voice dropped even further to a hissing whistle, reminding Orochimaru, now open the damn gates, you owe me an explanation. Waiting for the gates to creak open, he swallowed 2 blue pills, pointedly ignoring the grateful glances of the ragged, non-shinobi surrounding him. A small brunette approached him timidly and gave him a wild dandelion, which he accepted with feigned joy, too distraught to truly appreciate the gesture. He allowed the Anbu to finish escorting the new guests from Iwa before entering the village. The villagers exchanged glances. No longer was there any hidden hostility, they openly prayed and hoped, they feared the outside world. They feared it so much that they allowed needy people to rot outside their doors. What happened while I was gone? Through the fog of his thoughts, Hyuga Hiyashi shouted for an emergency council meeting to gather all the heads, representatives, as well as the body and selected individuals from among the prisoners, and report the results directly to the chamber. He took 2 more blue pills and saw Neko-chan on the roof of a clothing store, jumping to his aid with her colleagues. People had ducked into their venerable buildings and called for their elders, children were noticeably scarce on the streets. The pushing and shoving grew louder, and someone ruffled his hair as they passed. Confused, Sai, appearing in a swirl of leaves, asked him if he was ready to go to the council meeting. 2 crows perched on the edge of the railing. An elderly merchant hastily shooed them across the road. The crows had red eyes that rolled. When people are afraid, they become less trusting and, in turn, less trustworthy. They become more withdrawn and less talkative, more hostile and depressed. This was bad. Konoha was built on laughter, and in recent years, it was his own laughter and jokes that had kept the suicide rate at an all-time low compared to other great villages. Happiness could literally be the key to survival. Neko-chan contacted him once at the beginning of his departure, but she couldn't continue the correspondence about what happened afterward. The consequences were dire. Luckily, the public didn't turn on him. The Anbu surrounding him were sufficient protection, but he wonders, if he hadn't had bodyguards, would they have given him enough space to sense that they wanted to get closer but couldn't, an invisible barrier between them. They whispered nonsense among themselves, either thanking the Hokage for finally returning and fixing everything, or that at least a demon child could do something since he was strong and loved his village. He loved his village, right? Children hid behind their mothers' dresses, men behind half-open doors, while their companions drank and smoked. A vendor could be heard trying to sell sweets, but no one answered his calls. He would return home penniless tonight. In an alley, barely visible from the main street, a drunk man slept next to a broken bottle in a pool of his own urine. It reminded him of Kurigakure no Sato. Sai led him into the building, holding him by the shoulder, passing through the cramped walls, which grew narrower as they passed more doors. The room smelled like a small morgue, and a corpse lay there. Hokage-sama, you're swaying, would you like to sit up? Someone asked, concerned and shadowless. Seconds passed, the cloaked figure asked the same question again, in a voice reminiscent of Inuzuka Sume. She nodded hesitantly. She'd overdosed on the pills again, he sighed and turned off the lights. There was a metallic sound that needed to be lubricated. Someone rolled a metal table out of the shadows to the side. It held the figure of a woman, a brunette with long hair and aristocratic features, naked beneath a white sheet and several stasis seals, pale as a ghost, her lips blue. He stepped forward hesitantly, reached out, and touched her forehead. He didn't move, so cold. The blood had long since stopped flowing, the stasis seals weren't very good, and the body was in the early stages of decay. Formaldehyde burned his nose as his fingers slid from her forehead to her cheek, and then his index finger traced her jugular vein, feeling the cold spread from her up his arm. He pulled back and shuddered. Yakumo-chan, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Deep down, he was sobbing and wailing, but on the outside, his face was a blank slate. Kurama Yakumo. He said softly, the heir of the Yakumo clan, with a special kekkei genkai related to genjutsu. Looking through his brow, he asked, why did this happen? Yakumo-chan, I didn't see this coming. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. It's my fault, my fault, my fault, my fault, my fault. Hands gently pushed him back into the chair, he sat at eye level with the corpse. Would she suddenly rise again, her snow-white pallor, ask for a brush and an easel, ask for more tea, smiling? She was his sister, and she had cared for him in Sector 37, fed him, and taught him the ways of the world. Oh, Kami, not another loved one dead. My fault, my fault, my fault, my fault. His mantra continued endlessly as he lowered his head onto the bed and stared at the stone floor, memorizing every detail, every unevenness and tiny indentation he saw. The council began its explanation. The dizziness spreads, wait, cross that out, go Ikenbon began its excuses. Excuses, 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 words, words, words. Kurama Yakumo was seen next to Hyuga Hanabi, the daughter of the Hyuga clan's head, desperately attempting mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to restore her breathing after the young woman went into shock. Anbu took her and bystanders in for questioning. Yakumo couldn't explain why she was near the scene when the jutsu backfired without revealing her secrets, and her interrogators concluded that she was the instigator of this plot to assassinate the potential clan heir. The Hyuga clan elders, who wielded more influence than the Kurama clan, demanded a price for the genjutsu user's actions. They staged her trial, seized audio recordings of her conversations, questioned witnesses and investigators hired by the Hyuga clan, made several assumptions, then found her guilty and killed her by lethal injection. Because she was the clan's heir, the execution was not made public. But soon, people realized the verdict and who Kurama really was when the shields around Konohakagure fell. At the site of the once vanished village, as Otogakure spies reported, Orochimaru felt confident and dispatched a few select warriors to the border. The Oto Nin revealed themselves just enough for Konoha to realize, the enemy was hiding in the shadows, sneaking between the trees, indiscriminately attacking anyone not of their own kind. It was all mental, psychological warfare was always effective. Especially when stories emerged of the brutality of quick torture, of body parts scattered across the floor among fresh watermelons, of survivors with no eyes, one hand, and all their nails, screaming, I'll say anything. Don't. New attacks and border skirmishes raised paranoia in the village to unprecedented levels, until Konoha, left leaderless and unable to contact him, a grave oversight on both sides, frantically regrouped, gathered its forces, and declared a lockdown until the Hokage's return. Even the Iwa refugees, who pleaded and made concessions, couldn't stop them from opening the gates. Danzo and his subordinates investigated the Kurama clan and discovered paintings infused with chakra. Further searches led them to Sector 37 and its inhabitants, who had fled to their homes and refused to come out. After several unsuccessful attempts to get answers, they tried to break in, but to no avail. Nay left the complex. His explanation ended abruptly, and all eyes remained on him, awaiting his answer. His head still pressed against the metal, he fumed silently. This was a farce of a trial. They weren't allowed to do this without the Hokage, but they'd done it without his permission. Wasn't he the head of this village? He'd drawn 8s on the metal table. He wasn't some damn janitor who walked around cleaning up after himself. How dare they undermine his authority, directly challenge his grip on his coveted position? He bowed his head to look sadly at his late adoptive sister one last time. He'd take it upon himself to retrieve the body for a proper burial. Yakumo-chan, I'll miss you so much. Sector 37 would need additional security after the funeral. Yuki would be needed to seal the entrance to Yakumo's realm, restricting access only to the original inhabitants. What about Hiyashi Hyuga? He's the head, did he really allow the elders to usurp his power? Staring at the floor, his forehead pressed against the cold metal, inhaling the scent of formaldehyde, feeling the world spin. A chair being pushed back. I'm sorry, I simply couldn't muster enough support to save her. That was my mistake. A bandage peeling from an unhealed wound, and the world was still spinning, like those very playgrounds he couldn't play on because no one wanted to push him. Losers. He hummed softly, imagining something similar. Another confrontation between the Hiyashi and Hyuga elders, when they sacrificed Neji's father, Hyuga Hazashi, to Kumo. They simply didn't have the influence to oppose such a popular decision. The Byakugan clan demanded blood, lots of blood. You are forgiven. He slowly raised his head and straightened. The draft in the room cooled some parts of his face faster than others. He was wet, he had been crying. He took another blue pill, looking from the heads of civilian families to the ninja clans and elders. No one met his gaze. Do you want to know about Sector 37? He asked hoarsely. It would be enough to explain why such a large area has eluded our attention for so long, Homura ventured. A smirk returned the old man's reply. Shut up, you old fart, you have no idea how. No idea. He repeated. He walked away from the table and addressed the coroner. Take the body to the relatives, I want to be at her funeral, to pay her due respect. How did Kurama Yakumo treat me? We were close. The arms were behind the chair, the seat and backrest made of sturdy, high-quality furniture. Pausing and laughing weakly, he added, I have no idea about Sector 37. Listen carefully, Danzo, I won't repeat myself. These are all generalizations, and the details are too complex to go into. He carefully placed a finger to his chin and looked up, listening to the table being rolled out of the room, the doors opening and closing, and the silence. Incense and smoke, he began. Every village has its vice, or sin, so to speak. Suna has a cactus that produces a concentrated liquid to make powerful drugs. Iwa is home to dangerous gangs of killers and drug dealers who operate in all ninja countries. Rai buys drugs and supports its own party life. The Kiri pirates take the drug money and sell it to Konoha, where the prostitutes are mostly Suna. Konoha is home to the famous Red Light District, located in Sector 37. That's where I learned the Warok no Jutsu, he added with a smile. No ninja bothers with such matters, it only concerns normals. You know the big difference between those who use chakra and those who don't. Ninja don't care about that at all. The Kurama clan is special, they ensured the existence of the hidden dimension with their special abilities. He examined his fingernails and waited for the information to sink in. I'm a civilian leader, and I don't know about this secret sector of yours, the woman accused from behind. Sector, sect, religious sect. By order of the Sandame, the cult has isolated itself from the rest of the village. They worship Kami Inari, the goddess of agriculture and wealth, her servants, and Kitsune. A deathly silence, gasps of horror, as expected. They're all major farmers, and they also have a temple dedicated to her patroness, very neat and ornate. The arrival of the Kyuubi led them to believe they'd angered the god, but the appearance of a man inhabited by the legendary Kitsune made them shout with joy. I'm a good luck charm, you know, bringing good weather, a bountiful harvest, and a predictable rainy season. The locals knew about them, but they tried not to think about the subculture, and were glad when the group suddenly disappeared under genjutsu. The regulars hate me, they love me. He took a deep breath, tears streaming down his cheeks, and shuddering, he muttered, do you really think that when the ninja fully realize what's happening, they'll allow it to continue, or even the civilians? Once a piece of dirt is removed, it doesn't matter where it is, as long as it's gone. It's the same with us. The ninja might have noticed, they are ninja after all. Questions were asked of the Hokage, but they were dismissed as natural phenomena. Truly brilliant, such a delicate secret is truly kept a secret. Kept secret until he destroyed it. Nara Shikaku was the first to speak after the second silent cloud, summing up everything that had been deduced and discussed. Kurama is the creator of Sector 37 and the impenetrable shield around Konoha, without her. Raising a hand to his eyes to wipe away the moisture, he sobbed and laughed, she's dead. You killed her. On the contrary, Hokage-sama, we were never informed. Everyone has secrets. This secret was classified as SSS. Slurp. I really should execute you all for betraying the Hokage. You know you can't hold trials without me. But I won't. I won't. Yakumo-chan was the key to your safety. I can't do anything except set traps, launchers, and anbu at the walls, which you've already done. Without her, we're vulnerable and open to attack. Konohakagure is the only village that has lost its natural defenses, our trees are dead. Otogakure already understands this, it's only a matter of time. Our forces are weakened by the last invasion, we're barely clinging to economic stability and the birth-death balance. Except it, we're doomed. The tree spirits, far from their physical bodies, whisper of enemies to the north. The Shodai once possessed chakra perfectly balanced between Doden and Sweden, and he created the ancient trees that protected the village. Sentient and alive, they dedicated their lives to the development of a hidden village that no longer exists. The trees are dead, their Mokuden chakra drained the moment the Kyuubi stepped into the land of fire. In the middle of the hall, in full view of all the dignitaries of Konoha, he burst into tears, one hand covering his mouth, the other wiping away streams of tears. He doubled over, shaking with sobs, his knees drawn up to his chest. There was no one to comfort him as he sat there, muttering over and over, Jiji, Ushi-kun, Yakumo-chan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Orochimaru, the quintessential villain, sits on his throne, watching the proceedings with narrowed eyes and glee. Sasuke is to his left, Kabuto to his right. They all laugh at him with their cruel, high-pitched, mocking laughter. Dobi. The news quickly spread from the room. Several days later, a terrible horror descended upon the hidden village, shrouding it in black thoughts. Oto is increasingly making itself known. The thought that, if I step outside these walls, I will definitely die, has a devastating effect on people. More and more ninja leaving the village are immediately taken to the hospital in critical condition. They scream about beasts covered in repeating seal marks and black chakra. Help! Why are they there? Why aren't we doing anything? Arg, it hurts. And damn, those Oto ninja took my arms. They were children and they happily smashed my shoulder joints. Not a single civilian who leaves the walls returns, and only the best hunter nin can immediately report the mutilations inflicted on corpses. Hokage-sama, we have family this time. We couldn't get any dental records, and their faces were too damaged to identify them. We'll put up a notice soon. Came here to sell my wares and almost died if it weren't for this shinobi. What's going on? It's pure bloodbath madness there, everyone who comes to this village is being killed. Killed. I haven't heard from my sister at all. I sent her a message not to come. I don't know if the runner ran the line, but how far is a time zone? About 20 miles. What have you done? Where's her head? Why can't I see her head? He was too busy to wait for the rest of the Konoha 12, and considered himself lucky if he saw anyone he knew long enough to wave. At one point, he saw Sakura following Shizune, an armful of scrolls and a look of hero worship on her face. It was easy to overdose on medication these days. Sai followed him the whole time, probably at Yugao's request, to make sure he didn't fall into the river. But Agent Nei was quickly carving a special place in his heart. They had a semi-friendly relationship. Sai was supposed to be Neko-chan's new guardian, taking on more and more responsibilities as the Hokage's workload grew. Of course, this semi-friendship prevented them from chatting over tea like old friends, but it was a start. How time flies. When he first met the pale youth, he couldn't have imagined he'd entrust him with such a task. It was already midday, and he suddenly realized how completely relaxed he felt in Sai's company. A quick glance at the artist, completely absorbed in his scroll and brushwork. If he wasn't going to say anything, then perhaps. Calloused fingers crept toward the spot between his shoulder blades. Without taking his eyes off the papers, Sai said monotonously, "The ink and blood haven't dried yet, Hige-kun. You need a few more minutes before I add the second layer." Ah. So he still couldn't lean back, sad. Looking at Ushi-kun's katana lying innocently on the table before him, he ran his finger over the intricate scars and inked patterns on the inside of his wrists. They were pentagrams, with tiny kanji etched into each point. In the center was the inscription, "Hello," or fire. Out of boredom, he wiped his right seal with blood and pulled out a shuriken, examined it, and then, with chakra, slid it back into his wrist. He waited a few seconds before the shuriken flew out again and, with a single flick of his wrist, embedded itself in the wall an inch from Sai's nose, without so much as a flinch, not even a sniffle. Holding my wrist up to the natural light, I was impressed in every way. He still couldn't believe it worked. Each wrist and ankle could hold up to 20 kunai or 50 shuriken before his chakra coils would be damaged by blockages and bypasses. The seals were based on a futon to maximize the speed of weapon summoning. They could be drawn one at a time or released all the maternal energy at once. Yes, very impressive. Supporting himself on the papers, he extended his arms forward and rolled his shoulders, feeling the twin seals on his back send shivers down his spine as the wind cooled the ink. Today, a letter arrived from a messenger via a messenger via a messenger via a summoner from Oto. Handwritten by Orochimaru. I'm glad you're well. I wanted to remind you where you belong. Thinking it was just a plot to confuse him, he burned it with a small katen, then reached for a nearby glass of ice water and downed it in one gulp. The water smelled of sandalwood, as he'd just showered after training with Neko-chan, the only person he truly trusted to evaluate his skills while simultaneously keeping them secret. Her sword lessons were no less grueling. He lacked a natural gift for the katana, but he felt he owed Ushi-kun at least the knowledge that he would handle it with dignity. In Anbu, he also honed his increasingly unpredictable taijutsu style. He practiced ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, and chakra control on his own. The only real progress he'd made was cutting back on the shunshin, kawarimi, kage henge, and kage bunshin seals. Besides, he couldn't trust himself to do anything chakra-related in public. It reminded him too much of that thing in his stomach. Its influence had been spreading rapidly lately, and just yesterday his blue chakra had dissolved into purple, red, and blue, and he didn't know how to stop it. Thank goodness Sai wasn't spying on him anymore. Come back, he whispered desperately, staring at his purple rasengan in the shadows of the trees, desperately looking around for any curious people. Please. Come back. If anyone saw. Oh gods, if anyone saw. Curfew every evening at 8, lights out, silence. Those who don't make it back to the walls in time are forced to find other ways to spend the night. There are rumors, as yet unconfirmed, of someone knocking on the door, begging to be let in, but then wild laughter and screams are heard, followed by silence. But these are just rumors. At night, when he is alone, he dreams of bloodbaths and shrill, cruel laughter. The fox usually expresses its displeasure. It is unpleasant to wake up with bloody scratches on his neck and face that disappear within an hour. Neji once described it as pressure. Pressure, like being miles beneath the ocean, where hungry water indiscriminately squeezes every part of the body. It is felt in the head, in the arms, in the bladder, in the bones. On the eyelids every time they open in the morning, and greedy hands pull down, pinning you to the bed every night, not allowing you to toss and turn. Any nocturnal scratching, any trips to fetch water. A pressure that's impossible to fight because it's beneath the skin, in the nerves, every muscle fiber is compressed, ready, yet at the same time so tight and alien that it violates human instincts. A dense layer of internal muscles, holding so tightly it triggers a claustrophobic attack. It was this same pressure that held the village in its grip. It was becoming more apparent with each passing day. Training grounds began to require backup as idle ninja revived their fading skills. There was a tenseness in the footsteps on the streets, mistrust hung in the air, everyone they encountered was looked at with suspicion. Trying to figure out, what could this really be leaf? It was so easy to put on the bandages. And so easy to simply use techniques like Henge no Jutsu and suddenly become someone else. Tension in every breath swallowed too loudly, every blinking eye clicked too muffled. Which was very annoying, because he himself discovered that it didn't affect him all that much. He always ignored everything that didn't concern him or that he couldn't control. It narrowed the scope of issues. The priority became clearer: keep Konoha safe at any cost. It was ironic that just when he stopped feeling paranoid, everyone else was going hysterical. More and more ninja were losing their assignments, the villages were filled with additional forces, both good and bad. It was like putting rabid dogs in a closet and waiting for the enemy to come and unleash them. People were starting to go crazy, and the number of bar fights was increasing every week. The last person he'd sent out of the village was Hyuga Neji and 2 other Jonin to partially infiltrate Oto no Kuni and report on the squad's strength. If the Hyuga prodigy returned successfully, he would be a candidate for the Jonin exams next year. He glanced at the calendar again. It seemed he'd overdone it, putting 2 experienced Jonin and Neji together. The team was supposed to return yesterday, the mission was urgent, and it would be another 2 days before the 3 were reported missing. The Hokage must push his worries to the depths of his consciousness for the good of the village. He tapped the table with the chewed end of his pencil, setting a rhythm as Sai reviewed the reports, making insulting comments about everything he read, from loan applications to complaints of vandalism and requests for increased metal imports. Patrolling was a rather apathetic occupation. Running down the street in the guise of a cage hang, glancing around, he saw no ninja capable of testing his jutsu, and he wasn't entirely sure where he was going, though he knew his destination. Gliding among the people with the ease of a man accustomed to avoiding unwanted attention, he stopped at several taverns and bars along the way to eavesdrop on conversations. The tread of his sandals didn't change, but everything else in his body seemed to be running on autopilot, powerless to stop the fear and the incoming messages, important but unwanted, that could only increase it. For the past few days, he'd been receiving notices in the mail, in his old apartment, in Neko-chan's mailbox, confirming that at any moment from now on, they could be called to war as Konoha shinobi. There were notifications that food would now be rationed as a precaution in case an enemy seized their main trade routes. Late-night drills were held for the normals until they knew every secret passage to the Hokage mountain like the back of their hand. There were also urgings to conserve energy and water, stock up on preservatives, stock up on batteries and toilet paper. He could handle all of this, it was standard protocol, approved by the Go Ikenban. Except the next morning, everyone from Genin up was given a set of small metal tokens on a simple chain. Tsunade supported this new action, but it only dawned on him when he saw them and held one in his hand, feeling the chill of death. Dog tags, imprinted with the leaf symbol on the back, one listed name, rank, and presiding officer, he didn't have one. And the other, next of kin, as well as who should be notified in case of death. He vaguely remembered agonizing over filling out the paperwork, trying to decide who even should be included in this area. He hoped Iruka wouldn't mind. He had to sit and stare at them for a moment before he could bring himself to put them on. He'd faced death before. He felt a cold, caustic pressure slowly squeeze his heart. He didn't want to die. It was that thought that made his pulse quicken, panic surge through him, adrenaline coursing through him. War was coming, people would die, and there was no escape. The metal will never warm on his skin, never. And here he is, waiting for the sunset, waiting for death to come to his doorstep, waiting for the firestorm. Hear the cries of war, the sound of the wind, the seas, and the stars. Our Creator says we have nothing to lose. Hear our hearts beat as we fight a life of shame. For the fight for life is the only choice we have. Sancho no Hanzo. Hanzo of the Salamander. Shugohak Rokujuyan Sho. 8 trigrams of the 64 palms. Big. Whiskers. A coma is a state of unconsciousness, unresponsive to external stimuli, in which a person lapses for an extended period. Coma patients have a separate hospital room so that family members can visit them at any time. Some patients have an extra bed for particularly concerned relatives or, in the case of the Hyuga clan, a bodyguard who will keep a 24-hour watch over the potential heir. Guilt hits him again as he watches, and at the same time silently vigils over, Hyuga Hanabi, who had been washed before entering and smelled of spring and strawberries. With the branch representative behind him, dressed in snow-white robes like an angel, and his snow-white gaze piercing his back, he had no choice but to silently pray and apologize. He hadn't seen this coming. With his head bowed, he said, Sumimasen Hanabi-chan. The doctors were quite optimistic, claiming the girl's chances of recovering within a week were high. But this was perhaps said to console her father, who, despite hiding a mask of stoicism, was panicking. And the entire clan imitated their leader, pacing the village a little more agitated than usual, twitching. Their Chibi-hime was in grave danger, and her fate depended on Senju-san's expertise. And Hanabi's situation wasn't the only thing preoccupying the Hyuga. Neji still hadn't returned home and had been reported missing. This problem was steadily rising to the top of his things to deal with list. And then Hinata-chan caught him in a small bar selling cheap seafood, grabbed his arm, and, mustering up the courage, asked about him. Hokage-sama. About my cousin, Her stutter had definitely improved. As for the question, he couldn't console her by telling her that he was extremely reluctant to send a single combat-ready ninja beyond the walls. Information flowing in and out of the village had become a trickle, a couple of drops a minute. There, in the jungles filled with wild animals, people were being ambushed. So instead, shouting loudly above the voices of ordinary people, he replied, Sorry, Hinata-chan, but my hands are tied, and clenched his jaw, still thinking, what is she doing in such a seedy, low-class establishment? His thoughts mirrored his puzzled look, which she noticed and blushed before hastening to leave the place. Later that evening, as Hiyashi entered his office, he twirled a pen between his fingers with impressive dexterity, idly wondering if Hinata had been sent to him by the clan to inquire about her cousin, or if her concern was genuine. With a straight back, the head of the influential clan formally requested permission to dispatch trusted branch members to search for the Hyuga prodigy, declaring, they are perfectly suited for this task. I trust them completely. Funny how anxiety can force a person to reveal their weaknesses, the innermost parts usually hidden from the merciless world. Hiyashi didn't flinch under his gaze, which he hoped was alarming and piercing, and it impressed him enough to give a straightforward answer. The Hyuga are a dojutsu clan, a coveted kekkei genkei for the rest of the great and lesser nations, and Otogakur is no exception. The cursed seal on the members of the branch might prevent anyone from learning the secrets of the Byakugan, but it wouldn't stop an eccentric like Orochimaru from trying. Time was ticking, and the cursed seal was an outdated design. Jiraiya had sent word via a toad messenger a month ago of his former teammates' newfound interest and skill in a little-known branch of the seals, and there's a saying about trial and error. Hiyashi's answer was a flat, no. No explanation was forthcoming. The man was smart enough to understand that, though it was clear he didn't want to, judging by the fine lines at the corners of his mouth. Well, it wasn't anyone's fault. It was everyone's fault. The Hyuga gracefully left the office, leaving him alone in the circular room. Later, after picking at the skin and scabs that wouldn't scar, he shrugged, not paying attention to anyone in particular. Well, that was it. What could he do? Neji was left to his own devices. The scent of cleaning products brought him back to reality, blinking, and he focused on Hanabi's bedridden body. The bodyguard behind him cleared his throat politely. His time here had almost exceeded the acceptable limits for a responsible leader. Reluctantly, he left. The dust-cloaked stairwells were empty. He reached into his vest's inner pocket and pulled out a small piece of paper. It had been passed from hand to hand, finally reaching him via pigeon while he was discussing Konohamaru's squad's preparations with Ebisu-sensei, which had been going admirably the previous morning. There were no traps on the scroll. The scent of snakes still lingered in Orochimaru's message, which, as usual, contained more questions than answers. He read the elegant handwriting again. The laws of the hierarchy dictate that the created must bow before the creator. Creators are created under the tutelage of science and the thirst for knowledge. Will you kiss the feet of Kami? One finger pressed to his temple. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Utterly meaningless, semi-religious jargon. Wonderful, the Otokage had officially surpassed his sanity. Did this madman think he was a Kami, or was it something else? Then what did the first half of the sentence mean? Created and creator. A hand pressed to his forehead, the other pushing the door out. Riddles and mind games sucked. He descended a few steps and found himself on the sidewalk, lost in thought. The second half was an homage to his previous history of research, the research he'd conducted in his hidden underground lab before Sandame Gigi had caught him and let him go. There was a dossier on the incident, detailing human experimentation, DNA splicing and injections, deformed infants with no eyes, 6 mouths, 1 limb and special chakra, child soldiers, things you only see in nightmares. But not anymore. But why add that sentence? He decided that Orochimaru was like Sasuke Tem the way a megalomaniac was like a prima donna. There had to be something he didn't know, something he couldn't see, something right under his nose, something that even the previous Hokage had missed and was now being laughed at. What was going on? He puzzled over the question because it was important, and he needed to understand it, because it meant something, and if he didn't figure it out, something bad would happen, and it was important, and he dove into an empty alley. He felt the bottle of pills in his hand. He swallowed 4 blue pills with water and sighed heavily. Ouch! He hit himself in the chest twice and coughed. Okay, get your thoughts together. The enemy is the embodiment of an evil genius obsessed with taking over the world. He would cope with this, but not now, maybe later, when inspiration struck. At the crossroads of a cobbled street, in front of a shouting vendor with a cart full of heavy watermelons, a group of children were playing ball. A group of mothers were knitting under an awning. No one noticed him as he moved closer to the shadows of the walls to find a suitable place to rest. His breath tickled his palms. On the dark side, where the ground was relatively clear, he sat carefully, leaning his back against a tree, his hands on his knees. He looked up and exhaled, feeling alienated from the entire community. Sleep beckoned to him with its alluring voice. To gain privacy, he pulled out his yuki and created a small illusion around himself. Closing my eyes heavily, I slowly sank into the sensation of a tunnel, where the walls curved and rushed past him in blurred shades of red and blue, shimmering with purple. The gentle gravity turned dark thoughts into memories. Clouds spat lightning, and embers from burning houses billowed upward, searing his face as he howled at the moon. The crackling and screaming combined into one continuous cry, "It's a demon! Hokage-sama!" And glee pierced his face, stretching his sharp, bloody grin as he barked and snarled, snatching mortals' pieces. They were hardly satisfying for a creature such as himself. Wasn't there a clan that produced a fatter variety? Or a clan with above-average chakra reserves? And through this village, he did what he was called to do, destroy the country whose founder was the only one who could tame him. And then there was a surge of power, chakra, and a giant toad with a sword appeared. The confrontation was terribly short. The beast he knew personally was no match for his strength, and it recoiled immediately when he stabbed it, Gamabunta, in the eye. The toad roared and cried out something he couldn't hear, and did it matter. A small dimension opened above the beast, a yellow flash, and a blond man appeared, holding a bundle that smelled of this man, a bundle that didn't breathe. He growled. No known sealing ritual was strong enough to hold him. And yet, a small, nagging instinct doubted, but couldn't take root, thoughts running through him like emotions, wordless and primal. Was it supposed to be a Jinchuriki? All sealing rituals require a living person and a price. Had this mortal recently created a new sealing technique? To activate a corpse, one must be killed by Shinigami-sama, who will be here to take life and soul. But, if only. If only. He was roughly shaken by the shoulder. Hey, kid. Kid. Hokage-sama. His eyes misted over, his palms came up to wipe the sand from the corners of his eyes, when another hand gently stroked his head. He looked up to see Mitarashi Anko, the crazy girl taking the Chunin exams, Yuhi Kurenai, the master of Genjutsu. This explained why his illusion was broken, and Yamashiro Aoba, the same Tokubetsu Jonin who seemed to have said something that made Sasuke run after his brother, who had come to Konoha. The sky was dark lavender with silver clouds. A breeze picked up a leaf on the empty road, fluttering the curtains outside the open windows of the houses. Hokage-sama. Are you okay in there? We thought you were injured. Do you need to go to the hospital? The snake maker glanced quickly at his body, unusually concerned, and raised an eyebrow. Is this psychological trauma? Still confused, he stared into space, not looking at anyone, and muttered incoherently, "I was born dead," before closing his eyes again. Quote. It seems he overdosed, the man with spiky hair remarked. Holy shit. I've never been much of a medical expert, but Yugo heard the effects of that kid's special happiness pills can only be experienced over time. No treatment was required, just mild hallucinations or drunken ramblings, I think. Anko lifted him with impressive strength and set him on his feet, the world spun around him, which immediately failed. Well, then, we'll help you. Where? Where he didn't want to go right now. But he was too tired to move, the warmth beckoned him, drawing him away from his safe, dark refuge. You're taking him to a dango shop, right? An accusing female voice came from behind him. Of course, Kurenai. The voice, slightly offended but still amusing, sounded right in his ear, but he didn't flinch. Dango cures everything. How can you say it doesn't? Both his arms were raised, supported by the two people who served as his support. They turned sharply onto the road, leaving his legs dangling, and someone clicked their tongue. Okay, let's buy him some dango and take him to Yugo's. She can fry it up later, when he's recovered. How about that? He chuckled softly, silencing his three new companions. Someone offered dango. Years ago, Uzumaki-san had offered him dango too, when he'd just learned to understand speech. She'd held it mockingly above his head, raising her hand every time he jumped and tried to reach it with his greedy little fingers. Cammy, whenever she played the game, he'd been so hungry and always felt weak when she'd shouted, "Don't you want to eat? Do demons eat? Don't you want to? It smells delicious," she mocked, tossing her red hair over her shoulder and slowly licking the last and only bite. He made broken sounds, trying to reach for it, his mouth watering from the enticing scent wafting into his nose along with the other smells of dinner wafting through the summer streets, and he was so hungry. "You don't want to eat?" she asked with a smirk. He nodded vigorously and licked his lips. Her beautiful face twisted into a grimace. "Well, you don't need this, you demon brat." She ate the remaining dango and tossed the chopstick into the grass behind her. "Little monsters like you don't deserve to eat." She leaned over and shook him roughly by the shoulders. "Can you hear me? You don't deserve to eat, monster." "Just be glad dear Anko is helping," Aoba whispered. Anko muttered sullenly in response. "I just feel sorry for the poor guy," Team 8's sensei sympathized. "He's been through a lot, but he still managed to rise to the occasion. He always springs surprises when no one expects them. Just when you thought you had him figured out. He's reclaiming his title as Konoha's most unlikely #1 ninja." Aoba concluded, "You should hear the stories Kakashi told me." The place the group reached was noisier and livelier. Anko loudly demanded 5 sticks of dango of every flavor. The waiter departed, inhaling the aromas of food, the clanging of pots, and the simmering oil. Was someone watching? For several minutes, his cheek cooled at the counter, he drifted in and out of consciousness, barely registering that Aoba and Anko were right, and Kurenai was to the left. His vision was mostly purple, suffused with small patterns that were presumably the granite countertop. "But he's a good Hokage, isn't he?" The Genjutsu master asked quietly. "When we returned from Kiri, he managed to unite the village, demonstrating his ability to plan under pressure. Few could have achieved what he achieved. From what I've heard, the Go Ikenban was in chaos while he was gone." The conversation continued, describing his unusual achievements and decisions. His ears felt like they were sealed with wax, muffling the sounds, and this time he sank into a dreamless sleep. Speaking of the Go Ikenban, some of the elders still stubbornly avoided his glare. Even Homura and Kaharu were unusually modest in his presence when he tried to discuss Konoha's future security measures, even delegating some decisions to him without question. This had never happened before. But while half the council shyly avoided him, he, out of fear, avoided the majority. It was like peering over a cliff and defying it. On his desk lay a dissertation by one of the village's most renowned economists. The 10-page, detailed report concluded that if the economy were to suddenly collapse, chaos would ensue. Fortunately, merchants and goods were scarcely available. The secret lay in the passages through Mount Hokage, escorted by Anbu. Everyone had to visit Ibiki before being granted temporary access to Konoha. The conclusion stated that food distribution was mandatory. To resolve this issue, numerous meetings were held with Tenzo, the designated Anbu representative, and Danzo, head of the covert route unit. Everyone agreed that a retaliatory strike against the enemies surrounding the village was essential as soon as possible. Tenzo wanted preparations completed within a week, while Danzo wanted to wait. Danzo had the advantage and greater leverage in this matter, particularly with certain politically influential council members, citing the vital ability to plan and wait. Tenzo addressed the older council member with a scathing remark about Danzo's questionable loyalty. Danzo responded verbally, subtly attacking the young Anbu, calling him an ignorant and arrogant visionary with a non-existent origin. He was forced to interrupt the argument, declaring that everyone needs to be a visionary to some extent, and immediately change the subject. But Danzo's plan was suspect. A crucial piece of the puzzle was missing, and there was no time to find it. Leader Root had been biding his time. Today, he summoned all ninja, Chunin and above, to the Great Hall in the Hokage Tower. Everyone had gathered within half an hour, even Kakashi, explaining the utmost importance of this meeting. He held up a headset, small enough to fit over one ear, with a microphone attached, the same device the Anbu distribute to listeners. The ninja received it with reserve. They turned the headsets over and over, running their fingers over the switches, trying them on for size, and adjusting them accordingly. The faces that could be seen were mostly apathetic. Wartime had become grimmer, their hardened eyes no longer shining with an inner light. The air was stale, sunlight filtered through the window in stray beams, revealing the hovering dust. In the corner of the room, a passageway led to a higher ledge overlooking the entire village, guarded by a NI agent cloaked in black. Some of the ninja below looked up, awaiting clarification, others waited patiently for further instructions. Invisible emotions were easily felt, tense, crackling in the air, passing from one to the next. In the cramped quarters, every breath was somewhat strained, and the air inhaled was the same as the air exhaled. Most of them had lived through war, grisly corpses, trauma, and waiting, and survived with their limbs intact. They needed no explanation. The elders often seemed shrouded in a suffocating aura of faded experience, as if they had endured a trauma that had so severely scarred their souls that, looking at the younger generation, they said, "You have no idea what this is like. You're still too innocent, naive, ignorant." There was something about the older youths that made them larger than life, a quality that went unnamed and unspoken, and which puzzled everyone else. Newcomers, including him, will soon realize this. The Jonin from the Genin squads will be assigned training grounds as their designated meeting point. He announced, after half the ninja had received their kits, a select group of Chunin will be sent to the academy that day. The regulars will either be confined to their homes or evacuated to shelters. The people below shifted nervously at his disparaging address to civilians. From now on, you are to wear these at all times. He raised his hands, palms up, and said, as soon as you hear the siren, be damned ready. Eyes focused on him, he smirked, the instructions speak for themselves. The medical staff will report to Shizune-san. Tsunade-san will give orders to the troops in case of an attack. It made more sense to entrust command of the troops to a Sanin. Many factors played a role: increased morale, greater tactical experience, and more authority than a 13-year-old child. So, judging by the wave of shock that swept through everyone, he raised an eyebrow and dismissed them casually. They should have expected it. Dismissed. Tiny swirls of leaves, people began to disappear, like Shunshin. Behind him, the Go Ikenban began to rise from their seats and leave in groups of 3 or more. No one spoke to him, the movement surrounded him, creating an invisible shield, as if he were ill. Crossing his legs, he leaned back in his high chair, tapping a rhythm on the armrest, and suddenly found himself in an empty interrogation room. When the last person left, the distinctive sound of a door slamming sounded, and he looked around the darkness with pleasure, massaging his forehead. Everything was so busy. Tense your entire body, and then, muscle by muscle, relax each limb with painstaking concentration. Breathe, don't worry. Kami, no child should experience the stress they endure every day. Imagine all the negative feelings curled into a ball in their chest, just below their heart, so they don't weigh it down. Then pass the ball through their Kirikuke center, out through their chest, and vanish to distant places. Then imagine all the good feelings in the air gathering around them and soaking into their skin, warming them. He forced a smile onto his face, not too wide so as not to be distracting, and made sure it held and looked natural. Then he, too, exited the complex. Rumors travel fast, he thought absently, the fear growing in the village and the air outside growing increasingly oppressive. It's interesting for a psychologist, perhaps the civilians were denying the danger outside, but with the headsets, everything becomes even more real. Welcome to reality, you will die if you step outside these walls alone. People act, this is not an act. You see the fear, you feel the fear, it's there, like a red spot on a black and white canvas, it's reality. But the glances directed at him sparkled with optimism. You will save us, our last refuge, we believe in you. He turns away and wants to close his eyes. The masses are unpredictable, one day they hate you, the next, they love you. He took 2 blue pills. The rooftops provided solace from the noise and bustle of the streets, here you simply feel superior. A common human trait. If you're physically superior to everyone else, a connection could easily be made between you and your superiority. A therapeutic effect. The mind is more confidently drawn away from its source and directed to parts of the head that are typically untouched by ordinary citizens. Yakushi-san once published a paper hypothesizing various ways to influence the 9/10 of the brain that are not normally used, such as meditation, relaxation, and distraction. Later, the medical community unanimously agreed that the Nara clan had taken this hypothesis to a new level. Can you imagine what it was like to be separated from the rest of the academy students, a latecomer? People whispered behind his back that he was a foreigner from Iwa, a member of the Namikaze clan. Namikaze Minato equals foreigner. Back then, the word had different connotations, implying an outsider. The word often surfaced whenever he was beaten. He struggled with social suicide, no one wanted to be his friend. Isolation does many things to a child, it distorts development. In his free time, he took long walks through the village and imagined his mother sitting next to him, holding hands. Some days, he threw stones across the nearby river, watching the children on the other bank frolicking in the playground. Books and scrolls offered another distraction. The absence of friends made him observant of others, taught him to read the smallest movements of hands and eyes, the sweating of their eyebrows and the twitching of their hands, the staccato movements of their mouths could be their entire emotional response, and that might be enough. He memorized human nature and wished for his friends and family to be with him. The academy had different, much higher standards back then. First, every student needed a mentor, Jiraiya, that strange man willing to take on that role, and had to pass exams to ensure a minimum level of competency in reasoning and memory. No one was allowed to drop out. Still, the academy's strict standards still couldn't compare to what they were doing to the kids in Iwakagura. The day before he and his mother were on the run from death, he'd nearly finished mastering the art of roof jumping. So, having raced through the curriculum at breakneck speed, he wasn't surprised that Jiraiya became his new sensei, along with 2 other children from Konoha he didn't know. Hyuga Haruka, a member of a privileged branch without the Byakugan, and Nakamura Yasu, a boy twice removed from the more famous Morino clan, were excellent teammates. All 3 of them excelled in all their exercises, to Sensei's delight. They were friends, closer than family, sharing Sunday morning ice cream, daily training sessions, and sharing lewd jokes, childish pastimes, childhood memories punctuated by missions. He felt like part of a loving, dysfunctional family, and relished the sense of community and security. And then 2 of the 4 from Jiraiya's team died on mission B. The Hyuga never forgave him. In his memory, Jiraiya sensei sits across from the camp, the fire extinguished to avoid attracting enemies, dirty from the burial of 2 Chunin, 2 teammates. He was only 13, they were only 13. At dawn, the camp would be duly demolished, the ground swept clean, all traces of human presence buried beneath the earth, and they would be gone. He touched the lint on his Chunin jacket and stared gloomily ahead. He couldn't meet their eyes, open and glassy as they died, as he wiped the blood from the corners of their lips with his sleeve. What was it like to drown in one's own blood? Was there a sensation unique to the process of death, the thrill of the soul in the night sky, floating above the imperfections of the body and the grieving friends on the ground? Fortunately, he didn't cry. 13-year-old boys in favor don't know how to cry. Instead, he watched with the same glassy eyes as his former teammates. But his memories of that night were hazy, and a frown crossed his face, for it was difficult to imagine dark nights when living in a sunlit world. In reality, he had stopped on the roof of Nako-chan's house. Before him was Jiraiya, the old Jiraiya, apparently waiting for him. The Sannin looked up from his notepad, stood, and extended his hand, his wrinkles and furrows smoothing out, then reappearing, an old Jiraiya or a young Jiraiya. Young Jiraiya behind a pile of charred branches, old Jiraiya against the sunlight that casually bleached his already skeletal white hair. Living in 2 worlds at once, he rubbed his eyes. Was this a genjutsu? Intense and sublime, it described the atmosphere. This was no ordinary conversation, but something far deeper. Look deeper. How deep? He greeted the Sannin with words that seemed only half his own. He remembered saying those words to a young Jiraiya sensei, sweating from the backbreaking labor of digging graves and paying his respects to fallen comrades by digging a small epitaph into a nearby tree with a kunai, but he had forgotten what it had said. I often wonder if I spend too much time dwelling on fragile things. Life is too easily broken. Sensei, wouldn't it be simpler to abandon all potentially dangerous aspects of human thought? Later, he might chalk it up to his medication. The pills had clouded his mind, and the memory of Jiraiya smoking a pipe and the reality he was writing in his notebook merged. He was in the present and not at the same time, delivering the precise speech. The life of a ninja is hard for me as it is for you, Gaki. This is our job, we are who we are, we kill to serve and to live. They fought for the same principles as you, Naruto Minato-kun, and they died with a tangible honor that we must hold within ourselves. One day we will join them, but for now, we live, let live, and live for greatness. That's what they sacrificed for, happiness. The sooner you can accept that, the sooner this will all be easier for you. The same speech, from that very incident all those years ago, the day before Jiraiya took his training seriously and paved the way for himself to become the Yondaime. In a way, the Sannin was testing him. The ghostly eyes could stare with the killing intent of Orochimaru without chakra, merciless and commanding. Hello, sensei. He said. With such listlessness that the elder ninja leaned forward, anxiously searching his face for a sign, perhaps a divine message on his skin, an optimistic expectation that the past was never so irrevocably gone as most philosophers claimed. Are you sure everything is all right? Jiraiya asked one last time. He, like Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki, closed his eyes and smiled brightly, hearing 2 voices, memory and reality, intertwined in his all too simple answer. Yar, sensei, I'm fine. I think you're only mistaken about one small detail. He pressed his thumb and index finger together to demonstrate how insignificant the issue was, while his voices continued to mechanically intertwine with each other, past and present. We will fight for our principles. But at the last second, before a ninja realizes the inevitability of the Shinigami, they fight for themselves, to escape its clutches. But the Shinigami always comes and shows no mercy. Happiness isn't in the equation, it doesn't even factor in. I don't think anyone is capable of self-sacrifice for the well-being of others, it should be for themselves. What we consider heroism is an accident. He took a bite of his ration, and the discussion ended. They ate military food, nutritious, flavorless, pieces of shit that took too long to chew and digest. The taste of emptiness lingered as unpleasant as the metallic tang of blood. Jiraiya's reality paled as he heard, word for word, the answer his precious student had once given. He, however, was consumed by his own moment. Death left no survivors. Two fallen Konoha teammates, who would one day be mere whispers in the back of his mind, prayed with all their hearts. Blessings were given for whatever the afterlife held, if there was one, a safe journey and a well-deserved reward. He hadn't forgotten Haruka and Yasu, not yet, but he could. With emotions too painful to cope, the Sannin vanished in a puff of smoke. Vaulting over a gutter, he nimbly slipped through a window that led to a hallway with familiar doors. Without stopping, he approached one of them, knocked sharply twice, and waited. To his horror, Sai opened the door, looking disheveled. The naked eye couldn't see much, but the agent didn't seem tired. Sai leaned forward and gave him his most cynical smile, closing his eyes and pressing his mouth tightly together, as if to say, I'm tired as hell, so be glad I'm putting up with you. Ohio. He tried, leaning back as far as he could without moving. Are you okay? The other stepped aside without answering. The curtains blocked out the light, but the curtains themselves were illuminated, highlighting the brown embroidery with simple flowers and swirls, edging the edges with dark ochre and gold. A sing-song voice, perhaps I was too hard on him, he's such a sweet boy. Loyal, so kind to me, so caring. Lying on the sofa with his hair disheveled, Azuki Yugao sleepily raised his head and smiled. Someday I'll fix everything for him. A woman's hand awkwardly stroked his noticeable belly. Hello, Naruto-kun. He pulled a chair up to sit next to the expectant mother and began stroking her palm. From his position, he could easily imagine the baby, Chibi Ran-chan, curled up and growing in the safety of her mother's womb. No need, Hige-kun. Sai walked in with 3 cups of fresh tea and sat on the arm of the sofa. I'm fine. It's just her eating habits. The usually unflappable Anbu winced, recalling something unpleasant, and Neko-chan had the tact to blush in embarrassment. Seeing how comfortable the two of them were together made him feel proud. Sai's emotional abilities had noticeably improved. I wondered what Danzo thought of his agent Nay, he couldn't be too happy right now, but the old simpleton said nothing. Hey, he was probably still reeling from the shock of the Yuki barring him from Sector 37. Now only real citizens and those they personally escort are allowed in, and while that will curb the sex trade, the small community can still rely on its agriculture, at least until he figures out what to do with them. Oh. What's wrong? She wanted pickles and ice cream together. An impersonal reply. Rocks. At first, she wanted to eat rocks. And not just any rocks, but the ones that were delicious. Not that I could tell the difference. And if I brought the wrong rocks, she'd throw them at me with deadly aim. The female Anbu blushed even more deeply. It took me a while before I realized she wasn't getting enough calcium and salt in her diet. Neko-chan, with her hormones in her neck, can be quite frightening, huh, Sai. Hard to imagine. He threw his head back and laughed. Oh, how I wish I could have been there. Wiping away tears, he added, I guess I should really thank you for taking such good care of Neko-chan when I couldn't. I'm sorry that. No need, Sai replied patiently. We both understand the extreme circumstances you found yourself in. A long finger traced patterns on the armrests of the chair. The reward for devoting my time to her will be worth it. He glanced at the shinobi. Time. What about your boss, Danzo? Pale hands gripped his shoulders, fingers digging into an old bruise. Hige-kun, Sai whispered, glancing around the room as usual. None of them know about Azuki-san. Danzo-sama still thinks I'm keeping an eye on you, which I am, from time to time. He gestured lightly toward the drawn curtains. What will you tell him? Sai assumed a distant expression. You fulfill your duties as Hokage, engage in diplomacy, avoid the common people, and don't do anything suspicious. He cast a meaningful glance at Senju-san's necklace. You know he already knows, so I didn't tell him old information. He's waiting for you to leave the village, and, he continued, despite Sai's protests, I'm sure you will. It's not your fault. If I were you, Hige-kun, I'd want to leave too. Neko-chan sat up and, looking down at Sai's bare side, remarked. You always wear it on you. I read that the Shadaime's chakra is supposed to help suppress the Kyuubi no Yoko. Is that true? He removed the necklace and handed it to her, shaking his head. She took it and held it so that it glowed with its own light. You could buy a small country with this, Naruto-kun. How are you doing with breaking the Go Ikenban seal? She handed back the green stone. He took it and began to spin it rapidly, amused. I don't think this is what is needed to activate the negation seal. They said, the heart of Konoha. At first I thought it was the ancient trees created by the Shodai, then the necklace, but it's not that. They both contain a different nature chakra, more ancient. If I try to perform the ritual again, it might just destroy my body. The key might be the Shodai's Mokuden chakra. The counter-sealing method had failed. Hyuga Hanabi managed to sever my ties with the council members, and the only thing that connects me is my connection to Konoha, and something else he had lost, but he couldn't wrap his head around this desperately needed item. It was so difficult to describe, this emptiness, it was what the fox inside silently begged to return, but the name eluded him like water. The nightmares gradually grew stronger, and sometimes he was forced to lie awake at night with fear, clenching his fists until they bled. When the moon passed overhead, he felt dark circles under his eyes as he recalled the details of the ceiling and the light hanging above. Hanabi still hasn't woken up. This is bad. After another bout of silence, he added, and if Konoha falls, I'll die. At times, he swore he heard dust settle on the wooden floor with the same crash as 2x4s falling from a two-story building. The woman stared at the ceiling and said, Tenzo, codenamed Yamato, has Shodai DNA from Orochimaru. He can use various Mokuden techniques. She casually tossed her hair over her shoulders to air the back of her head, letting the sun's rays illuminate her dark locks. He doesn't like real camping in the wild, so he builds makeshift huts out of Mokuden trees. It's like the Nadaime using the sweeten technique to fill a mug with tea. But when life gives you lemons, you probably make lemonade. He gave her a pitiful look. But is he willing to lend me Mokuden chakra? A deep breath, the unspoken answer was, I don't know. But he heard, Tenzo is very attached to you, Naruto-kun, and he would do anything to serve you. I quote him, that blonde guy is handsome, a damn good Hokage, all things considered. Better than anyone I can remember, except maybe the Sannin, but we know how that ended. So I can't promise much if I talk to him. Tenzo wanted him to remain Godaime in case the Anbu got wind that his need for Mokuden chakra was linked to secession from the village. He continued to twist the Shodai necklace by its chain, watching the stone dissolve into a green circle, whistling as it continued to spin, and decided the consequences would not be pleasant. Soon, Yugao-chan dozed off. Sai pulled the blanket up to his collar and gently led him out the door. Do you feel that? The shifting winds blow and blow, uprooting tradition and routine. It's instinctive for those who've survived the brink of life and death, but for others, it's palpable. A premonition, an icy chill down the spine on a chilly night. People are moving, preparing, training, even he, who, in addition to his duties, somehow hones his skills, taijutsu, chakra control, seal mastery. The secret competition of Konoha ninja, they are becoming increasingly aggressive against each other, and no one doubts it. Be alert, be alert. They need an outlet. Previously, his outlet was himself. When he played Konohakagure, his pursuers were usually Anbu and those who volunteered to stop the little rascal. They directed all their anger at him as he galloped through alleys and narrow paths. Over the years, a kind of warped understanding developed between predator and prey, and the insults lost their bite. For his pursuers, it was a survival mechanism. It was satisfying to chase something less deadly. For him, it was his first taste of recognition, and it became an addiction. Nothing like this happened in the other hidden villages. Sandaime Gigi understood. His punishments were less severe. Cleaning, extra lines, paperwork, maybe a playful slap on the forehead. A win-win situation that everyone else, the civilians, looked upon with disgust. But the days of pranks were over. Konohamaru tried to speed things up, but in reality, he was a good student at the academy. Hence the exponential increase in bar fights, and, alarmingly, mental breakdowns and suicides. This was something we could not have foreseen at all. The morning sun was just barely visible above the horizon, the pastel tones of the sky mingling with the water and blurred by the camera. Ayame joined him at Ichiraku's while he reread Deidara's message for the third time, making sure he hadn't misread it. The Kumo rebellion is growing. Iwakager has fallen. The entire village burned to the ground by a large, leaderless army now heading for Takigakure. 2 Iwa Jinchuriki are dead, demons are loose. Oto is sprouting tentacles, I am coming. A bowl of ramen, eggs, and miso appeared before him. He grinned at the waiter, carefully snapped his chopsticks in half, itadakimasu. And closed his eyes in heavenly bliss as the wonderful aromas danced in his nose. He leaned over and inhaled the entire dish, and Ayame giggled softly, cracking an eye open to look at her. Naruto. She chided, wagging a finger at him. What did I say about eating too fast? You'll throw up like you did last week if you shove that down your throat before your stomach has a chance to digest it. He sucked on the noodles, his chopsticks swirling around each lump, and chattered, "Oh, you just want me to eat more slowly because you enjoy my company." He chuckled playfully and took another bite. "Don't worry, Ayame-chan, I can eat a lot. By the time I'm done, you'll be tired of me." That comment earned him a ringing laugh and a hand ruffling his hair. "You're so cute. No one will get tired of you because you're someone you want to stay with." She returned to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of beef ramen. After swallowing another hearty mouthful of ramen, he glanced thoughtfully at her backside. Ayame and Tuki were wonderful people, running a family business that he and his allowance from Sandame Gigi single-handedly kept running. Recently, Neko-chan had pressured him to eat more healthy food, which had led him to develop a taste for foods other than ramen. Most of the civilians were unemployed, living off government sanctions. Raw ingredients were rare, Tuki's flour supply was still large, but it wouldn't be replenished anytime soon. But the ramen shop owners were determined to meet any obstacle with a cheerful expression. With his recent rise from outcast to beloved Hokage, people have been stopping by the bar, especially his former Genin and Chunin friends, who, though Ayame says they don't want to admit it, have been looking for him. Alone at the bar, his feet dangling lazily, tapping the wooden bar as he impatiently tapped out 2 separate beats on the counter. He wished he had a way to tell time, to glance hopefully at the sun. No, it didn't work. His right eye twitched involuntarily as he waited. The meeting time had been arranged between him and his expected guest several days ago, and he wasn't known for being late, unlike a certain Cyclops ninja. The rendezvous should be productive. It would be the only time he'd have the advantage of eluding the guards, who still underestimated his skill at disguise and evading notice before reality set in. A casual turn of the head, no one there, but paranoia still plagued his psyche. He hummed a tune and watched the slightest movement. Emerging from the shadows, too lazy to walk the distance from his house to Ichiraku, the guest sat on the left and ordered a bowl of miso ramen. Ayame came over to take the order, chuckled, then smiled brightly and returned to the bar. He adjusted his yellow hair, tossed it to the side, and greeted her in a neutral tone, projecting passivity. "Hello, Shika-kun." For half an hour, they didn't speak, simply enjoying each other. Deidara's note was tucked into the inside pocket of his vest, the edges of which were already beginning to fray. He picked at his threads and scraped away the dirt that accumulated as he walked with his nails. Had Neko-chan ever tried sewing? As a child, he'd learned to darn socks, but then realized the futility of his efforts when the socks, initially worthless, couldn't always be sewn perfectly after a mere 6 holes, one on each toe and heel, and he began going barefoot or in sandals. The habits he'd acquired through his unusual lifestyle certainly earned him the street nickname of a savage, if not a monster. The Nara heir continued to swallow slowly, small sips, small bites, and chew even more slowly. 3 Chunin passed by, oblivious to the others, chatting about women and medical nin, their loud voices betraying their quiet footsteps. Having finished half his bowl, Shikamaru calmly asked, "Where to?" "Cemetery. Northwest corner. You won't miss me." The tall man nodded and slipped back into the shadows, his miso ramen unfinished. He glanced at his plate, then at the empty stool where a Chunin had once sat. What waste. Didn't he know there were people from Iowa who were now willing to fight and kill for food? In Konoha's poor districts, people beg, kneeling and hunched over. As a child, he'd rummaged through trash cans for scraps when things were really bad. It wasn't Ningbo's fault, his clan was renowned, they never slept on an empty stomach. Poor fellows, he shook his head, so ignorant of our customs. Forget it, there's no point dwelling on such trivialities. After a moment's thought, he pushed aside his half-eaten ramen, ate Shikamaru's half-eaten ramen, handed the bill to Ayame, and disappeared into a swirl of leaves. When he reappeared among a sea of tombstones, disorganized and unmarked, some of them mass graves, he spotted the shinobi a few steps away. Shikamaru, hunched over, looked up, resting his head in his hands. "Mendoku-sensei, so what do you want to talk to me about?" Across the cemetery stood a retired civilian woman, clearing a path with an old-fashioned broom. She appeared to be deaf. Clasping his hands behind his back, he bowed his head and said sadly, "My potential successor. I want Kakashi-sensei to be the Rokudaime, he is the Yondaime's only disciple. But it won't be him. Danzo." "Ah," he nodded. Shikamaru sighed and turned away, studying the words carved into the stone, but that didn't stop him. This man's motives are clear, he wants to return Konoha to its former glory days, glorious and bloody. He's ambitious, and the Hokage position is a sure bet for him, considering he already controls half the Anbu and half the Go-Ikenban. He brushed the fallen leaves from Uzumaki-san's grave with his sandal and swallowed. If he gains power, I'm not sure, but I can imagine a despotic dictatorship. Ushi-kun and Kurama Yakuma were buried in their clan's special cemetery, but the ninja and civilians who lie here side by side may never be recognized again. It's a matter of ideals, revered and then forgotten. Like. He narrowed his eyes, thinking. Like Hyuga Haruka and Nakamura Yasu. He imagined bones and skeletons lying underground, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Can anything be done? You're implying that the only way to stop Danzo is for you to take his place. But you're planning to retire, aren't you? Receiving no answer, the dark-haired ninja turned and stared at himself. You're not telling me everything. You don't trust me. He tore his gaze away and shrugged casually at the grave marker. I don't know. I just want to warn you. The Nara heir was a friend, not close enough to know details or trust, but enough to inform. He held a special place in his heart, a heart that was neither black nor white, but gray. He heard the sigh of the wind and the rustle of leaves on the stone and looked up. There was no one there. An old woman in the distance swung a broom with a practiced, rhythmic motion, like a pendulum. He never spoke to Shikamaru again for at least 3 years, but he was sure the shadow manipulator had quickly passed the message on to the other 12. 11, if not 9, Konoha rookies. And life went on as usual. Hinata bowed to him once on the street, a quiet whisper. Otherwise, he tried to avoid everyone else. Konohamaru's squad trained diligently with Ebisu, sometimes accompanying him from the Hokage Tower to his apartment. He met with important people, personal and political, and consulted with them on various matters and preparations. Time passed, the sun made numerous circles across the sky. The tea on his table cooled, wisps of steam curling, unfurling, and vanishing into thin air. His hands rubbed against each other, warmed by the friction, and he blew on them, hotly, fleetingly, not enough. The caffeine in the tea allowed him to work on the moonless night. Above him, a kitsune flame flared in the air, joining 2 others to add light to the room. Everyone else worked on the floor below, even his secretary took a coffee break to chat with colleagues. The cup of tea warmed him through the porcelain, at least until he set it down on the table. His thumb traced the patterns on the cup over and over again, staring blankly out the window, unthinking, uncaring. This village before him shouldn't be his problem anymore. Why did he mean so much to them? His thumb paused mid-drawing, light footsteps climbing the stairs, he raised a hand to cover his nose and mouth. To his chagrin, he involuntarily began to salivate and resisted the urge to spit up the red liquid. Tears welled up in his eyes, the coppery smell of blood gnawed at his teeth. Kami, don't ninja understand that unless it's absolutely necessary, he wants people to recover in the infirmary and report back through a medic nin or later. What the hell? A weak voice, stubbornly clinging to the last remnants of noble blood, Hyuga blood, and to what had awakened in it memories of the lecture on fate and predestination, called out with a hoarse cough, Naruto. He rushed to the double doors, threw them open, and stared at them in shock. Neji. The Chunin exclaimed, looking as if he'd been thrown through an incinerator and then a series of torture devices. His hair was bloodied, and numerous wounds were infected, open, or haphazardly bandaged with pieces of his own clothes, which were tattered beyond belief. His eyes were half closed and swollen. He apparently limped heavily on his left leg, exposing the bone. But from the way he held himself, it was clear he wasn't asking for pity. Where were the rest of his teammates? Who had captured him? How had he infiltrated the village and his tower without meeting anyone else and without an escort? Why the hell wasn't he in the hospital? What had he survived? Hyuga licked his lips and spoke slowly, indifferently, following the pattern instilled in children of ninja clans since they could speak. Identification. Hyuga Neji, Chunin, 149817, and rose unsteadily to his feet. Assignment changed to S class. I saw my father. His eyes closed, and his body was about to pass out. They barely managed to catch him. Kujibunshin no Jutsu, without the seals, 5 copies appeared around him, one of which was shoved onto the stretcher. His clones slowly lowered the battered shinobi onto the bed, while one of them screamed for a medic. Another grabbed a roll of bandages and alcohol from the table and began trying to treat the wounds. His gaze traced the bloody trail and followed it to a dark archway that had appeared in the wall in the corner of the room, sealed with paper seals. His eyebrows nearly reached his hairline, a secret passage. Did anyone know of its existence? The Sandame. Danzo. Apparently not, otherwise it would have been exploited to its full potential. Danzo is a politician and a trickster, but not so impatient as to wait for the Sandame to end his reign. So where does the darkness lead? All the paper seals glued to the dirty stones were counter-detection seals and decoys, none of them were tripwires or motion-detecting explosives. Finally, he heard the medics, led by Shizune, finally running up, shouting orders to begin treatment on the spot. He was about to leave his clones when someone's hand tugged weakly at his flak jacket. Battered and seemingly recovered slightly better than a moment ago, Neji raised his gaze, barely visible, and muttered, escaped the lab, followed the corridors leading from here to Oto. The entire team is dead, saw my father. He was alive and lying on the operating table, told me to live. He called me, son. Kumo Filt and Orochimaru are working together. They're coming. Neji's grip tightened, his white eyes turning pink. They're coming. The hand released him, exhausted, the ninja closed his eyes just as the medics began to surround him. Don't push him. Stabilize him if possible, it only looks worse than it is, Shizune ordered, placing her glowing hands on Neji's chest and checking his stats while one of her assistants busily prepared blows. One of the doctors, holding an IV in his hand, looked back. Hokage-sama. He was most likely experimented on. He replied with a wince. Hubby Sanin. Just do your job, don't follow me. I need to investigate this alone, okay. He replied absently, turning to inspect the passage. The damp smell of formaldehyde and other chemicals wafted from the archway. It reminded him of the morgue when he looked at Ushi-kun's body and stated the cause of death as Gigi. Hello, Hokage-sama. As he walked into the unknown, the medics frantically tried to keep the Chunin alive. Kami, how much did they do to him? Some of the healed bones haven't set and need to be rebroken. Umi-san, you tend to the wounds and stop the bleeding. I bet his captors starved him, is the IV in place? There was the sound of a scroll being unrolled, something puffed and fell to the floor. Hello, Shizune Senpai. There was a scolding and a scuffle. The machine began beeping his heart rate and statistics. Okay. We'll start moving him. Don't let him sleep. Don't let him sleep. His blood pressure can't be lower than. They disappeared as he silently descended the stairs, two fox flames in front of him. But even in the artificial light, he could barely see. The 16th step down was flimsy and crumbled under his feet. He tripped and slid down several steps before grabbing the handrail. Deep, he noticed, as the stone finally stopped at the base of whatever it was. He expanded his senses and sensed nothing, only chemicals and machine oil. There was a spider web, likely disturbed recently by Neji. With a flick of his wrist, he saw 20 more kitsune will-o'-the-wisps and dissipated into the dark spaces ahead. His surroundings were still unclear, but any more flames risked exploding right under the heart of Konoha. It was already quite hot. Whatever this was, it was big. Each foot tested the strength of the next step, ensuring the ground wouldn't cave in beneath him. His hand rose to ghostly glide along the grimy walls, adrenaline boiling in his veins. He reached the room, summoned another flame into his hand, and willed it to hover across the entire area. This abandoned place was big, why had no one recognized it? How well protected was it? How many protections and wards were built into the walls? Tubes containing preserved organs, dusty cylindrical machines he couldn't tell what they were, perhaps once holding human bodies. A brain scanner with a helmet connected to. He squinted at the bulky, dusty machine, a reader with a printer. He walked carefully, brushing away the spiders on his face. On the wall to his left was an incinerator, and he peered inside. Black bones, images of faces, bodies with numbers imprinted on their chests, a double helix structure, coded writing, and the smiling faces of Orochimaru and Sandame Gigi, all hastily and shoddily burned. Oh, someone left. A commotion in the corner, freeze, turn around. Just a cockroach, leaving his heart pounding. The flames made the door on the opposite wall visible, casting large, ominous shadows that flickered, grew, and then shrank. A cockroach crawled across the floor and under the entrance. A siren's instinct invited him in, an almost magnetic force drawing him in. At first, he tried to ignore the sensation, studying other medical and torture equipment and picking up an old dissertation on chakra exchange. It wasn't the fox, but the one who held him so close, pulling and pulling so hard that he trembled until he finally gave in. Feeling uneasy, he crossed the room, opened the door, and felt his blood run cold. These bodies weren't empty. Floating within them were dead, blonde-haired infants, 9 in total, each with a ghostly tint, their eyes half open, their chubby fingers reaching for the void. If they were alive, they would become just like him. His eyes widened with realization. When? Who did this? He recognized himself in them and felt a connection between them. It seemed to him that he was returning to his roots. At any moment, the babies could open their blue eyes, extend an inviting hand, and silently utter an invitation to join them, to become one. Brother, oh beloved and long-missed brother, where are you? How long ago it was. What was happening? What was happening? He was not them, he was not one of them. He tugged furiously at his hair and groaned softly, looking around the room in fear. The door, the babies, the cracked picture frame, the babies, the complex machine, the babies. There was a table next to the pipes. There. He rushed forward, flung open the drawers, and desperately searched for notes. Sneezing through the dust, he scattered letter-like papers across the surface and began to study the small handwriting, neat and compact. He mouthed the words silently, skimming them, trying to summarize the situation. That bastard Namikaze knows about my secret labs, he's the only one, but he says nothing, just looks at me and doesn't take his eyes off me. He knows, and I know he knows. As Hokage, he can demand an investigation and exile me, but he doesn't. That bastard made a deal with me when word of the Kyuubi no Yoko was about to arrive. He needed a Jinchuriki, but a special one, a cloned child of Namikaze Minato, soulless, with an enlarged Kirikuke. That bastard planned to implant his memories into the baby's subconscious. The baby is dead, but apparently, during the sealing of the Kyuubi, the Shinigami will transfer his essence into the child, and the Yuki will give impetus to new life. This is genius. To become the Yondaime's legacy. I suppose. He tore himself away from the table and stood up, breathing heavily. No. He, Uzumaki Naruto, was not human. He, Uzumaki Naruto, a damn clone. His whole life was a lie. What was he? Human, demon, or copy? Using the Kyuubi's chakra kept hidden memories of the Yondaime. The shock was too strong. Laughter escaped. He leaned over the table, covering his mouth with his hand. He choked, his stomach burning, the seal glowing through his shirt, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Revelation after revelation assaulted him. All the pieces came together, twisting into shapes to form a conspiracy. The Uchiha Sharingan was a gift from the Kyuubi. Itachi's Menkyu was the catalyst that accelerated the process of absorbing Namikaze Minato's characteristics. His stomach throbbed and ached. Feeling ill, he grabbed the opposite edge of the table and bit his lip, tasting blood, his fangs elongating. His legs, too weak and trembling, buckled, and his head slammed against the table. The world, damp and dreary, spun. With the same long black hair and pale face, Orochimaru sat across from him in the same spotless lab, arms crossed, a bored yet slightly intrigued expression on his face. Beneath that facade lurked envy and hatred. One was Hokage, and the other coveted the position. He used to have fewer wrinkles, and the Mitarashi girl who usually hung around him was noticeably absent. The words flowed from his mouth smoothly and resonantly, more than he was accustomed to. A demon approaches. Your lab can be completely legal, you'll be allowed to work with prisoners of war and other inmates, perhaps even a member of one or two clans. The infant's body must be able to withstand an infinite amount of chakra and use only my DNA. I trust no one else. Orochimaru's face broke into a smile, replete with teeth and sparkling eyes. Of course, Minato-kun. If that's what you want, he cooed delightedly. He lay face down on the table, papers plastered to his face with sweat, as he struggled to his feet, breathing heavily and wincing in pain. He understood now. 9 months later, Minato had been renamed Naruto. The creator, Orochimaru, knew what he was talking about in that message when he sent it to him, the created one. This was wrong, it was completely against humanity and against the laws of nature. He had no parents, he was not human, he was a demon. He was unnatural, created by agreement, he did not deserve to exist. He clutched his head and squeezed his eyes shut. In the distance, a siren wailed. This is not a drill. Enemies have been spotted on the western side, approaching quickly with heavy weaponry. Even slightly muffled, that distinct roar, like someone approaching with a horn, was jarring. Evacuate the western side, prepare the ballista. He jumped to his feet again, but that last line stopped him. According to his internal map, this lab is on the west side. Shit. An explosion rocks the ground and knocks him off his feet. Right before his eyes, the flimsy walls ahead began to crack, crumble, and finally collapse in a rising cloud. The light fixtures above shook, sending more dust into the air. He sneezes twice. Rubbing his nose, this hasn't happened before during the Chunin exam invasion. Was this attack designed and targeted specifically at this place? If Orochimaru comes, he'll want to destroy every trace of this place. Siren continued dispassionately, Jonin, take your places, assemble your forces, and report for duty. The voice was accompanied by cries of terror, people calling for him. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. Save us. A higher, mocking voice joined the cries of the people outside. Brushing his shoulders, he looked up, rubbed his eyes, and blinked before sighing, wondering about his fate. Again. So. The walls collapsing meant there was another secret room beyond the barrier. Wow, that's lucky, huh? I mean, what the hell are the odds? This one was perhaps unknown even to the Snake Sanin. Great, another mystery to solve. He approached the room, emitting a soft purple-red light, its floating lanterns trailing behind him. He peered inside, and its splendor took his breath away. This place was well preserved, many knew of it. A low hum of continuous protection and chakra emanated from the ritual circle, echoing with the higher-pitched chanting of children. It plunged him into a trance of semi-conscious numbness, filling his heart with joy and bringing a silly grin to his face. The upper level, full of chaos, seemed meaningless compared to what was now. Pillars inscribed with repeating kanji for wood and fire surrounded a huge sealed chamber, in the center of which sat a single small orb. The orb of his kitsune, his Hoshi no Tama. He remembered everything that had so frustratingly eluded him. His precious orb was hidden deep in the village, right beneath his feet. Relief washed over him, he laughed tremblingly, the sounds of death and bloodshed above him muted, this was far more important. Chakra, purple and swirling, made the inscriptions on the pillars glow, causing the supporting structures to tremble occasionally, but only tremble, not the kind of earthquake that would topple the structure. It was why he couldn't leave Konoha, but now that all the barriers were down, he smirked in anticipation. The Kyuubi purred uncharacteristically, mine. Mine. Without hesitation, he stepped into the circle, mesmerized and trembling, ignoring all other senses except sight. The ritual circle and chakra embraced him as if he were part of them, and kissed his skin, causing goosebumps. Welcome. Welcome, we've been waiting for you. Do you see the Hoshi no Tama? Please, we beg you to take what's yours. The Go Ikenbon must have known about this place and deliberately didn't tell him. Slowly approaching the spinning orb, he slowly reached out his hand. He saw a purple tint, his palm stretched out, closer, closer, closer. At the first contact, the pillars emitted a stream of yuki, burning his skin, pushing him out of the circle. His back hit the stone, and he slid down slowly, breathing heavily, this will leave a mark. The loyalty seals around him were worn away, all he needed now was Mokudan chakra. But now he could celebrate a small victory, the kitsune sphere was in his hands, touching his mind securely, whispering tender words. Returning to reality, his head was clearer than ever, and sounds flooded into his head. The sirens were still sounding. One last time, he rose to his feet and ran back to the entrance. With a shameless sense of comfort, he caught a glimpse of Orochimaru's attack failing to sever the tubes holding the babies. His hand slid into his pockets, damn it, pulling out his pills, and pulled out his own headset. His feet thundered across the stone, across the room. His fingers danced across the headset, pressing the power button. KRRRKA, hi, this is Naruto. What are the stats? Run up the stairs. There was a deathly silence as every high-ranking ninja finally heard their Hokage's voice. Tsunade, the only one besides him and Tenzo who could communicate via comm, shouted, some Hokage. Where the hell have you been, brat? Oh, the shrill banshee. At the archway to the room before his office. Or rather, there was no room, just a bare wall at the top of the stairs, he cursed quietly under his breath. Damn it. I had more important things to do, confidential ones. I need statistics. Invaders from Oto. He concentrated chakra in his hand, curled it into a ball, rasengan, and shoved it at the wall, watching with satisfaction as it cracked and crumbled at his feet. He clawed his way out of the rubble, Neji's blood innocently stained the ground, and ran for the nearest exit. Yeah, and Kumo too. Our treaty with them is null and void. Yamato-san is commanding the main offensive in the southwest. It would be best if you met. He nodded, though the woman couldn't see him, and jumped down from the windowsill. Her job now was to direct the proceedings, to observe and be the calm voice of reason, giving orders to her soldiers as they fought and played their part in shinobi society. And to keep as many alive as possible. In the air, he spotted the dark silhouettes of foreign ninjas stealthily creeping over the wall further east, and Tsunade quickly commanded, a small detachment is needed to reinforce the area to the east, possibly 6 unknown infiltrators. And then, quickly correcting herself before anyone else died, cancel that, we'll need a larger platoon, there are apparently 18 infiltrators now. And more on the way. It made him wonder how hard she was pressing the binoculars to her face. He could hear her voice, forcing him to remain calm, even though inside she was almost panicking, watch out. We have enemy archers, I repeat, enemy archers are forming up to the west, some arrows appear to be on fire, they may have been subjected to jutsu. Destroy them, but be careful. A loose formation around the sheep pens, gather up. There are about a dozen enemies hiding in the trees. No. Another one. Yes, very well, lure them out. His messages were transmitted over an encrypted, secure channel to every Konoha ninja who had been issued a headset. He focused on the chakra burning within his belly and concentrated. His fangs grew, heat focused in his eyes and hands. Claws. Something jutted out behind him, a tail of pure chakra whistled behind him. No giant toads emerging from this chaos, where was Jiraiya? Either on the other side of the wall, parrying an attack at knee level. Or he was behind the monument, somewhere deep in the forest atop the large plateau that gave the city such natural defenses. Keeping an eye out for enemy attacks from other directions. Either way, he was probably doing something useful, in his strange, it only works if Jiraiya does it, way. Not to mention the terrifying swamp creation technique the man was a master of. He landed on a tall siren pole and looked around. A large group is performing a ritual at the wall, get out of there. Get out of here. From above, he could practically see the village trembling. We're taking heavy casualties on the perimeter, the wall has sustained significant damage, a 10-foot wide hole has been punched through. Reinforcements are required, he tilted his head to the right. Tsunade-san wasn't so much ordering her troops to attack as detailing their defenses. Why hadn't the troops shown more flexibility, organization, and agility? The entire village was reacting so sluggishly. Peacetime had made them lazy. On the other hand, the civilians were nowhere to be seen, hiding from danger, unable to hinder the soldiers. In some twisted way, Danzo's philosophy made sense. Biting his thumb, he drew blood across the seals on his shoulder blades, pulled out 2 kunai, and, narrowing his eyes, said, "I can do it, Senju-san." And he turned away from the sight of the near destruction, wrinkling his nose, inhaling the familiar scents, so similar to those of 13 years ago, on that fateful 10th of October, if you didn't count the strange crackle of the Raiden Jutsu or the piercing blow of the sound-based Jutsu. He felt invisible embers rise to his face, tasted blood, and shook his head. Countless Bunshin appeared next to him, already deployed with his mental command, check on Nako-chan and Hanabi-chan, and if not, assist him in the fight. You brat. What are you doing? Come back. You might be the only one available and strong enough to kill Orochimaru or the Raikage, if he's here. He rolled his eyes and quickened his pace, making an obscene gesture toward the Hokage Tower, where Senju-san should be. She turned into white noise. The enemy appeared in his peripheral vision and emitted a sound so high-pitched it was inaudible. He quickly ducked and allowed his clone to strike him from above. With so much muscle on his back, the clone landed multiple blows. The enemy spat out blood before partially collapsing on top of him. What does it mean to regain my humanity? He thought as small drops of blood fell on his cheek in the enemy's moment of epiphany, before his eyes closed. The question hung over him like a dying man, held aloft like a shield from further attacks. Is this remorse? I feel nothing. Gradually, I've become numb, unable to feel any emotion except those too strong to ignore. Is this a slow process? He dodged the enemy and continued running toward the smaller figure, a Konoha genin fighting a larger woman. He leapt over the kunoichi, flicked his wrist, and 2 kunai pierced both eye sockets. His aim had improved significantly. Naruto. He tilted his head, frozen at the sight of his former teammate. Wide-eyed, Sakura wasn't covered in blood yet, but she was already casting a light genjutsu over the field to assist Hinata, who was engaged in hand-to-hand combat with another ninja. Oh, Sakura wasn't alone. Good, she wasn't as stupid as he thought. In the distance, in the shadows of the road, he saw the other members of the Rookie 9 working as a team to catch stragglers who had managed to break through the main lines. The rookies weren't neutralizing, they were completely eliminating any threat. Most of the enemy ninja were weaklings, the kind that the high-ranking ninja on the front lines were watching, strangely enough. This encounter was growing more awkward with each passing second. No one, except the pink-haired girl, who stared at him like a dumbfounded fish, noticed him among their own. He channeled chakra into his legs, not wanting to get bogged down. Bye, Sakura-chan. He thought about how savage he looked, with his fanged mouth and tail trailing behind him. Wait, Naruto. He leapt from rooftop to rooftop, the Kumo shinobi ahead, using the Raiden technique. A random weapon struck him in the back with a low thud. Another slash of blood, and he caught the opponent's arm with 2 shuriken, leapt towards him, used his bleeding red claws and struck. How interesting, Yuki burned human flesh rather quickly. The ninja screamed in pain, but then aimed for the face, and suddenly a skull with dangling chunks of flesh appeared before him. He looked at his bloody claws in awe and quickly ducked under a hail of kunai from the dead ninja's enraged comrades. Switching places with the nearest bucket, he ran with the shadows before catching them in their blind spots and using his red claws. More blood and muffled screams. Damn, his arsenal of techniques was still pitiful, and it still took precious seconds for the rasengan to reach the final spin before throwing it forward. This was no good. It seemed there was a special platoon dedicated to ensuring his death, as he saw about 10 shinobi and kunoichi surrounding him on all sides. Their faces were covered, but their body language betrayed their determination. They were determined to kill him. Excellent, their eyes narrowed. Without a word, 20 clones appeared next to him, and as one, they all jumped back, dodging the explosive tags thrown from below. Each extended his arms as if holding a disc, chakra swirling in their palms. They used their entire arm to throw the attack forward. 1, 2, and chakra ended. The tags detonated on impact. The double explosion created a shockwave that blew the roof off several relatively stable buildings nearby. The clones vanished, he was thrown into the air and tumbled, trying to control his fall and not land on anything sharp. His senses went to the nearest inanimate object, a log, and he switched. On the ground, he was breathing heavily, hearing voices around the corner. Where is he? Where is that kid? And, damn, half of us are already hurt. We should have used Tactic B. Someone was screaming about their mangled legs. Too fast, everything was happening too fast. His clones jumped out, relaying the message that Naoko-chan was safe and that Hanabi had left her room. Hopefully the Hyuga hadn't lost sight of her. He knelt down and checked to make sure nothing was broken. The sleeves of his shirt were in tatters, both hands were a mix of his own blood and someone else's. He was bleeding everywhere and still hadn't passed out from the blood loss. He grabbed the handle of the kunai lodged in his back and yanked it sharply, narrowly avoiding several precious Neva, hissing in pain as he forcefully pulled the weapon out. Kunai from Kumo are significantly larger than those from Konoha. Red chakra poured from him, and he felt another Yuki tail form behind him, joining the first. A drop of blood on the seal, he pulled Ushi-kun's sword from his shoulder and two shuriken from his wrist. It was very dark, he waited for his eyes to adjust. No, he had to move, Yuki was different from human chakra. Tsunade's voice screamed in his ears, "You idiot. You're the Hokage. We can't afford to lose you." As he ran toward the gate, the volume on his headset dropped sharply, he ducked his head against the damaged walls and sucked in a breath, his teeth clenching as his brain registered the snake, chemicals, and rotting organs, Orochimaru. Tsunade, furious at what she'd heard, ordered Anbu squads to follow him as security. He smirked. No need for security, and who cared if he died? He needed to get to the hubby Sanin now, before all other opportunities to discuss a few topics concerning his own humanity were gone. At least that was a relief. If he was a clone, did that mean the imitation was as good as the original? He drew two shuriken, which only slightly pierced his skin, and received fairly accurate senbon strikes that temporarily dislocated the nerves connecting him to his arm. He had to quickly pull them out. Besides, as Hokage, he was supposed to fight an equal opponent, right? Simply sitting and watching others, his people, he must have thought was completely at odds with his cognition. No one would truly understand what exactly he was destined to do. That bastard was right there, beyond the walls, waiting for him, but what exactly he would do was unclear. But they both knew this was it, what they represented, their villages, was at stake. This battle was what would happen, what would be. One leap to the top of the walls, barrier seals gave him access. Hands. Claws on the ledge, he leaned in, opened his mouth, tasted the smoke billowing from his lungs, and screamed, Orochimaru. A piercing sound echoed in his ears, rushing overhead as he saw mouths moving but heard only the swirling wind. Hearing a mixture of growls and howls, it erupted from his own mouth, assaulting the primitive consciousness of those around him, those parts of their minds that existed before ninjutsu, those parts of which they are ashamed because it evoked an unrelenting fear. When humans were still the weakest creatures on the planet, fear was their instinct, to flee or commit suicide to escape. The Orochimaru who appeared before his warriors was a real man, not a foul-smelling clone of mud. His face reflected curiosity and glee, overconfident in his own strength and perhaps rightfully so. Beneath that veneer lurked the same deep-seated core of envy and hatred. He growled again and felt the whisker marks dig deeper into his skin, another tail forming behind him. Hello, my imperfect son. I'm glad you know your origins. Now be good and fulfill the purpose for which you were created. It wasn't that he'd gone completely mad, he couldn't hear anything but the roaring sounds, but his brain still told him he was telling hubby Tima, I know you and what you've done. I saw everything. If you think you can catch me off guard by revealing that secret, you're in for more trouble. Oh, and how do you feel? The man hissed. You were never part of the company of real humans, couldn't keep up with them because you were a freak of nature. I'm like that too, Naruto-kun. Tsunade had warned, your control over the fox is slipping. Be careful. It was an offer to serve the Otokage. Hell no. Hell no. He took out two shurinkens, hid one in the shadow of the other, and threw both, using the cage shuriken on the weapon so they multiplied to 100, and took aim. It took a great deal of chakra to replicate the solid weapon, even more to replicate the explosive tags concealed by Kitsune Genjutsu on the undersides of the hilts. He missed, but the ensuing explosion was impressive. The aftershock merely caressed his hair, and he weathered it like a simple wave of water. Too much smoke obscured his vision, the Otokage vanished, leaving him vulnerable to any attack, from above, from the sides, from behind, from below. His skin dripped and bubbled with fire. With his claws, he wove a three-layered illusion of himself, cautiously assessing his surroundings in place of his true self. He held Ushi-kun's katana in his right hand, the scorched bandages on the hilt, over his left palm, and commanded a wave of fire to envelop the blade, strengthening his control over the elements. The sword was a conduit for his power, acting like a brush compared to finger painting. The fire was as hot as 1,000 suns. It was unpredictable, like his own personality, forged by steel and the memory of a loved one. Thank you, Ushi-kun. He would burn the enemy to ash, rest assured. His eyes closed as he concentrated Yuki in his lungs, blew fire from his mouth into his sword, and swung the weapon across the battlefield, commanding the elements to spread to Oto's troops and set the forests ablaze. The forest would respond by sending Tenzo even more nature chakra, prompting the Anbu to go to the damaged area and restore the trees. More clones appeared around him, their chakra coils overloaded, swooping down from the walls and exploding, destroying both Oto and several men and women of Konoha, hopefully in smaller numbers. A battle cry worthy of a samurai crashed down upon him, the main flank rushing straight at him. Let it be, he grinned menacingly, he was ready for anything. His body was thick with Yuki, and he parried the blows of his enemies, slashing and stabbing furiously. He couldn't count them, there were too many. Suddenly they seemed so weak in comparison, slower in their movements, slower in their strikes, that, oh, they were missing an arm. He caught one in the lower jaw and raised his sword. Then, spinning, he parried 2 minor blows, leaned back, letting the other ninja take the brunt of the blow. Brushing off their attacks like butter from his back. He thrust his sword forward and took 2 at a time, kicked back, dug his claws into the chest of another, and ripped out a heart. More blood, it was so wonderful. With each kill, the desire grew. He grinned as warm, copper-red blood splashed onto his lips. He lunged forward, slit his enemy's throat, grabbed it, and drank. And as he greedily drank the screaming ninja's blood, he felt his power grow, the air around him burning. Strangely, he had become such a captivating spectacle. The attacks paused for a moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the sun snatch something from the trees, glasses, as Kabuto watched. He looked up at his enemies, licked his lips, and smirked. They stared at him with the perfect mixture of disgust and fear, reluctant to attack. What did he look like? What a monster he must be. Hokage-sama. What are you doing? Tsunade's shocked voice rang out. In a fit of irritation, he removed his headset and tossed it where the familiar smell of burning wood wafted on the wind. He hurled fire at the structure, burning it to the ground. Deep down, he knew the slug Sanin was right, his control was weakening, and he was becoming more and more bestial. But the problem was, he didn't want to fight it, and why should he, if this state of mind suited him? The smell of rot and fresh snake assaulted his nose. A familiar rival, deciding to return and visit his homeland, how touching. Kyuubi howled with rage, sensing the Sharingan. The Uchiha's chakra always felt evil, and this time it was even stronger. He smirked, seeing the teammate he once held dear. Koinichiwa, Sasuke Tem, he purred. Sasuke stood between 2 snakes as tall as trees, himself in the initial stages of the cursed seal. He had grown taller, becoming something Sakura might have once dreamed of. The traces of boyishness vanished from his face and body, replaced by stern features that would later break a man. Dobi, he said with a mocking grin and vanished into the earth. The dance began. Spinning quickly, he stepped off the building, surrounded by more clones, using chakra to anchor himself to the building as he leapt back to avoid a Kusanagi punch to the head. He struck Orochimaru in the chest, but was blocked by his breastplate. Zung, damn it. The Uchiha reappeared in his blind spot, but the chirping of 1,000 birds was a telling sign. Where the hell were the rest of the fighters? Too scared to help him. Did his Yuki really kill his allies? Well, who needs them? I can handle this myself. Sasuke activated the second stage of his cursed seal. Monstrous winged arms emerged from his back. The arm channeled chakra into a swirling red ball, fully intending to counter Chidori with a larger rasengan. Tem, are you going to try that again? You think my death will help you obtain Menkyo? He received no answer. I don't want to upset you. But you're not my friend anymore. Narrowing his eyes, furious, the Uchiha quickly deflected the Raiden attack into his ribs. Didn't you think I was just trying to kill you, Dobi? He dodged, jumping up, and received 2 kunai to the legs. I'm ridding the world of a pest. The other ninja smirked, preparing for another Raiden attack. Smart, he realized that all the Kaiden techniques were useless against him. If the world hates you, what's the point of your existence? I still exist. Renunciation is only half the problem. He grabbed Sasuke's wrist and directed Yuki into his skin, burning it, and held it until the flesh there began to melt. Holding him was as painful as being him. Yuki and Black Chakra fought each other, striving to inflict as much damage as possible on the enemy. Neither of them made a sound, their nerves burning. I'd like to think I'm 10 times better than you. He was about to throw the missing nin to hubby Sanin when one of his clone's memories surfaced again. No, not now. He tried futilely to hold on to the present, but that was one of the side effects of mastering the Kage Kunshin. Hanabi, who had tried to run from him, screaming, the real Naruto-kun, you bastard, killed the clone with a tenketsu strike. At that moment, a pale hand, glowing with black chakra, struck him hard in the stomach. He woke up in a large, leaky room with pipes lining the walls, standing before a locked, barred cage, and instinctively knew where he belonged. Anger hung in the air like smoke. But despite this, he felt more human, more able to comprehend how dangerous his tenuous grasp on control was in a war zone. Rubbing the back of his head, he reflected that spilled milk wasn't worth crying about. And he'd come out of there relatively unscathed, right? Well, Tsunade was probably still ready to rip his balls off. He winced. A scratching sound came from the other side of the barrier. He looked up to see two enormous red eyes staring at him. Hidden in the shadows, the Kyuubi grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp white teeth. Welcome to our first meeting, my jailer. I hope it will be unforgettable. In this world, time has no boundaries. The voice wasn't spoken, but it struck directly into the space of his mind, bouncing off the mental walls, shaking them. Dust fell from the ceiling, and he sneezed. The monster doesn't speak physically, but projects its emotions into words. Glee and anger were the common thread. Tell me. The fox looked at him with vicious eyes, pronouncing each word slowly and clearly. Do you know why you are here? He squinted in the darkness like a newborn seeing the light, feeling the need to retreat, but restraining himself. It is because I am too weak. But, he glanced at the demon and stepped forward on tiptoe. Your power is mine. You must help me, that's right, you occupy a vast space in my mind. This was his key to defeating the Hubby Tem, the stories of powers unleashed, just waiting to be used. Trying to convince him that Yuki were tools for ninja to use, like Kekkei Genkai and Shuriken. In his prime, the fox looked far more dangerous in real life than in his nightmares. He took a deep breath, gathered all his courage, and extended his hand. You paid too little, I demand more rent. It was surprising how even his voice was. The fox threw back his head. A high, shrill laugh, a horse, even when you were barely holding on. Weakling. I ask you, can you handle my power or will you burn? Mockingly, 3 tails are nothing, but what about 9? 9 tails erupted from the bars, 9 scarlet, blood-red tails that wrapped around his waist. White-hot fire penetrated his skin and core, thickening and contracting to make room for even greater power, endless, swift. It was like the touch of blades erupting from all directions straight from a red-hot forge, and then into his insides, which melted from the heat but quickly reformed and melted again. The Kyuubi's chakra simultaneously destroyed and rebuilt him, and all the while, more and more penetrated through the tails. This process took hours, maybe days. His world consisted only of himself and demonic energy. The monster's cruel laughter above him was one of the things he noticed. He also heard heartbreaking screams and realized they were coming from him. Thrown back into the real world, he dodged a blow to the head, his body suffused with the energy coursing through him above, Yuki in his control. Bracing his hands against the wall, he arched back and delivered a powerful kick to the Uchiha's torso, leaping out of Orochimaru's reach, Kusanagi sliding through his arms. At the top of the watchtower, he shook his head, his vision darkening. His 2 main opponents screamed words at him, words he refused to hear. His arms and hands were shrouded in Yuki, and he didn't want to see his own reflection. People were shouting at him, calling out to him. Fear and hope. And he let his acquired knowledge work automatically, his hand, still clutching Ushi-kun's katana, slowly moving in a circle, beginning to form a seal, leaving a red afterglow in the air. He knew the attack, knew its intent and the resulting power, as if he'd dreamed of doing this before, but for the village, not for her. But that was years ago, many, many years ago. The fox's power, painful, stretching his coils, and blindingly hot, was channeled into this single attack. Better yet, it was enough. The array before him was filled with inscriptions of fire and wind, demons and chakra. Glowing and pulsating, like a being of the senses, the array began to spin at his will. His throat was dry, his lips were parched, there was no water. Makai, Hayarashi. And then he broke free. From the circle emerged a pattern of fire that had once ended the world, a combination of the kami's wrath upon the lands and seas. It sought to destroy everything in its path, the swirling flames and embers touching what it burned and burning what it touched, it was difficult to control. He stretched out his hands, aiming the flame core at a single target right now, his own creator, Orochimaru. Sasuke would be dealt with later. Enemy ninja fell to the ground from the unbearable heat, never to rise again. But fire was always unpredictable. There was no symbolic being at the helm of the flames, only a sudden surge of power, a vortex of a perfect firestorm. The heavens shook and groaned, he saw red, and it was pure combustion, not fire, but only destruction. Catharsis was the correct term, the purification of humanity. The clouds in the sky turned black as he fought for control. Submit. Submit. Tears stung his eyes and evaporated just as quickly, but the air turned dry, turning everything to charcoal. He saw the Sanin's eyes widen for a second in shock, then horror, and then engulf him. No one could save Otokuge, no one tried. When the attack died down, there was nothing left to prove the existence of the once great man. Flames engulfed him, and he looked around. Now he had to deal with the Uchiha. He felt the Anbu approaching to carry Sasuke away. As his vision began to clear, unraveling the pure chaos he'd created, all in varying shades of black, he saw skeletons littering the ground below him. He hoped most of them were Oto and Kumo ninja. Brushing his bloody bangs from his eyes, he glanced back and saw 9 tails fluttering limply behind him. And that's why he wasn't surprised when trees rose from the ground and wrapped around his ankles, while others arched above him, so high they blotted out the sky, engulfing him, bathing him in Mokudan chakra. There wasn't even time to make a sound. Tenzo acted quickly. He felt the sinister power retreat back into the Kyuubi, his mind clearing for humanity. Slowly, his tails were neutralized, along with the seals he'd had in the village. He chuckled wearily. Tenzo involuntarily severed the last ties that bound him to Konoha. In the shadow of creaking branches, he relived the Yondaime Hokage's final moments. Sitting on Gamabunta, wrapped in a blanket, the seal active in the depths of his consciousness, he listened intently to the great toad's mournful speech. Kyuubi, the summoning began in a deep voice, a creature of chakra and fire, a servant of the gods. It sensed a threat in this world that could destroy its existence. If this works, and if the child dies, Kyuubi will not necessarily perish with him, but will be automatically transported to its own world, unable to cope with the threat. And we still have no idea why Kami Inari's servant decided to lash out at us with a fury spoken of only in fairy tales. He muttered, running his finger over the baby's smooth, cold cheek. There was no answer. The monster howled. But as the end approached, Konoha's destruction seemed less important, especially now that it was all about to end. At the cost of his life. He sighed and wrapped the baby, himself, tighter around him. Toad sighed, I think that's goodbye for today, Minato. You are beautiful, Gamabunta, he replied cheerfully, setting the baby down. He kissed the smooth, cool forehead, farewell, Naruto-kun, my beloved legacy, and stood, waving his arms quickly. That was it. In the darkness, breathing in the sense of nature in all its glory, he cleared his thoughts. Another Bunshin had just burst. Tenzo was transporting Hanabi to safety. Below, the Oto warriors were still fighting, but less organized, now more desperate and furious, knowing that if captured, they would have no way to negotiate without their leader. Apparently, they didn't recognize Kabuto as their trusted confidant. Most of the Kumo ninja abandoned the mission at the first sign of his power in the Raikage, leaving only stragglers. They would all die. The Konoha warriors would shoot them down like flies, he noted grimly. He plucked a leaf from the tree surrounding him, tore it into tiny pieces, and watched them fall to the ground. Then he grabbed another leaf and compared its appearance to the emblem leaf on his Hitai-8. His work was done, he was too tired to fight. Drowning in his own pity and melancholy, he looked at his hands, the claws were gone. He felt tired and wanted to be left alone, no more puppet strings, no more manipulation. All his life, he had been under mind control and binding seals. The people of this village hated him, their behavior encouraging his self-destructive tendencies. They sabotaged and ridiculed him, all of them convinced that he was the Kyuubi and that he was incapable of revenge against them. Konohakagure was ruled by greed, fear, and the instinct to survive. Their presence suffocated him, metaphorically and often literally. The Mokudan jutsu surrounding him finally opened the door to peace. But he was still stuck in his thoughts, unmoving. He didn't want to keep looking back at the attacks and the killers. Gigi had once protected him from danger. The old man was gone, Ushi-kun was gone, Yakumo-chan was gone. Who was next? Hanabi. Neko-chan. Sigh. What was with this curse? He couldn't stay here, the village would continue to hurt him, killing everyone he cared about. They had ruined his childhood, and if he stayed, they would ruin his life and everything he had fought for. He longed to leave this personal hell. He hated Konoha with all his heart. It was time to start over. His right hand reached up to rub his face, only to find it wet. Damn, when had he started crying? He rubbed his eyes and blinked rapidly as dirt and blood mixed with his tears, stinging. People looked at him with jubilant faces. Hokage-sama. You made it. Cheers rang out among the crowds of wounded. They were far enough away that their jubilation didn't interfere with his thoughts. Medics had arrived on the scene, preparing to work in the intensive care units. They were pulling high-tech equipment and first aid kits from storage scrolls, treating patients with brutal efficiency. Civilians began to emerge from some shelters, shocked by the destruction and devastation that had befallen their beloved village. Some screamed in horror, rushing to their homes, others fell into a state of catatonia. A shadow in the shape of a giant winged bird, or rather, a clay one, flashed past. A gust of wind slammed into him. Remembering the message the bomber had delivered, Aniki had kept his word. Deidara flew over all the arches, over the walls, and was rapidly approaching. The men ducked beneath his bird, too surprised to attack the stranger, who didn't look hostile to begin with. And yet, the bomber was too reckless in his actions. Thank God, he was reckless. Naruto. He shouted, waving his arms. Over here. What the? Deidara ni. He croaked and coughed, his throat still dry. It's broken, he said, as proudly as his tired frame could muster, with only a limited number of encrypted words. I broke it. The seal was broken. He was free. And what a twist of fate, this was his chance to escape. The Anbu were far away, giving the older blonde precious seconds to appear and carry him off into the sky. No one was close enough to stop him from abandoning everything here and escaping to the remote wilderness. He was like Uchiha Sasuke now, wasn't he? Both had betrayed the village. How ironic. His body ached like there was no tomorrow, wounds, burned out chakra, even more wounds, he gestured downward. Stumbling, he gained momentum and leapt onto the roof of the tallest building nearby. Ushi-kun's katana slid back into its sheath. With one final leap, he grabbed Deidara's hand. Deidara grunted, single-handedly hauling him onto the clay bird's back. His robotic eye clicked every time the other blinked. Are we leaving? The Hokage willingly went with a foreigner. He nodded, pressing himself against the older shinobi's back and staining the fabric he touched. I can't stay here anymore. This place holds too many painful memories. He buried his face in the fabric. If he couldn't see them, they couldn't see him. He felt the villagers' mood shift from joyful to shocked. Come back. What are you doing, Naruto? Come back. Deidara responded with an understanding, yes, and thankfully didn't ask any more questions. A hand reached out and soothingly stroked his back. Rest and forget, Naruto-kun, rest and forget. An older woman, Kaharu, screamed, stop them. He's our cage, he can't get away. Stop them. Danzo, do something. So what? A cold voice replied, smiling slightly mockingly, what do you think I should do? There were quick footsteps, clicking sounds, gusts of wind, and rapidly moving bodies. Jonin. Shoot down the craft. Kaden. Goryuka no Jutsu. The clay bird swerved sharply to the right, dodging the oncoming fire dragon. Stop. Someone shouted, and footsteps were heard. You'll hurt the boy. Don't touch him. He was leaving the villagers below to their own devices. He had the right to leave the village whenever he saw fit. He shouldn't feel guilty about anything, so this feeling gnawing at his heart wasn't guilt. He could deny it all he wanted, it wasn't guilt. Tears welled up in his eyes again, and he cried into Deidara's shirt. Silent sobs of relief shook his trembling body as he mourned the people who would never be in this village, the ones he had lost. Somewhere down there, there were still people he loved. Would they feel betrayed by his departure? They had to understand and acknowledge all the trials he had gone through to serve this village, against his will. He had to have the right to leave Konoha. And yet, he thought wistfully. And yet, no matter how bad it was, Konoha was the place that shaped him to become who he was today. Stop thinking, thinking would make him regret it. He couldn't regret his actions, that was all he had left. Would they understand? Stop thinking, stop pondering. His mind grew cloudy, his eyelids heavy. The cries of outrage below were no longer so loud, rising into the sky, far from any attacks. The further they got from the village, the lighter he became, until he could walk on eggshells without cracking them. He rested his chin on Deidara's back and closed his eyes, blissfully drifting off to sleep. The hand stroking his back ruffled his hair twice before returning to the clay bird. No more strings, he was free. This was the end and the beginning. They flew over the ruins of the village walls and headed north, meeting no obstacles in their flight. The Godime Hokage had just gone missing. If only I could rest beside your heart and say these few words. Raised to the sky with magnificent happiness, never touched by mistake. We cleanse ourselves and become one of your thoughts. Away from our chains, never thought of with tenderness. Goodbye. Goodbye. Kirakuke. Chakra Coil System. Makai, Higurashi. Demon Realm, Firestorm. Author's note, lines taken from Transition Anchor. I do not own the rights to Naruto. So that's the end of Firestorm. It's been a long and winding road through this writing style. I'm proud of the work, but I'm not proud of it. There were a lot of ideas I threw in there that I never developed or played with. It wasn't necessarily a plot hole, more of a plot bump. In any case, never again will I experiment with something so grammatically incorrect that the mere thought of it sends editors into spontaneous hysterics. Well, if you can understand, the story isn't finished yet. I had planned a sequel, but I seem to have lost the will, oh no. To continue this storyline, which was supposed to be called something like, War. I know, creative, right? So I figured since I'm not even going to start this non-existent story, I might as well tell you the main plotline, if you're interested. It's long, and I've only touched on the main points without going into too much detail. Warning. Possible spoilers. 3 years have passed since Naruto left Konoha with Deidara. They both hid in the border towns between Aim and Suna, where both leaders turned a blind eye to his presence. Naruto's new skills include a more advanced knowledge of seals and tactical, creative methods of using them, some techniques without hand seals that he mastered simply because he'd used them so many times: Kujibunshin, Henge, Kawarimi, Shunshin, Bunshin Daibakua, etc., mostly wind jutsu of his own devising, with a few earth jutsu taught to him by Deidara, and a pinch of water jutsu. His taijutsu is at the high level of a chunin, and he's proficient in yuki and fire. Hunter Nin constantly pursued Naruto and Deidara, but always disappeared with a bang. Therefore, in the bingo books, they are both absent SS-class ninja, who should engage in battle only with sufficient strength. Over these 3 years, isolating himself from his previous contacts, Naruto heals from much of the psychological abuse he suffered over the years and adopts a personality that combines his former optimism with a kind of sly humor possessed by Namikaze. He and the Kyuubi have silently accepted the status quo before the war. Nightmares still linger with him, and after each one, he rubs the Hoshi no Tama between his palms for comfort. From the ashes and ruins of Iwa, a silent threat emanates, keeping all the other hidden villages on edge, but no one from any village can penetrate the dead lands. They say the threat is the Sage of Six Paths and the army of people he has forced to fight for him. The Iwa refugees are scattered everywhere, with displaced people finding new homes in streets, houses, forests and caravans, usually supporting only each other as they feel abandoned. The story begins. Naruto and Deidara encounter Genma, returning from a reconnaissance mission in Kumo. Genma is nervous but happy to see Naruto and pleads with him. Hokage-sama must return to Konoha, where he will be welcomed with open arms. Here they learn that Danzo, as Naruto predicted, rules the village with an iron fist meaning nay. Sasuke is trapped in the village, his chakra sealed, and he is an outcast. Naruto's friends are still caught up in political intrigue, but years of inactivity have eased Danzo's paranoia. Concerned about Kumo's rebellion, Naruto decides to visit Kumogakure. He cheerfully bids farewell to Gaara and, to some extent, Pain, and departs. The constants of the story are as follows. The basic idea of his journey will be that day represents when he is cheerful, and night represents his mourning for those who died and the people he left behind in Konoha. He constantly suffers from his status as an imitation human, a clone. At night, Deidara tries to cheer him up by making small clay figurines and talking him out of his depression. I'll try to emphasize their pseudo-brotherly relationship here. No one truly knows the duo's true identity, as they usually wear brown cloaks, heavy makeup, and straw hats until they reach Kumo. Naruto is still dependent on his medication and is now, like Deidara, an alcoholic. While in Kusa, they tour the borders of Iwa and survey the rubble. In Kusagakure, there's a man with astonishing rhetoric who manages to convince his civilian audience that chakra, which is the source of ninja techniques, and ultimately war and death, is something to be hated. The civilians cheer, and Akusa Anbu drags the man away. The civilians boo. In Takigakure, a similar man from Kusa with the same story hangs dead at the entrance to a cave system. The leader, a seemingly immortal man named Kakuzu, laments the normals abandoning his village and robbing him of his profits, while a herald has manipulated the Shichibi into believing that, as a demon, she is evil and therefore should be exiled. After slaughtering half the village in a frenzied rage and taking 2 of Kakuzu's hearts, the Shichibi is never seen again. In Otogakure, Kabuto desperately struggles with the Land of Fire's insistence that his lands should be annexed by a larger country. 2 political parties exist. One wants to join Konoha, the other wants to maintain independence. The area is largely poor, with people of twisted bloodlines. Naruto briefly considers what would come of 2 different bloodlines, imagining Siamese twins with 6 arms. They remain there for 6 months before Naruto discovers Orochimaru's underground chain laboratory complex. Out of sympathy and a touch of joy, Deidara blows up the entire complex, raising every research facility in the country. They escape. Here, the Kyuubi appears briefly. It's not a he or she, but a pure being of chakra taunts Naruto, saying he's now a demon, having transformed into a 9-tailed version of Naruto with red eyes. The fox informs him that by absorbing all of his yuki, as that's what the seal is designed to do, Naruto will be more in tune with his past. The fox, it seems, will be able to influence Naruto's actions, living off him since they are now essentially one being, and Naruto won't even know he's being influenced. The fox doesn't seem bothered by this, which, in fact, greatly troubles Naruto. In the future, this is the form the Kyuubi takes to speak with its jailer. Finally arriving in Kumogakure, Naruto and Deidara encounter a group of rebels consisting of Kurabi, the Hachibi, his older brother, and their followers. Having learned the Godime and Deidara's lineage, they ask for his help. Naruto agrees and names his price: room and board and 1 prisoner from Kumo. The deal is struck. Headquarters is located in the mountains in the background. Over the next 2 years, Naruto uses Kage Bunshin to promote anarchy, committing public suicide, attacking protesters, and making numerous assassination attempts on high-ranking officials, leaving only the Raikage untouched. Kurabi frees Yugito Ni from the basement of the administrative building. Naruto realizes that the speaker, human, is not from Kumogakure, as it is a pure ninja village. Anyone who looks like a civilian is still a ninja. Kurabi's brother's followers gradually infiltrate the upper echelons of Kumo society, usually through bribery, flattery, connections, sex, etc. Finally, they begin a gradual takeover, which ultimately culminates in a successful coup, with Kurabi's brother becoming the new Raikage. Naruto receives his prize, a living thanks to Orochimaru's experiments when Kumo and Oto united, and sick Hyuga Hazashi. Deciding that the sea route would be preferable, the three ninjas set out by boat, traveling for several days, but the entire ship is eventually confronted by pirate ninja. After blowing up both the merchant and pirate vessel, Deidara summons his giant clay bird, and the three ninja fly south, following Naruto's dream. Itachi, through the connection he managed to establish in Naruto's head with his Menkei Sharingan, decided to inform him that the threat from Iwa had moved south to Suna, just as the Chunin exams were taking place there. Apparently, Pain, under the control of his ancestors Rinnegan, went completely berserk and started a battle to distract attention from the fact that an entire invading army was at the gates and surrounding the desert. Although Gaara put up a powerful defense with his sand monsters and, finally, the resurrection of the Ikibi, he was apparently mortally wounded and taken away. This time, the invasion left almost no survivors. The only Suna residents, Sasori and his student Kankuro, fled to Konohakagure. There's a small legend that Kankuro's hair is forever a distinctive shade of red due to the blood stain from that fateful day. Kyuubi, adamantly, painfully, refused to go to the country where Madara resides. Instead, the trio stopped in the Land of Waves, where, oddly enough, Sai, Azuki Yugo, and her daughter, Gecko Ran, oversee and control the trade of goods. A tearful reunion ensues. Yugo is still beautiful, kind, and skilled, Ran is incredibly sweet, Sai is still cool, but at least he has feelings. Sai also has a slight obsession with drawing Ran with his special ink, creating clones of Ran for the little girl to play with. The group stays with Inari, who is delighted by their appearance. Over dinner, Inari and his mother discuss the discord between the ninja villages, casually remarking that ninja and chakra are the source of all the bloodshed, which perfectly captures the ideas of the mysterious speaker. With the distance shortened and the bond strengthened, Naruto and Itachi could communicate more easily at night through Naruto's subconscious bond. Itachi was in trouble, however. The Yondaime had tasked the Uchiha with killing every member of Deidara's Iwa clan, because every member of that clan knew of the Namikaze's less than noble origins. Especially after the war with them, the people of Konoha would be displeased with their leader's claim that his homeland was in enemy territory. The Yondaime placed a seal on Itachi to ensure his motivation to complete this task at any cost. After the Yondaime's death, Itachi was forced to balance the Go Ikenban, the Sandaime, and his own clan, already teetering on the brink of madness and sanity. On the night the Uchiha clan planned to launch their coup, Itachi killed every member except his beloved younger brother. The thing is, Sasuke wasn't supposed to know Itachi had massacred the clan, but he was supposed to think his, Aniki, was among the dead. Trying to make the most of his corrupted, sealed, and guilty mind, Itachi tried to make Sasuke strong to atone for his actions against the clan. Sasuke became strong in the worst possible way. Thus freed from the village, Itachi tried to find peace in his mind and set out to find Deidara, using his Sharingan to lure the Iwa nin into a trap. But Deidara escaped to Konoha, met Naruto, and spent time there creating a robotic eye that would repel genjutsu. The rest is history. New news arrives. Jiraiya and Pain have killed each other. Konan is forced to flee aim with her people when the fury of the Sage of the Six Paths falls upon her. Naruto recites a cycle of ninja myths. Takigakure falls. People can be seen outside holding signs proclaiming the end of the world. Hazashi and Naruto form a bond over poker. On the last evening that Yugao, Sai, Ran, Hazashi, Deidara, Naruto, and Inari were together, they played a marathon of card games washed down with sake. Ran, of course, didn't, she took milk. Afterward, Hazashi left Konoha with the group, offering Naruto a parting word, "Don't die, and say hello to Neji for me." Naruto and Deidara return north to Iwa, thinking that since the sage has already left, they might have a clue as to what's really going on. Throughout the World War, the countries had been acting blind, as they usually fell seemingly without resistance. In the heart of Iwa, they discover much, dirt and earth, that has disappeared. Deidara whispered that it must be a creation of Chibaku Tensai. There, the Kyuubi grows its Yuki, and Naruto falls unconscious. Naruto, in his imagination, and the Kyuubi finally meet Minato Namikaze, who is friendly and unfazed by the other two's hostility. Minato offers a solution, examining in detail the immortal sage of the six paths. The sage is the founder of chakra and its manipulator, who shared his secrets with others, bringing the gift of ninjutsu and the birth of the ninja, and eventually the hidden villages. Since the ninja emerged, people wielding too much power corrupted, leading to corruption, political assassinations, theft, and bloody ninja wars. Considering himself a civilian, the sage witnessed countless cases of innocent people suffering in the crossfire, mutilated bodies, broken hearts, horrific living conditions, and the damage to the mentality of an entire generation. With this guilt, the sage vowed to reclaim his gift of chakra by removing the definition of ninja. In reality, he has declared war on the world. Horrified, Naruto realizes this reasoning is flawed. Minato agrees, but the Kyuubi remains silent. Before exiting his subconscious, Naruto asks, "Am I human?" Minato replies, "That doesn't matter, you are my legacy." Feeling the need to warn those remaining in the world, Naruto and Deidara, who is busy negotiating an alliance with Kumo, return and rush to Konoha, where they secretly infiltrate through Sector 37. Ayame greets them joyfully and brings Hizashi, who has reunited with the Hyuga clan, so he can escort the two nuclear nin to the Hokage Tower. Danzo, the sixth shinobi, agrees that the threat to Konoha is too great and listens emotionlessly to Naruto's conclusions, implying that if they survive this battle, Naruto will be punished for his actions. Naruto doesn't believe it. Danzo reveals that he's done extensive training, accelerating the ninja program and introducing more tests of loyalty and obedience into the lives of both civilians and ninjas. There are NA agents, akin to the thought police of 1984, who patrol conversations in public places. Traitors, or executed. The new ninja program is more intense. The suicide rate in Konoha is absurdly high. It's all wrong. Naruto is temporarily sent back to Yugo's apartment. On the way there, most people exchange glances, whispering that he is the Yondaime, returned from the dead to protect them. The Konoha 12 engage Naruto in a dinner discussion, a replay of what happened after the intrusion on Oto Tsuna's Chunin exams. Naruto is recognized again, treated like the Hokage, and is told about village affairs and the mandatory training regimen. Ninja have less freedom and are forced to carry out more missions, which sometimes prove too difficult for their skill level. Naruto also learns how each of the Konoha 12's skills have improved. Neji, Sasuke, and Shino are members of Anbu. Neji profusely thanks Naruto for saving his father. Kiba is a hunter nin. The kunoichi are undergoing specialized medical training. Sakura has finally become Tsunade's apprentice, Hinata is the clan head, Tenten is a weapons master, and Ino is working with Ibiki. Lee has surpassed Guy. Shikamaru is a tactical commander, and Choji has mastered his clan's techniques. Konohamaru's squad is made up of strong Chunin under Ebisu's command, and they are as enthusiastic as ever. Tsunade gave Naruto a hard slap on the cheek before hugging him. Naruto told Kakashi, Minato says, "Yo, Kashi-kun." While Naruto was playing with Ran, he saw Hanabi pass by with a Hitai-8 on her forehead. They chatted pleasantly before the young Hyuga, unable to contain her joy any longer, hugged her friend. Naruto and Shikamaru played 3 games of shogi, each featuring 3 separate debates, one on the importance of friends and acquaintances, one on impersonations and clones, and one on the morality of ninja work. Is it honorable or reprehensible, a justification for murder? The next day, the Go-Ikenban and the Hokage met. They outlined the details of the battle, unsure of the exact numbers of the enemy. Instead of a flanking maneuver, they decided to reinforce the walls and destroy the enemy. Naruto learned that Konoha, with its agricultural region, still had sufficient resources in the still-closed Sector 37. They discussed allies, Jinchuriki, the sage's consciousness, and the mythological cycle. Since Konoha was still effectively isolated after more than 3 years, the representative, revealed to be the sage's path, was unable to infiltrate the village and influence the minds of civilians without arousing suspicion. Shikamaru added more details, and the plan was finally presented to the Nara clan to iron out any discrepancies. A week later, the Sage of the Six Paths, along with all his paths, normals, the daimyo samurai, and all non-ninja, are chasing Konoha. The normals believe they are doing the right thing, that ninja are evil and demonic, bringing only blood and death. After barely holding out day and night, the allies from Kumo help try to repel the invaders. The Diva Path activates a modified version of Chibaku Tensai and unleashes a circular ball of mass and earth, resembling a moon, which destroys 3/4 of the village's infrastructure. The ninja forces hold out until midday before the western wall begins to crumble. At that moment, Kiri's forces, led by Itachi and Yagura, block the breach and begin wreaking havoc with their signature attacks. Kurabi and Nibi destroy the Diva Path and the Animal Path, but not before Deidara dies, torn from his grasp by the human path. Naruto goes berserk, wiping out 2/3 of the enemy ranks with a powerful blast of acid fire chakra. He sprouts 8 tails and is about to be absorbed by Chibaku Tensei. Sensing a loss of control, Madara appears out of thin air, activates his eyes, and forces all his chakra into Naruto's stomach seal, sacrificing his own life and releasing the Kyuubi, ordering it to destroy the sage and disappear back to Makai. Madara cites his reasons as his only atonement, bids farewell to the world, and leaves. Naruto falls unconscious. In a dream, Naruto encounters the Kyuubi, in the form of a tall, red-haired man with 9 tails and whisker scars. The Kyuubi reveals that it broke through Chibaku Tensei and destroyed the Sage of Six Paths. They contemplate the sage's thoughts and whether he was morally right, and Naruto finally decides, screw this. What we do, we reap the consequences of our actions. It's too late anyway, I will still choose this life. Kyuubi mutters something about Inari's anger and prepares to leave with unprecedented prudence. Before leaving, Kyuubi ruffles Naruto's hair and says, farewell. A month later, Naruto wakes up in the hospital, and the celebration outside the building, or what remains of it, is still in full swing. Hanabi and Shikamaru sit by his bed. It is revealed that Danzo died in battle. Shikamaru is now the new Hokage. He speaks of restoration, treaties, negotiations, and reconstitution, and how the Go Ikenban demands that Naruto, the Jinchuriki, stay with them. Feeling a familiar pain in the upper right corner of his chest, Naruto begins to breathe heavily, crying, and begs Shikamaru, take it off. Shikamaru is alarmed and asks for clarification, to which Naruto replies, as Hokage, you bind yourself to the power of this village, and no one else can bind it to you. You must have the power to free me, remove it. I can't remain imprisoned here again, let me be free. Shikamaru understands and wordlessly removes the second chain seal from Naruto's chest. Naruto embraces them both, Shikamaru stoic but sad, Hanabi weeping. He returns the Shodai necklace to Tsunade Ba-chan. He spends the entire day at the festival, but due to his injuries and the burning chakra, he can only watch. That night, he kisses Ran on the head, hugs Yugao, and holds a bewildered Sai tightly. At dawn, amazed by the lack of nightmares, he visits the unmarked grave and says goodbye to Deidara. In the morning, he has disappeared and is never seen again. The end.